Oh. Okay. From Morant Point in St. Thomas to Negril in Westmoreland, we are 1 hour away from the official closing of the polls right here in Jamaica. And today, history is being written, not just at the ballot box, but right here with you, our viewers and listeners, as the Jamaica Observer brings you for the very first time live audiovisual coverage of a general election. So the big question is, will the Jamaican electorate determine that the time has come for a change in the country's political leadership with Mark Golding at the helm, or will voters choose the incumbent government led by Dr. Andrew Holness to retain the reins of power? We are honored to be part of this pivotal moment with you. This, ladies and gentlemen, is democracy in motion. This is history in the making. This is Jamaica Decides 2025.
Panky. Time come for integrity in public life.
In the last 9 years, we have spent the time building a finely tuned economic engine.
And that is why we're going to increase the income tax threshold to $3.5 million a year.
In 3 years, we have cut the murder rate by 55%.
If you're the first in your family to qualify for university or college, the People's National Party will give you a full scholarship.
The Labour Party deliver, the PNP promise, and them cannot deliver.
We can decide to accept a promise, or you can decide to stick with performance and delivery.
Hello and welcome to our coverage, or historic coverage, live from Beechwood Avenue in Kingston, Jamaica. My name is David Brown and I'll be your host for this evening. Now, to talk about the numbers, to do our analysis, I am joined by a very astute panel of political analysts and commentators. I just want to introduce them: Dr. Paul Ashley, Daniel Archer, and Dashan Hendricks. So, Daniel, just your quick assessment on how things have gone thus far today with an hour left before the polls close.
The proceedings seem to be going pretty slow based on the intake. My latest update said at 3 p.m. today, voter turnout was 30.41% compared to 30.88% at 2 p.m. in the 2020 elections. Not sure if that's as a result of the new fingerprinting machinery that they're using. Not sure whether or not that has a lot to do with the weather. In some parts there has been rain. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, since we've been anticipating a voter surge. This is going to have implications if we're going to be looking at the numbers to be able to determine whether or not the Jamaica Labour Party returns or the PNP actually succeeds.
Thank you. And Paul, actually, just to expound on that, like how does that affect either the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party today?
It is said that the Jamaican electorate doesn't vote for anyone. It votes out a government. If there's a high voter turnout, what I mean, if it reaches in the range of, say, 50%, it means that the PNP will be victorious. A high voter turnout favors the PNP. A low voter turnout means that people are prepared to let things be as they are. But let's see if it holds true, because history will either be made or the Jamaican electorate will resort to the usual practices.
And Dashan, just want to go back a little bit. We still have an hour left before the polls close, but your assessment of the campaign with respect to the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party?
Well, the campaigns have been really robust from the PNP and the JLP's perspective. When you look at the campaigns, the PNP in confidence seems to be on the offense, and if you use a football terminology, the JLP seems to be more on defense. We're defending our position, we're defending the right to say, give us another 5 years to lead this country into economic prosperity, as they have been saying, the social issues, crime coming down, expanding all about, that's what the campaign has been about, and the JLP has been on defense saying, look at us, give us 5 more years. The PNP saying, time come for a change. And that's what the campaign is all about. Today is the last day, and people are just waiting for later
It's
tonight.
definitely going to be an exciting night, Dashan. I want to turn to Kwame Thomas and Gave Watt, who is in Studio B. They'll be at the decision board breaking down the numbers for us. Kwame and Gave, what are we expecting tonight?
Thanks very much, David, and welcome to our viewers. Well, tonight is historic in a number of ways. We see election number 19, which means that we have had approximately 18 general elections since universal adult suffrage in 1944. But Gave, could you share with us what are some of the expectations that we should be having going into tonight's polls?
Well, Kwame, of course, every political junkie is looking forward to those numbers coming in tonight. We have been anticipating this day from the start of the year. And so while this map is reflecting what happened in 2020, which was a shocker, it's going to be great come 5 o'clock, and then those numbers will start coming in.
So we're just asking that you continue to stay with us as we give you blow-by-blow commentary. Over to you, David.
All right. Thank you, guys. So now we are going to turn to our feature on the People's National Party, founded in 1938 and currently being led by Mark Jefferson Golding.
1938 was a year in which the Caribbean was reshaped as a wave of worker protests surged across Jamaica. From the sugar estates of Westmoreland to the shipping docks in Kingston, ordinary Jamaicans demanded better wages, fair working conditions, and respect. It was a national awakening. This gave birth to a political force that would help shape modern Jamaica, the People's National Party, PNP. Founded on September 18, 1938, the PNP was the brainchild of O.T. Fairclough, Noel Nethersole, Willis O. Isaacs, and Norman Washington Manley. Manley, who was elected the PNP's first president, believed that political organization was essential to the country's progress and that workers needed not just a voice in the streets, but representation in the halls of power. As the PNP grew, so did its ambition. It contested Jamaica's first general election under universal adult suffrage in 1944, but won only 5 seats. A tough start, but a vital lesson. By 1955, the PNP was victorious at the polls, winning 18 of 32 seats, and Norman Manley became Chief Minister of Jamaica. In 1959, the party won again, and Manley was appointed Jamaica's first premier. However, in 1962, after Jamaica voted to withdraw from the West Indies Federation, the PNP lost the general election to the Jamaica Labour Party. Bustamante became the island's first prime minister when independence was achieved on August 6, 1962. After years in opposition, the PNP made a dramatic return in 1972 under the leadership of Norman's son, Michael Manley. Charismatic and bold, Michael brought a vision of democratic socialism aimed at reducing inequality and empowering the Jamaican people. In 1980, the PNP suffered a massive defeat, winning only 9 seats in a highly volatile and violent election. Manley boycotted the next general election in 1983, leaving the party absent from Parliament for 5 years. In 1989, the PNP returned to power with Michael Manley again as Prime Minister. By now, his policies had shifted, moving toward a more liberal economic approach. He retired in 1992 and was succeeded by P.J. Patterson, who made history as Jamaica's longest-serving Prime Minister and the first to win 3 consecutive general elections in 1993, 1997, and 2002. In 2006, the party passed another milestone. Portia Simpson Miller was elected as PNP president and later became Jamaica's first female prime minister. Her leadership emphasized grassroots empowerment and social protection. Although the PNP lost the 2007 election, It regained power in 2011, only to lose again in 2016 by a single seat. The election saw Jamaica's voter turnout fall below 50% for the first time. Following internal divisions and poor electoral performance, Simpson Miller stepped down. She was succeeded by Dr. Peter Phillips, but under his leadership, the party suffered a devastating blow in the 2020 general election, winning just 14 of 63 seats. On November 7, 2020, Mark Golding was elected as the PNP's 6th president, narrowly defeating Lisa Hanna in a close internal race. Today, the People's National Party stands at a crossroads. With over 8 decades of political history, the PNP remains deeply woven into the national fabric, from the fight for independence to landmark social programs and constitutional reform. But to remain relevant, the party must reckon with its past and reimagine its future.
All right. So I want to ask a few questions based on that feature that we just saw. Dash, I want to start with you. We've long heard that Jamaica is PNP country. First of all, is that true?
Well, the elections show that Jamaica really belongs to nobody. When we have swings, we have wild swings in elections. And if Jamaica was a PNP country, they would lose all their seats in 2020, leaving to 14. Admittedly, it was a period of COVID and we had a low voter turnout. And as Paul Ashley has pointed out, when you have a low voter turnout, it favors the government. But the PNP historically starts with a lot more seats than the JLP. Historically, the PNP owned the Westmoreland, owned places like Western, Hanover, owned places like in Portmore, the 3 constituencies, owning places like Northeast, St. Elizabeth. Those places have been flipped, Northern Trelawney, those places have been flipped JLP in the last election. So is it PNP country? Let's see later to see if the PNP regained those seats, and then we'll know.
So Daniel, some would say that the results that we saw in 2020, that was an anomaly. What's your take on that?
It would have been an anomaly because not only was it called 6 months before, but you'd appreciate the impact of COVID. But I want to pick up from what Dashan said for the simple reason that one of the reasons why in this particular election there has been much said about elderly persons coming out, the older populations coming out, old-time PNP coming out, is because those persons benefited a lot from the People's National Party politics, such as the first education. Many of them went to school, the middle class, the grassroots persons went to school on account of the policies on education for the People's National Party. This made many of them indebted to the party. It meant that they would come out and support the party because they felt those policies have helped them. They now occupy the elderly group, which couldn't come out in COVID, but now we're seeing and questioning whether or not they're going to come out and research. So that is why it would be relevant.
Gotcha. Dashan, you wanted to...
If I may add, if you look at, as Daniel pointed out, the anomaly in 2020,
sure.
If you look at the result for 2016 and compare it to 2020, we had about 170,000 fewer people voting. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the results in 2016 and 2020, about 160,000 of those were PNP votes not voting in 2020. Right. Will that flip now? The party believes the base has been reawakened. Daniel mentioned the older people. The polls are showing that people older are coming out. The PNP has awakened that base, the younger people for the PNP as well. The JLP has captured the middle, the people, our age group.
But we're all in the same age group. Oh, man, you got it.
Yeah, so the JLP seems to have captured that age group. And if the PNP base is awakened as a party believes it will, then you could have your answer on whether or not it's PNP country.
So shifting gears a little bit, Dr. Ashley, I think it's a fair comment to say that the PNP of the 1970s isn't the PNP that we're seeing today.
That is true.
How has the PNP changed since then?
There's an absence of philosophy. There is not that ideological split anymore. Some people say it is capitalist versus skankalist. We tend to be more transactional. Everybody is about money. Seaga was right. It takes cash to care. If you don't have the cash, I don't care. That's the point. What is striking, though, is that both political parties have no legitimate source of raising money. You can't expect the Jamaican electorate to pay dues and give you funding. Therefore, you have to try to mobilize resources from whatever means you can. It is said that the JLP has been successful in mobilizing resources from those who are the beneficiaries of state contracts. Okay. You must recall that in the early days, cash was given to Michael Manley at his feet at a PNP conference. That could not work again today with the accent on emphasis on transparency and accountability. There are stringent regulations in force and in some extent being sabotaged by having leaders accountable for the donations in quote that they are able to generate.
Gotcha. And so before I jump back to Daniel, just want to use this moment to welcome our listeners from Edge 105 FM. Daniel, 5 years in, before I even jump to that, the $3.5 million threshold increase that the People's National Party has promised, some say that that's a capitalist policy.
I don't know if you want to put them as a capitalist policy. I think you have to look at the foundation on which they've made that proposal, and that proposal is made on the fact that they want to speak to the people. They want the people to understand that they are concerned about them. They're recognizing what their needs are and are responding to it. It also gives that answer to the question they have raised about the hollowing out of the middle class. So it's one of those foundational steps that they're trying to say, look, it's not about rationing or ratio or whether or not it has been done. They've raised the question about how much money has been spent for corruption and trying to say, look, rather than you spending all of this on corruption, let us start reinvesting in people. Don't forget that this is what the PNP has been about before. Reinvesting in people, providing health care. I believe it was under their regime, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the abolition of user fees at the hospitals was done.
That was JLP.
JLP, Bruce Golding's, right. So after that, that's why I asked you for the correction. Because after that, you'd have recognized that everyone now has the game being, what are we doing for the people? So it's not so much capitalist anymore. It's now recognizing that in order for you to keep votes, in order for you to make it work, you have to also be reactive or responsive to the demands of the people.
So Daniel, some would say that for the PNP to be able to make that commitment, they're sort of implicitly saying that the JLP economy is good enough, that there's sufficient fiscal space in order for them to make that
Here's where I have a problem with all of this conversation about whether or not the JLP has done right by the economy or the PNP has done wrong by the economy. The economy is a marathon. It is not a sprint. And it takes everyone on deck to make it happen. The fact that one government has done well in one area does not mean that the other government or the other party can ignore the successes in that area. What we need to be doing is encouraging persons to build on what is good, what exists, so that we can improve and stop having that mentality that says, oh, I can't accept that they've done something good because everything over there is wrong. We now go grow them with it.
Well, it's all politics, so, we're going to always have that discussion. So now, thank you, lady and gentlemen. So now we are going to turn to our feature on the Jamaica Labour Party founded in 1943 and currently led by Dr. Andrew Michael Holness.
In the story of modern Jamaica, few forces have shaped the island's politics more than the Jamaica Labour Party. The JLP, founded in 1943 by Sir Alexander Bustamante, began not as a political organization in the traditional sense, but as the political extension of Jamaica's most powerful trade union. Bustamante was already a household name by the time he founded the JLP. Charismatic, defiant, and beloved by the working class, he had risen to prominence during the 1938 labor unrest that swept across the island. He believed that political power was the only way to secure long-lasting change for Jamaican workers. So in July 1943, he officially launched the Jamaica Labour Party, creating a movement built on principles of social conservatism, economic development, and democratic governance. The JLP's early years were marked by immediate success. In Jamaica's first general election under universal adult suffrage in 1944, the party swept to victory, winning 22 of the 32 seats in the House of Representatives. It was a stunning debut, and Bustamante became the island's first chief minister. After winning the general election that year, Bustamante led Jamaica into independence from Britain on August 6, becoming the nation's first prime minister. After Bustamante's health declined, he was succeeded by Sir Donald Sangster, who died just months in office in 1967. He was followed by Hugh Shearer, under whom Jamaica experienced significant economic growth, but also growing tensions, especially around labor unrest and rising inequality. The 1970s saw the JLP return to opposition as Michael Manley and the PNP ushered in a new era of democratic socialism. However, by 1980, with the economy in crisis and political violence on the rise, the Jamaican people turned again to the JLP. In the 1980 general election, under the leadership of Edward Seaga, the JLP secured a resounding victory, winning 51 of 60 seats. Seaga remained Prime Minister throughout the 1980s, but was defeated in 1989 by the PNP. He stayed on as opposition leader until 2005, making him one of the longest-serving political figures in Caribbean history. That year, a new generation took the reins. Bruce Golding, a former JLP General Secretary who had briefly left to form the National Democratic Movement, returned and became party leader. In 2007, the party won a narrow election victory, and Golding became Prime Minister. His term saw efforts at constitutional reform, infrastructure development, and engagement with the diaspora. But it was also marred by controversy, most notably the extradition standoff between Jamaica and the United States involving Christopher Duddos Coke, which triggered a political crisis, and the deadly Tivoli Gardens operation in 2010 to capture Coke. Golding resigned in 2011, paving the way for Andrew Holness, then just 39 years old, to become Jamaica's youngest prime minister at the time. Though his first term was brief, ending with a defeat in the 2011 election, Holness returned in 2016, leading the JLP to a razor-thin majority in Parliament. Holness led the party to a landslide victory in 2020, winning 49 of 63 seats, one of the most dominant showings in Jamaican electoral history. Today, the JLP remains the governing party, facing the challenge of steering the country through economic pressures, high crime rates, and the growing call for constitutional reform, including the push to transition Jamaica from a constitutional monarchy to a republic. Its legacy, built on the strength of Sir Alexander Bustamante, shaped by leaders like Edward Seaga and Dr. Andrew Holness, continues to evolve as it seeks to maintain relevance in a rapidly changing Jamaica.
All right, so I want to get the panelists' take on what we just saw. But before we do that, just real quickly, Dashan, I think you had a point that you wanted to make regarding the $3.5 million threshold proposed by the PNP.
Yeah,
income tax threshold.
Yeah, you mentioned the economy not petering out, but developing such a way that the PNP can promise $3.5 million. They price it at $55 billion in terms of it, but it's simply in terms of funding it. For the past 13 years, the country has, for the first time in 2012, the country went through a long-term planning. Before that, we used to plan in 5-year cycles. We planned in 2012 for up to 2028, 16 years ahead, under the IMF program. And that program has allowed us to have that wiggle room that we have now. So we were paying down the debt very fast in that period. We know the debt is now about 62% of GDP. By the end of this fiscal year, it will be about 60%, meaning 60% of all the goods and services we produce in Jamaica, the debt only accounts for 60% of that, way lower than the 150%. But the proposal, as I understand it, is to say, since we have paid down so much of the debt now, we don't have to be aggressive anymore, and we could free up 2.5% of GDP, roughly about $90 billion. And the PNP is saying, we have $90 billion to play with. If we go to 60% and form the government, we're going to give back about 2/3 of that to the middle class people in the 3.5, and that's how it will be funded.
And I think that's the point that the opposition leader has been underscoring. Let's see if, you know,
it's the same for the JLP as well, with the reduction in the proposed reduction in the income tax. It's using those funds that are now being freed up to say, what do we do with $90 billion extra? Do we give it back to the people, and how to give it back? Both parties are trying to give it back, but they have a different way in going about it.
Takes us to that quote, balancing the books while balancing people's lives.
Correct.
All right, so Dr. Ashley, I want to ask you, so Andrew Holness became Prime Minister first in 2011. He was 39 years old at the time. Lost the general election that year in 2011 and came to office again in 2016. How has he reshaped the Jamaica Labour Party?
Good question. I cannot explain how has he reshaped the Jamaica Labour Party. His mentor was Eddie Siaga. Very few people can tell you who are his advisors. There are some power centers in the Jamaica Labour Party. For example, Desmond McKenzie. For example, Babsy Grange. For example, Daryl Vaz. For example, Minister Clark, who is no longer with them, but with the IMF, I think. These are serious individuals who had significant power within the Jamaica Labour Party. The older stalwarts, Mike Henry, Carl Samuda, sure. The older generations, they have been in retirement for quite a while. They haven't been consulted. They are some of them politically senile. Others have really brought the party organization into disrepute. In fact, I thought that the local government elections would herald a change in some of the individuals involved. Mm-hmm. In fact, they have sat down and enjoyed the increase in salaries, and they have done nothing much in the constituencies. And people are disappointed and disenchanted. What is even more, there are now some of the older power brokers. They are telling the Jamaican electorate that this is their last election. And people are saying, then why are you doing this if it is your last election? Why not go and allow a new set to come in? Mm-hmm. What do you want more time to do? Do you want more time to enjoy the spoils? Do you want more time to give your friends more contract? Why is it this is your last election?
Gotcha. Daniel Archer, Andrew Holness's leadership was challenged in 2013, I believe. How has he rebounded from that challenge to his leadership since then?
I think you have to look at not just the challenge to his leadership then, but his authoritarian, his hold. He's continued in many ways what Edward Siaga had done, ensuring that he keeps a tight grasp on what is happening within the party. That has helped to create the image that is only over PNP you have cas-cas. You know, you keep it close. I think he's done a good job in keeping it close. He's emphasized his authoritarian tendencies. Don't forget the resignations that he had asked the colleagues, the senators, to sign. So you've seen those tendencies. Even in his now slogan, 1 p.m., every time I hear it, I think about done, you know, the one done. Every time I hear it, I remember Siaga and the fact that he says only one done we have here. To me, what he's doing is he's continuing that legacy. He's keeping it tight, making sure, let's go to, Ashley, if you recall the situation now that hangs over his head with the integrity situation. I say that to say that no one in his party can speak about it. They came out and they said, look, the Prime Minister has said we can't talk about it. What does that tell you? He's got a tight rein, a good rein on the people within the party. And I think he continues the legacy of Edward Siaga by ensuring that the dominance of the leader is what shines through.
And so, Dashan, integrity has been a major issue during this campaign. What is the biggest challenge for the Jamaica Labour Party in attaining a third term?
In terms of integrity, I don't know if the electorate in Jamaica really votes on integrity because, I mean, it has become a big issue now. It was a big issue in 2016, and the JLP won the election in 2016 when the rhetoric from Dr. Peter Phillips at the time was about Mr. Holness's house and how he financed it. But I'm not sure if Jamaicans vote on that. Most Jamaicans, at least 2/3 of electors, vote for their party that they support regardless. It's the other third which swings the election, and you have to target that base. But as for Andrew Holness and leading JLP, he has moved that party from being center-right to center-left. And he's become more socialist in his outlook. You see a JLP government putting in place proposing higher minimum wage, social housing. A lot of programs that you go and you would say the care packages and stuff, unemployment benefits, those are normally things that come out under a left-leaning government. But the JLP was more center-right, and it is bringing in a lot of those policies. So that is how Andrew Holness has reformed the JLP. Paul mentioned the older folks in the JLP. One second, Daniel, not wanting to go, but Andrew Holness has to solidify his base. A lot of the old folks, he wants to push them out and bring in his own people. He brought in Dr. Nigel Clark, his own person to run the ministry. He has brought Donovan Williams, Seavright Gardens, Donovan, not Donovan Williams. No, he wanted his own man, Tavares Finson, in the seat.
Delano.
But Delano Seavright is getting, because you have to consolidate a base. Christian Tavares, yeah, he brought to take the seat. But seats like in Delroy Chuck in Northeast St. Andrew, he wanted to bring in his own people again. Delroy Chuck was having none of it. He's running again. So there's some power tension still in the party there in terms of but eventually I believe he will get over the reins. If he loses this election, I don't know how much of a leeway he'll have, because this election is going to be critical for both leaders.
All right, much more to come. You are watching live coverage of Election Day 2025, the Jamaica Observer version. Stay with us.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Need a AC fi cool the temperature, get chilled and ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Welcome back to the Jamaica Observer's coverage of Election Day 2025. Now we will turn to a feature on Prime Minister Andrew Holness, who has been leading the Jamaica Labour Party since 2011.
Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness, Jamaica's 9th Prime Minister and youngest to assume the role. He's the first to be born after the country's independence in 1962. Born on July 22, 1972 in Spanish Town, Holness grew up in a working-class family. His father, a self-described academic socialist, and his mother, known for her practicality and discipline, helped shape his early values. At St. Catherine High School, he served as head boy and valedictorian. He earned a bachelor's and later a master's degree at the University of the West Indies, and in 2024 completed a Doctor of Law and Policy degree from Northwestern University, focusing his research on the connection between American gun laws and violence in Jamaican society. But his entry into public service began long before that. In the mid-1990s, Holness worked as Executive Director of the voluntary organization for the upliftment of children, Vouch. It was there that he came into contact with then-opposition leader Edward Seaga, whose interest in social development aligned with Holness's own. Seaga brought him into the premium group of companies, and over time, their working relationship evolved into a political mentorship. Seaga later recalled introducing Holness to the fundamentals of political organization and representation. By 1997, Holness was elected Member of Parliament for St. Andrew West Central, a seat he continues to hold. He served in various shadow cabinet roles before becoming Minister of Education in 2007. During his tenure, Holness introduced key initiatives aimed at improving literacy, expanding technical and vocational education, and strengthening school leadership. In 2011, Holness succeeded Bruce Golding as Prime Minister. He retained the education portfolio, but after calling a general election later that year, the JLP lost to the People's National Party, and Holness moved into the role of opposition leader. In 2016, he led the JLP to a narrow election victory and was sworn in again as Prime Minister. That margin widened significantly in 2020 when the JLP won 49 out of 63 seats, one of the largest majorities in recent history. Voter turnout, however, dropped to just 37%, the lowest since independence. Holness has emphasized economic growth, public sector modernization, and job creation during his time in office. In 2022, during a royal visit, he made international headlines by publicly stating that Jamaica intends to move on from the British monarchy, reinforcing his government's support for transitioning to a republic. He's married to Juliet Holness, also a Member of Parliament, and together they have 2 sons. Andrew Holness has now served more consecutive years as Prime Minister than any other Jamaica Labour Party leader, from his early mentorship under Edward Seaga to holding the country's highest political office. Holness's career continues to reflect a long-standing engagement with public service and national development.
Follow up on the discussion that we had prior to the break. So Daniel, you wanted to make a point.
I was refuting Dashan, as much as I have this friendly battle. I don't think it's leftist leaning because it doesn't have the foundation. It's
the JLP.
The JLP. It's about power. What do you do to stay in power? You have to be responsive. This is the first Prime Minister. Yes, it's in the age of social media. You perhaps could properly say it's the first Prime Minister who's within the era of where social media has transformed elections. Mm-hmm. He's a Prime Minister that if you put out on social media that you can't buy one car and you need to move to Southwest because you have 10 children, you won't see. On social media, he's there, he's responsive. He wants to be seen as not just being responsive, but he has to keep the base together. It's not a question of what the social policies are, because when you start that, we're going to have to do a checklist now of what it means to be socialist. In terms of participatory government, this is not the leader that does that. When you have a socialist-leaning government, they tend to have a greater emphasis on participation and a little bit more contribution coming from everyone else. This leadership is leader-centric. It's responsive because we need to maintain power at all costs.
Paul Ashley.
Not socialism.
But all leaders in politics in Jamaica, all parties have been leader-centric.
Michael Manley.
The philosophy behind it has been different. This is not the philosophy. It's still capitalist-oriented, but the point is he has learned from the days when the JLP was in opposition that you have to keep the base happy. And you give something and take it back at another stage.
Well, Paul Ashley, do you think the Jamaican electorate parses it that way in terms of looking at the philosophy of the party? Or do they just love the leader of the party?
No, hear me. This thing about loving the leader of the party, it's waning. It's waning. In fact, it doesn't let you vote for the leader. We saw the little cut on Holness. It has been said that his middle name is Michael and that his father named him after Michael Manley.
Right.
That is said. He is a different individual when compared to other prime ministers that we have experienced. Let me say from the start that to win a third term is highly complex and unusual.
Only been done once.
It has only been done once. Let me say that history will be made today one way or the other, in that whoever loses will go home and out of politics. That's the end of it. If Holness wins, Mark G will probably be in the United Kingdom or wherever. But
he went out.
Can't get a visa.
No, he can get back whatever he has surrendered. No, man. The British have a way of dealing with things. But let me say this. The perception of corruption has gotten out of hand. Party tends to look and say, look here, we have struggled. We have struggled with Siaga. We have gone through hell and high water, low waters for the Labour Party. Yet still, the beneficiaries are not necessarily die-hard Labour rights or Labour rights for a long time. In fact, some of the known beneficiaries and highly profiled individuals are plain opportunists. Plain opportunists. They are getting contracts, and moreover, it's not that things haven't been done and there haven't been performances, but the value. Are the Jamaican taxpayers getting value for money? We are building roads, we are building hospitals, we are building houses. The question is, how much political ingredient is involved in all these schemes?
And the good thing is they'll answer that question this evening. So I want to quickly follow up on something that Daniel said about Prime Minister Holness being Prime Minister in the age of social media. Dashan, has he taken on an Obama-esque persona, and does that work for the Jamaican electorate?
Well, I don't know if it works with the Jamaican electorate. That'll be seen later tonight, but certainly he has embraced the social media. He has created the page. He has set up the unit in Jamaica House. Everywhere he goes, that unit is with him even more than the mainstream media. And it broadcasts his movements every single day, every single minute for you to know what the Prime Minister is doing. It's good because he's out there with the people. For traditional media now, it seems some way that access that we are used to getting from the Prime Minister has been restricted because he's putting out his own. And yeah.
So Daniel, there are some influential people within the People's National Party. You think about Dayton Campbell, you think about Damian Crawford, and of course the leader, Mark Golding. Do you think the Jamaica Labour Party has relied too much on the popularity of Andrew Holness, the perceived popularity of Andrew Holness to carry them through?
Dashan said it earlier about the nature of leadership, and I said it, this leader-centric. In the last election, most of the seats were won based on his court strings. His court carried him over the line. And it does that, and that is perhaps because of how our system is established. It's the leader who brings. So tonight, if it is that the Jamaica Labour Party wins and gets a good number of seats, it's his coat strings. They're not voting for the person in their constituency, you know. We vote at the top of the head of the street. It don't really matter who you vote for. People tell you that. What they're saying is that it is going to affect the 1 p.m. In the space that we have at the same time, if there is going to be a sweep for the PNP, it's going to be because they have bought into the idea that Mark Golding is a different kind of leader, and his coattails now will bring the others up as well. They might be strong leaders, but always remember, and that's why I disagree when people say the debates don't work. People like to see the leader. They want to see the leader. They want to see how the leader look and how the leader sound. And this is what makes a difference. So the leader is going to be the difference between who wins and who loses, and whether or not their presence, their aura, carries them over the line.
But also, but also you have to see the campaign trail, the posters of the leader over the candidates, everywhere, both parties.
Yeah, you notice?
Yeah.
Well, speaking about Mark Golding and his coattails, we're now going to turn to a feature on the current president of the People's National Party. He's been president of the party since 2020, Mark Jefferson Golding.
Mark Golding, attorney, businessman, politician, and the current leader of the opposition. His story is not one of overnight rise, but of steady movement through Jamaica's legal, financial, and political institutions. Born in 1965 at the University Hospital of the West Indies, Golding was raised on the UWI campus in Mona St. Andrew, the son of 2 public servants. His father, Sir John Golding, was a pioneering orthopedic surgeon. His mother, Lady Patricia Golding, a British Jamaican civil servant, was instrumental in the development of rehabilitation services on the island. Those early years were shaped by political activism and progressive ideals. In his own words, the anti-apartheid movement and debates of the 1970s gave him a progressive orientation, one that would later define his political outlook. Educated at Campion College, Marlborough in the UK, and later Oxford University, Golding earned a first-class honours in law before returning home to attend Norman Manley Law School, where he graduated as the most outstanding student in his year. Admitted to the bar in 1990, Golding quickly built a reputation as a corporate attorney, but in 1993, he pivoted. Alongside Chris Derring and Peter Bunting, he co-founded Derring, Bunting and Golding, Jamaica's first private sector investment bank. The firm became a major force in Caribbean finance before being sold to Scotia Group in 2006. Golding later co-founded Proven Investments Limited, now listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. His move into politics came in 2007 when Portia Simsimilla appointed him to the Senate. By 2012, he was named Minister of Justice, where he helped pass 121 acts of parliament, among them the amendment to the Dangerous Drugs Act, which decriminalized small amounts of marijuana. In 2017, Golding was elected Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Southern. After the PNP's heavy loss in the 2020 general election, Golding contested and won the party's leadership, defeating Lisa Hanna in a notably civil and respectful campaign. Since then, he has worked to rebuild party unity while navigating a complex political landscape. Outside of public life, Golding has been married to his wife Sandra since 1990. The couple has 3 children. Despite his demanding schedule, he is described as a family man who keeps a low personal profile. What many don't know is that Golding also once had a foot in Jamaica's music scene. While at Oxford, he played in bands and in the 1990s co-founded Riverside Music, a small label that produced 3 albums, including Della Manley's debut, Ashes on the Windowsill. A passionate football fan, he now chairs Arnett Gardens Football Club and sees sport as an essential part of youth development and community empowerment. Today, Mark Golding's political focus is on rebuilding the PNP from the ground up, calling for deeper youth engagement, affiliate inclusion, and internal reform. Whether that strategy gains traction will depend not just on policy, but on trust and how well he connects across generations and classes. Lawyer, investor, politician, music enthusiast, Mark Golding's story is still unfolding, grounded in tradition but shaped by a modern Jamaica that demands new answers to old problems.
All right, so that was a feature on Mark Golding. Paul Ashley, I want to start with you.
All right.
Mark Golding was an unlikely person, unlikely figure to take over the reins of the People's National Party. How did he get there?
Good question. It shows that the PNP was in a state of disarray and believed that because Mark Golding was critical in his financial affairs, that somehow he would be critical in raising money to give to them. Well, he let them know that no thank you, no sing, so to use a labor right phrase. They were on their own, they had to raise their own financing. But let me say this. Mark Golding is a reluctant politician. He's not a politician, in fact. I think that he sees this more as national service than a way to make money or to better himself. He would say that if he loses, well, he tried his best and goodbye, right? To me, Mark Golding was made by Portia Simpson Miller, who elevated him to be treasurer because the existing treasurer was found wanting in terms of finances. Every time she went on the platform, she danced with Mark Golding, right? Mark Golding. Mark Golding didn't come through the ropes of the PNP. He isn't a die-hard PNP. He was in his little corner, coming from the white father, the white people, deal with them, dealing with social services. The father was fantastic. The father was a true...
I mean, some have questioned even if he's a real socialist.
I don't know. Let me say it this way. He's a caring white man. I don't know about his philosophy. I've never heard of his philosophy. He is following his father's tradition. The father was a true Jamaican gentleman. He surrounds himself with individuals who he can trust. He's good at his word, right? He's good at it. Let me say, the real fight in this election is not really to overpower, is who to stay out of jail. There is the fear that if Mark Golding comes in, he will demand accountability and with the payment of government funds, and this thing nicely called illicit enrichment. It's thieving, right? And he has promised to send individuals who have gotten this quote-unquote illicit wealth to jail.
We've heard about it. Quick question, Daniel. So the People's National Party was somewhat in disarray in 2020. Has Mark Golding managed to
I think
unify?
he has. You look at the campaign, you can see that they have made attempts to try to unify it. I see him agree that he is a reluctant leader. He is the dark horse. It is the same situation that would happen if it is that Andrew Holness loses tonight. The difference is going to be whether or not they can trust anyone within their fold, or if they're going to look outside to rebrand and renew, as they did when they were in the wilderness for such a long time.
Right. And Dashan, go ahead.
Well, I'll just say, every party leader has become prime minister except Dr. Peter Phillips.
That's right.
If Mark Golding doesn't win it tonight, he'll become the second
PNP
party leader to not become prime minister.
If he doesn't stay on.
Well said. All right,
He can stay on.
Stay with us as we go to the next break. We'll be right back.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank, we'll help you find a way.
Welcome back to the Jamaica Observer's live coverage of Election Day, 2025. Now, we took to the streets to ask some voters what's the most important issue for them. So here's this feature on what Jamaicans think was the most important issue for them during this election.
Cost of living, because people are tired of living hand to mouth, can't afford this, can't afford that. So, yes, I would choose cost of living. Yes.
Would cost of living be the number one thing for you as well?
No, not for me. Number one be education and healthcare. Why education? Education can ensure everything else happen. Good education, good workforce, good leaders would produce better economy, economic growth, and from that, healthcare can be taken care of, cost of living can be taken care of. So education, number one. And education in Jamaica, to me, is in shambles. The low level, high school level. I remember I read a report about 10 years ago that 30% of high school leavers, 13,000 out of 42, which is about a third, had 3 CXC and more. That is poor. English passes and maths passes at CXC in the 20%. That is a joke. Education first.
I'm not sure if it's issues, but I'll say systems, processes. I want to make sure that I know when the garbage truck is coming. I don't know where you can find that information. I want to be able to know how you spend my CDF. Where can I go and find that? Do you have a website where I know how much you spent in what area? So accountability is important. And given that you can't always keep the macroeconomic indicators stable, I want to make sure that the social services work for me. There's only one clinic in my area and it serves 2 constituencies. So waiting on a Wednesday by sunrise clinic is hours long. I might not have the money to go to a private doctor. So I want to make sure that the social services work, the processes work, and most importantly, that if I need to find you as my MP to talk to you, that I know when your constituency hours are and if you're going to be there. So I think, while issues are important, they rely on what comes in through the revenue. Governments might not be able to control those things, but I do think how they deal with people-to-people relationships on the ground is most important to me.
All right, and so we just heard what some of the major issues are for a few Jamaicans, folks who will be voting or who have voted. And I say who have voted because now we have a major alert for you. All right, it is 5 o'clock. The polls are now officially closed in Jamaica. Of course, those who are still standing in line at this time are able to vote, but officially, the polls in Jamaica are closed. So the decision will be coming in later tonight. So we have a few hours before that happens. So we'll continue the discussion until then. Want to welcome to the set Clyde Williams, joining us as political analyst. Good to have you, Clyde. Good to have you. So the focus group that we just listened to heard a number of issues there. One of them was education. One person saying that the state of our education sector is in shambles. Your take on that?
Well, I think all of us know that we have a apartheid system in our education. We have about 3 different levels of high school systems. At least 3 different levels of high school systems, at least. And once you get to some of these high schools, your life chances will increase. And if you go to certain other high schools, my brethren call them low school, your life chances will diminish. So if you check the lawyers, doctors, engineers, chiefs, and so on in the country, you can actually begin to group in terms of the high schools they went to. Yeah. So we have our apartheid system high school for a long time. It's not a JLP or PNP. It's systemic. It's post-colonial, neo-colonial high school system. It's still around.
Did the decline worsen after COVID?
All right, so here's what I'm saying. I don't have the data to make that determination that it has declined, but I'm saying it's already bad. So if it declined, it was worse. So I'm just saying that let's just deal with the fact that even before COVID, it was bad. What I'm disappointed is our response as a people. Mm-hmm. We still have crowded hot classrooms as if we didn't learn anything during COVID. We have not adapted at all most of these roofs to harvest rain and build cisterns so that we can be a little bit more self-sustained in a tropical country with our public institutions leading off of the high schools, the hospitals, and the clinics. A ramp where a ramp. This coming like school ground play, or we govern the country in terms of basic things and low-hanging fruit.
All right.
That's why the people them are interested to come out, come vote. Because it coming like schoolyard play. You know schoolyard play?
Probably too young for that. Go ahead, Paul.
You know what is important? We have heard election promises, we have heard utterances, we have seen a list of achievements, we have manifestos, manifesto light, everything. People come in ambush. We get the electorate is ambushed by certain proposals, last minute desperation. Look here. Tomorrow morning, the winner can say, look here, I don't even remember what I did say or anything, right? There is no accountability until we have a situation where the manifesto and the promises made by the are laid in Parliament and forms the grounds of impeachment if they ignore it.
Well, that's something that the People's National Party has proposed.
Well, no. The thing is that I'm saying you can chat all you want to chat. You can promise 15%, 38%, do everything you want to. I am saying, what is there to prevent them from saying, look here, for your stupid dickhead, you believe everything we say. In other words, I don't think the electorate cares how much you have done. It's what they have voted for you, what you promised to do, and you have not done. So we say, thanks for everything that you have done. But what about this that you promised?
Right.
You're letting me down. And I go to the point that I believe...
Impeachment is a little bit a stretch of...
The reason why
yes,
this is
yes.
The election manifestos are nothing if not enforceable when you come into government.
No, I disagree.
You can't disagree. You can write anything you want.
So I want to bring Daniel Archer into the discussion. So one person mentioned the bureaucracy. And I guess those in the JLP would say, you know, it's an issue that's not lost on the Prime Minister and his party because he had Darrell Vaz there as a special minister without portfolio who was responsible for cutting red tape. And then a few months ago, he appointed Audrey Marks. Audrey Marks to be responsible for innovation and all that stuff. Have they made any headways in that?
No. And I'm going to tell you why. We spend a lot of time on the fluff. So I know that people are saying, so what happened when you're not taking into consideration that COVID played a part in education? That's 170,000 students. Yes, Clyde is right. Paul is not wrong either. When Clyde talks about our schools, look at the transformation. Our Ministry of Education takes a great portion of our budget. Yet our schools are not refurbished sufficiently to adapt to changing times. I can go to my primary school now and find the desk and chair I sat on. That's almost 30 years ago, believe it or not.
Strong chair.
But I'm just making the point. You know, the system, it doesn't change. So you can have a Doge, you can have Audrey Marks, you can say you believe in it. But I think what the people really want to see is accountability. If money is going into the Ministry of Education, and we can get into the numbers, people want to say, but hold on there. If you're going to spend $20 billion, $20 trillion in education, how come we not see it? And that is what leads to the apartheid. There's nothing wrong with the system that we have if it is that everybody get the same or get what they need. But at this stage, everybody doesn't get what they need. Some schools get more and some schools get the same. But the schools that get the same would need a little bit more. The system doesn't have equity in it.
Well, Daniel, you mentioned accountability. The Jamaica.
Well, you know that's my tune.
So the people hold them accountable today. Go ahead, Clyde.
We can't keep starting and stopping in terms of policy. One time we call it this, the next time we call it that. So every 10 or so years we start and stop. You cannot build an educational system on starts and stops. There has to be some consensus. Long term, we have to think Chinese at minimum. And I'm talking half Chinese here, okay? So 50 years. In terms of that's 5 election cycles, we have to converge so that we can generational change in education. If there's no convergence and consensus, then there will not be a generational change in education. And 50 years from now, we're going to be having the discussion where black Jamaicans are.
Reminder, the polls here in Jamaica have closed. They're closed. People are probably still in line. They're officially closed. So now we want to jump to Studio B, where we'll join to look
themselves present at 10 City and so on. So, and for as for social media, I see where they are encouraging youth parliament as well, and that's a good initiative. But what I really need to see, I remember when I don't remember the exact age, but this one time Bruce Golding, he came around and he really, spoke to the children in the community. He was not from my constituency, but yet he came. Andrew Holness did the same. He came to Independence Park at Savlamar. But we need more engagement, talk to the youths, tell them the initiatives, tell them how you are going to achieve these initiatives.
I think it's a deliberate attempt to keep young people from holding them accountable. I don't know if it's belittling. I think that all countries in the world will use pop stars and people who others think are influential to bolster their visibility, and I think that can be a good thing. However, I think they should be careful of who they choose and the reputations that precede those artists that they're bringing onto the stage. Can those artists live up to the values that you say you have as a party? That's a challenge for them. However, generally speaking, if they're doing enough to engage young voters, I would say absolutely not. The average person in Jamaica who is coming of age does not know that they need to be enumerated in order to vote. They don't know that the voting list is only published twice a year. There must be more responsibility on the part of MPs, schools, to help people understand how the voting process even works. You can't have a voice if you're not on the list. How many young people are on the list? Another reason why they're not on the list is because we don't have to cater to you. The minute young people as a bloc recognize their importance, start forming groups, they know that they'll have power, so they deliberately keep them away from the system. Another big area of politics that nobody wants to talk about is participation outside of elections. Every 4 years, we're called to vote. But when we have things like the Spark program, which roads should be fixed, they call community groups. The people that are part of community groups are 65 plus. Which young person who owns a home in these areas to come out to identify a road that should be fixed? So they're deliberately keeping young people out of the system.
All right, so we just heard some of the views of the young people, and they're critical to this election process as well. So I want to turn to Daniel. So I want to start with you. A fellow young person.
Right.
Are young people energized, particularly with this election cycle? Or why do so many of them remain disillusioned then?
Because we don't have civics in schools. How many classes? We don't have an engaging civics program in our schools. We don't have it starting from from your, early childhood education until high school. Most of us don't understand the rudiments of politics. We don't understand what the difference is between a governor general and when we talk about a president. And that's one of the things I have been asking for when we talk about a public education campaign, because most young people don't understand how the system works, what their role is as a voter. And I think one of the things coming through this election is an opportunity for whichever party wins to really get down to the brass tacks and do some more work in public education. It cannot hurt. In fact, you're asking people at 18 to vote, when most persons at 18, by the time they're 16, they vote who, where. And you're left to the household, to the community, the constituency, to tell you who to vote for. You're not given the tools to understand what your role is as a citizen. So I take the point. Youth engagement is important. How it's being done has to improve, and I want to throw something out. We talk about low voter turnout. Have we considered lowering the voting age, the age group, voting age? I went looking to see how many areas or whichever jurisdictions have 16. Austria, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Nicaragua, Germany, Scotland and Wales. And then, of course, I think the UK also have had discussions about lowering the voting age. If we want to increase participation, we have to start engaging the youth. We must have civics education campaign going from young to old, different age groups, so people understand their role.
Paul Ashley, I've had the opportunity to interact with a few political campaigns, the management team, and I've noticed that a lot of the people on these teams are young people. Why, therefore, are we having a hard time getting out the young vote?
Times have changed, The internet, the cell phone, makes for easy communication. People in Jamaica, I hear, they don't bother watch local television anymore.
It's TikTok.
They're on the phone, man. People say still watch local news. No, people tell you what is happening in America. People tell you what is happening in British football. People tell you what, people start to gamble now. In fact, they're betting on what is happening elsewhere. Look here, politics is not really that interesting to them, They can get by without politics and politicians. They look on politicians as a set of opportunists who give you promises that they can't keep. They give you lyrics. Come there with politics, right? 6 or 1, half a dozen the other. Look here, you see if you know.
6 for a 9.
6 for a 9, right? Why you want more time, right? 2 terms are enough. Thief no likes a thief with long bag. Thank you very much. Corruption is inherent in politics. Everywhere in the world you have corruption in politics. Well, if after 10 years you haven't stolen enough, then you're a done thief. Time to change for another thief.
So, Paul, I want to follow up on your social media question, but I want to throw it to Clyde first. So, I have seen both political leaders talk about housing.
Yes.
They're reaching out to the young people, different policies on either side. Is it enough?
All right, I just want to quickly refer to the comment about the engagement of young people. Now, this, and I say this because of the dominance imposed in terms of how it has looked at it. So the last polls showed 35% 18 to 24 intending to vote. 35. 42%, 25 to 34%. A decline in percentage points on the poll conducted August 2 to 11. A decline. So as the race progressed, they are, on the poll findings, are losing interest in terms of turnout. On the contrary, Donald is found for the category 45 to 54, and 55 to 64. Over 64% increase. In the case of 45 to 54, 67% no saying, I intend to vote. And 64% of the 55 to 64 saying I'm intending to vote. And a growth of 10 percentage points, on average, 8 percentage points, between the August poll, the early one, and the now poll. So as a strategist on both political parties, I've been looking at these polls and saying this is interesting. So I've been making sure that on my list, all of the golden, all of the older people, all of them. And oops. So that's how I would be positioning in terms of strategy going into the thing. Now, I would be very concerned if I'm on the other side of the young vote, because the JLP on the polls are attracting more of the younger votes, and the PNP attracting some more of the older votes. So if I'm on the JLP strategy team, I'm looking to see if I can shore up the young vote in every single constituency, because that's where my power is and strength is.
All right, so go ahead, Daniel.
I hear we talk about these polls, and this is why tonight's outturn is going to be important. Have many of the persons who've indicated that they intend to vote been enumerated?
Yes, well, I think...
no, I'm just saying, generally.
Yes,
so
yes.
when you talk about the numbers of persons who intend to vote, notice what the young person said.
Yes.
People, how they get enumerated, do they know their names are on the list?
Well, a lot of younger people don't know this. But the old time people, the 40 and the upwards, we all know this.
Exactly.
We all know that you must take the opportunity to go and enumerate. And you have to verify your address and so forth and so on. So you're correct on that.
I did it as soon as I turned 18.
Yes,
there's some young people who are interested in it.
So the question is, which I find politics is so interesting. Since 2016, the JLP recognized that the younger vote, but I don't think they did enough and have done enough amongst this demographic to ensure.
So we'll see.
We'll see.
That's exactly what we'll see.
So lively discussion, as you can see here. So we are going back to our focus group to look at something that we brought up earlier, the perception of corruption. How important is that to the Jamaican electorate?
My list: integrity, lack of corruption. I remember Jamaica for a number of years now, we're sliding on the corruption index, sliding down, wrong direction. And we have legislated ICC, right, Integrity Commission. But that coming like a joke, basically, because when the head of the country cannot get his 3 years now not signed, and then the whole thing of investigation, I'm not investigated, but you're referred to the FID. So speak truth. Come to the people straight. Because it's obvious that something is wrong. So integrity to me is number one. If you can't be straight about matters related to your finances, etc., income and so, who should really trust you? Come on. We are not fools. We are not fools, So I think politicians need to stop the foolishness and come straight to people. It's better you come straight and say, look, well, there are some issues I need to straighten out. Humbly, the Bible says, he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. He that exalts himself shall be abased. So the people watch the debate and we can see through the smoke screen.
Corruption definitely plays a significant role in my voting choice. And I believe that the reason why this generation doesn't really see the necessity to vote is because, they see it as this gimmicks thing, because when Portia Simpson Miller came out and said, we found money, and then you have the Petrojam scandal, the same thing with the Integrity Commission a while ago, Rural Read, and, the whole thing with the education. It's just like, what's even the sense of voting when it's like all parties are the same? And really and truly, when somebody asks you, why don't you want to vote? You don't want to just say, oh, all parties are the same, but what's the common between the two?
Corruption for me is very mid. I think Jamaica has a culture in which corruption is endemic. So people will tell you that they care about corruption, but behind closed doors, if you ask them what they would do if they were in the position, they would do the same thing. A politician will come to see you, and their reasoning is, if I am your political representative and I'm not driving a Benz, that means nothing is not going on for me. Who wants to vote for somebody that can't afford to buy a proper car? I think it's important to recognize that in our culture, we have a eat a food mentality. And that eat a food mentality means that while we think high-level corruption, because it looks bad to the international community, is important, on the lower scale, people in our country are very willing to take bribes, cut corners. We don't have a culture of integrity at home. We see the people who are corrupt being rewarded. And so young people say, this is the way. This is why young men are chopping the line.
All right, so clearly corruption is still an issue for the Jamaican electorate. How big of an issue is it? Is it played out?
Look here. If you study the history of Jamaican politics, what we call corruption today is a constant feature. You had a man called L.C. Mackenzie who gave some money to Wilton Hill. And Wilton Hill says, he's my friend. My friend can always give me a gift. So when is a gift not a gift? But that time, we all said, yeah, there was Minister Lightburn, who was known as Mr. 10%. You never gave him money in his hand. When you went to visit and you wanted drinks, he says, the ice is in the freezer. That meant you carried the money and put the money in the freezer. And then you had your drink, and then, so you didn't give money to him. There have been politicians who have paid money for the sons to get jobs in certain ministries, and in fact, being directors. You had Michael Manley getting a big box of cash, put at his feet at the annual conference. That behavior is now not tolerated at all. Let me say, there have been moves afoot to put some guidelines in store. And it's a farcical move because politicians are supposed to spend a certain amount. Politicians, everyone conforms to it, and it's a ritual when they fill out the form, right? Nobody ever spends more than the stipulated amount. But there is nothing. There's a group called Friends of the.
That's right.
XYZ.
That's right.
So you are your friend, yeah.
Yes,
and your friend can pay any amount of money, give you anything he wants. He may not give you holidays. You can stay in his house. You can use his car. Everything. You can use his wife and his girlfriends.
Oh.
Right? Party. You get many things, man.
Okay.
What has happened? It is now being the people who are the beneficiaries are now complaining that the ministers and those in power and authority or can do things are demanding so much, not only of the elected ones, even the ones who are not elected. You have to pay. And no,
the question is, Paul,
you have to pay them to get anything.
Paul, the question is the corruption perception so significant as to change the outcome of an election? So hang on. Yeah. I think Daniel wants to come in on that. Because if the election is close and the corruption perception is of significance, then it could move it one way or the other. And the question is, how significant is corruption?
And who is more affected? Which party is more affected by that?
I think where you want to do it now is to look at what's before us. This is the first time in our history where you have a prime minister who is in the throes of defending his reputation for allegations of illicit enrichment. It has split the population, with those asking for greater accountability against those who come around to coalesce to protect him. That's where it is. And the reality is that it is not that it is a perception anymore. The documents are there to demonstrate that there is an investigation into the Prime Minister because there are questions surrounding his wealth.
But one would say it's not conclusive.
But that's not the issue. The fact is that you do have those investigations. It's been sent to the FID for investigations. And then you've had that, what do you call it? That thing that occurred where you now put somebody in that looks favorable to him. So even if it is that it's FID, if it's not, there's no charge because they said we need further information. Yes. The fact is that there are questions surrounding your own integrity. Yes. And that is a question that we've never had to answer before because in this jurisdiction, the leader doesn't step aside. In other jurisdictions, I bet you any dollar I have.
From a mere accusation.
From a mere accusation, you step down and wait the outcome, and then you will decide whether or not you're going to go back or not. Here, it doesn't happen. And so you have those around him who are saying, oh, no, can't touch my 1 p.m., no, go so. There are those who are saying it's wrong, because every other Jamaican has to declare when they go to the bank their source of funding.
So, Claude, he's taken a beating on it. Has he defended himself sufficiently?
Well, can I tell you, I'm not his lawyer to determine whether he's defended himself or not. I must tell you, bringing the judicial review suit has amplified the issues in the society, because it is now available for everybody to read the affidavits. That's the evidence sworn before a JP filed on paper that the Prime Minister and his legal team sought to have some aspects of it struck out as being scandalous and so on. Before the litigation, you wouldn't have access to some of this information.
Right.
Now this information is filed in court. So I don't know what's the end game, because even if the Prime Minister succeeds in quashing that report, they still have to go back to answering the same set of questions that had been asked previously. And it would have about 2 more years to go after that. So I don't know what the end...
Don't forget what happened with FID, because the international community has often recommended that it becomes an independent body.
Absolutely.
Not one that is not one that's attached to a ministry. So the questions now will arise. You see, it's a catch-22. The labor rights are saying we're defending our 1 p.m. There has been a historic growth. All is going well. The PNP are taking up what many persons in civil society, whether they're on the voters list or not, they're the ones who are saying this don't look good, and now are making this demand. Whether it comes out tonight into the ballot is going to be decisive. But it doesn't change, though, Paul, the impact that people will be demanding greater integrity and accountability going forward.
Let me tell you something.
Go ahead, Paul.
You see, like, Jamaica is a very complex society. Drug dealers really weren't afraid of Jamaican police, It's when you had a thing called extradition, right? That is when scammers and drug dealers, get freed, right? Catch them freed. It's the same thing with these corrupt beneficiaries. United States is watching, And United States is aware. You can think you're smart, and you can get very wealthy, and you don't know where you get your 3-4 motor cars and where you get your wealth from. When United States decides to look here, Mr. Politician, you can't hold office any longer.
It depends on if that lines up with their own
interest.
That's right.
That's it.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Remember, they are the ones who also indicated and have made steps to say bribery is acceptable. Gifts
that is why
gifts are acceptable.
Yeah, but Clyde is well aware. There are certain people who had promising political futures that don't have it anymore. Don't have it anymore.
Right, so here is what.
Go ahead, Claude.
And I say corruption perception because the process is ongoing, as Daniel just pointed out.
Right.
The file has been sent to FID for further investigation. The investigator from the Integrity Commission said, I just don't have the capacity within the Integrity Commission to deal with what needs to be dealt with and so on. As we all know,
they hired an
yes, but
auditor,
I'm just saying what he said in his report.
Okay.
As we all know, the Prime Minister is testing whether or not sending it to FID, it having come to Parliament, is a breach of the procedure in relation to that. That's what he's testing, not whether they have enough or not, just testing that. That's what judicial review is about, not the substance, but the steps and the procedures, whether we're followed by law. Because remember, that report did not go to corruption prosecutor for a determination in the Integrity Commission and a charge. It didn't go, that's a normal route. Investigate, send it up to corruption prosecutor, director of corruption prosecution. That person then determines whether or not they have enough evidence to proceed on the charge and so forth and so on, before it's tabled in Parliament. So that's what's being tested, and that's important for us to make sure we understand what's being tested. The question of whether or not, this court is not going to decide on the substantive questions as to whether he can answer the questions concerning the source of income that is at the heart of some of the issues that he's facing now. But it is bad. And what we will know, that there's a cloud hanging over insofar as an investigation. We will know later the extent to which Jamaicans still consider this to be significant. And I just close on this one thing, corruption. Sure. When you said drugs earlier, Paul, the society is a little complex because man, them a country, you know, in a Hanover and Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth Center. Now I'm going to see them ganja farming as drugs, you know. So during that time, that's correct, they would only see cocaine as a transshipment point, not them ganja farming. And if anybody know anything in Jamaica, a whole heap of people build them edifice and them castle on the basis, and a whole heap of youth go school and turn doctor, lawyer, and Indian chief on the basis of ganja farming. Yeah. A long time Jamaica should have liberate the ganja farmers.
So I want to turn to another. Go ahead.
Before you finish that, it's not only the Prime Minister one, you know. If we are to believe Marky G, right? If we are to believe what he says, right? He says there are 10 individuals from the other side on the investigation. 10. So we're talking about something looking like Alibaba and the False Thieves.
No, I wouldn't go as far as saying that.
I'm not going there.
I said we're looking at something like.
So I want to go on the flip side now. So, given the integrity divide, where some people say like the Integrity Commission was wrong or didn't do things the right way. Is there a concern? Right. Is there a concern about the confidence that the Jamaican people will have in the Integrity Commission itself?
Yeah, man. Once politician accuss them, the Jamaican people who said about doing a good job. Once politician cussing them, Jamaican, especially when they're in government. What I have for journalists. Yes, what I have a challenge with is that with all the perceptions we have had, we have never really successfully prosecuted any real serious politician except Jack Smith.
And that was Bobby, because he would say chicken feed.
That's exactly what he would be, that he has said in terms of monies and so on. Yeah. Jack Smith and one judge, one magistrate, as I recall, who used to sit in halfway tree for corruption, name has eluded me now. Those are the only two persons in the different branches of our government I've ever seen
go to prison.
Yes, or convicted. I don't remember, just convicted. And remember, we have had a lot of corruption perception. The JLP won an election, and Audley was the man who just released everything, revealed everything, the corruption and so forth. But we have not had, which means that there's something amiss. And we need to find out what's amiss and fix it. Otherwise, it's 5% to 6% of GDP. The country can't grow because of the following things. The cost of energy is just too much. And until we fix that, but the cost of corruption, 5 to 6% is estimated of the value of your economy. Corruption eats out.
Right. We have to also in the discussion recognize that the PNP have some individuals who are running for office who have been involved in corruption.
Well, I was speaking about politicians
generally. Yes, but
it's more dangerous when they're in government. Yes. Mm-hmm. Typically, and that's
you only get corrupt when you're in government.
Absolutely, because
but guys, we're both saying the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah. That there is and there exists corruption on both sides, and the population is, I would use a very euphemistic word, disgusted, tired of it. Yeah. But there's no, I think tonight you'll determine if there's an appetite to change that, because the question still stands. If politicians, regardless of whether they're orange or they're green, are all corrupt, does it make a difference?
The question is question is who carries the heavier baggage tonight. Robust discussion. Stay with us as the Jamaica Observer continues to cover election night, election day 2025. We'll be right back.
He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank, we'll help you find a way.
Need a AC to cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL. Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girl's trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank, we'll help you find a way.
AC fi cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL.
Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy any clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
All right, welcome back to Jamaica Decides 2025. I'm your host, David Brown. So now we're going to throw to the focus group again to look at the macro things versus the micro things. What matters most to Jamaicans? Is it the state of the larger economy or is it the small things? We're looking at things like the misery index. So let's turn to our focus group once more.
The misery index is high. I think, if I want to use the social services in which to improve my life, they're very difficult to access. The JUTC does not have an app. I can't stand outside my gate and reasonably know where the bus is and if it's coming. I have to wait in vain. I think in 2025, where cars can drive themselves, the basic app needs to be there. Water is another big issue. They have lockoffs every year. They're bright, they're intelligent, they have 50 diplomas, but they can't figure out how to get me piped water consistently. Garbage is another big thing. Everywhere you go, it stinks. You can't figure out how to get the garbage truck to run on time. The basic things that are needed for a democracy cannot be met and should be met. And whoever is elected must account for those granular level things. Another basic area is security. I can't afford to go to the gym. I shouldn't be forced to go to a gym. I want to be able to use the streets. I want to be able to walk. There are a lot of people that are mentally unstable on the streets. You cannot call the mental health unit and be assured that they will answer the phone.
Parties tend to look at more macro stuff, and the minor issues get lost.
Are they wrong to do so?
Eh?
Are they wrong to do so?
Yes, but I suppose they will say that use of time, because all right, some people have a cynical view of politicians. You only see them when election is near. The road gets fixed when election is near. Different things improve when election is near. So most politicians treat people like they are idiots, that they don't have no memory. And so that's why 20%, I think 20% voted the last time, or 30%.
30%.
Right, that's why the majority don't vote, because they are cynical about everything that they hear. That is a big problem in Jamaica. So they need to get to speak about the small things. As this Mary said, that an app for JUTC is a good idea. Never thought of it. But the average man could go on his phone, look on the app and see when the bus is supposed to come. So him don't go there and stand on the bus stop for 1-2 hours and the bus not coming. So there's some simple things. The garbage schedule, when light goes out from JPS, sometimes you don't get a text that they have a problem. Like them 1 in 5, them do that. When water goes, so water just goes away like every week. The area I live in, water goes away almost every week. And nothing from NWC. These are some of the little but important and critical issues. And I hope that politicians need to, but you see that them only talk now, you know. After election done, I have time to spend money.
I'm actually glad that he said, you know, most politicians, they think Jamaicans are idiot. Them no know say right now we are gaining our sense of identity. You know, we know who we are and we know that we deserve more than this. Now, why should I get up and say, oh, mega vote, but still yet the road in my community full of beer pothole and all of them things. Why should I get up and vote when, and I'm talking about lived experiences, why should I get up and vote when my mother is struggling day to day, you know, living hand to mouth?
All right, so we are joined on set now by O'Neill Madden. O'Neill, I want to start with you. The members of the focus group talked about garbage collection, cleaning the drains, fixing potholes, not having running water at times. Why aren't we there? Why are we still struggling in 2025?
A very good question, and I can relate to some of what was said in the clip just now. Having grown up in a rural community, not seeing some of these things being manifested. I think our leaders and our systems, those who are in charge, the garbage collection unit and stuff, they have really not been playing their role as to how they should have been doing that. And these are basic things that should be addressed. Like, these are basic necessities that you'd imagine that any decent running country should have under control. And, we just came out of another year of independence, and having gone over 60 years of independence, one would imagine that these are things that would have been, on par with other places in the world. And so I just feel like our leaders have, I heard the conversation earlier about corruption and money going elsewhere. Our leaders have failed us in that regard to really implement things in place and to reach people and to give them the basic things that will make their lives easier.
So it's a short-term mentality that's a big part of our problem. The waste management in Jamaica, the situation in Jamaica is in crisis. It's not just the collection from your home. Jamaica does not have one sanitary landfill. And that we mean that a landfill where you put the waste that meet international standard in terms of environment and so forth. Not one. The largest landfill is on a riverhead, in river where it puts out, that's Riverton. That's why it's called Riverton. That's where we have the waste. 60% of the waste in the country roughly ends up in Riverton. I hear them talking about waste for energy. We have organic waste. That is not good material to transform. You might get enough to run the plant on the premises and probably light a few street lights here and there. What we need to do is to find a way to have proper sanitary landfills built and operated on the license contract by private sector. They then benefit from tipping fees when the trucks come to tip. We need to shift NWSMA out of operations and get them to become real regulators and invite the private sector to deal with some of the operational sides, say commercial waste, waste that is biohazard waste. All of that kind of things should be dealt with by private sector on contract with the commercial entities. So what we have is the polluter pays principle. The more you pollute, the more you import pollutants in the country, the more you pay. So until we have a system, the PNP had begun it under Paddison. That's why we got the NSW, the late something under with assistance from the World Bank, International Development Bank. Mm-hmm. But we didn't go the distance. So what happened? They canceled the rest of the loan. More than 60% of the loan was canceled because we were not putting up the matching funds as a government. So it was a joint project. We weren't putting the matching funds, so they canceled it. The waste management is in a crisis. We depend on our environment as one of the major things. Small island state, our environment is everything. And then I looked in the manifestos. The JLP has a little bit more. But when I looked to the PNP side, I saw bullet points. A small paragraph with bullet points on waste management. And I was just taken aback. I was like, these guys don't understand what's going on then. The JLP does have a little bit more. It didn't satisfy me. They didn't acknowledge the significance of the problem that we have. We're talking billions of dollars to outlay sanitary landfills,
And then your
priorities. And I liked what Mary said. We have 50 diplomas, but we can't figure it out. And I'm not lie. If you book up one doctor or two in a civil service on one day, in a small transaction, you're not doing your job. Because they're educated. They have the knowledge. I think we need to get to that point where, I mentioned it earlier in terms of infrastructure, we don't build on the legacy of each government. We spend a lot of time tearing down what one government has done rather than appreciating it. It's a marathon. You may not have won, and I'm saying this today because both of them can't win.
So we've talked about the resources not being allocated to deal with these things, but O'Neill, I want to ask you about government efficiency. So you see long lines when you go to pay your taxes and to do and to interact with other government agencies. How do we fix that?
Well, I think one of the things we can probably commend the Jamaica Labour Party government for doing is to start or continue to some extent the digitization process of getting a lot of these administrative things online. I've seen people commending different government associations, organizations, including PICA, with, like getting your passport sorted out in record time. And so that's where we really need to get. And because my job, for example, is very flexible, and I appreciate it. So I teach full-time, I lecture full-time, I can go to some of these business places in times when I don't have classes or days when I don't have classes. But I think about people who have a full 9 to 5 or 8 to 4, whatever the case is. At what point do you get time off work to go and do some administrative stuff that's going to take you 4 hours, 5 hours? Your day's pretty much wasted. Might as well you didn't go to work any at all. So we really need to improve that through digitization and maybe some of the things that we demand of people. I think sometimes the process is so bureaucratic that some of the things that we ask people for are just really not needed. So get rid of some of these things, and it should be efficient.
And both parties are committed to doing that.
Modernizing how we govern. That's really what it is. She talked about that app at the bus stop. You talk about looking at the fact that we need to have a better waste management system. One of the points I think we need to also examine is what you just said, services.
Yes.
How do we and how does the civil service, and I think you want a caring civil service. I mean, all of us have a story about the uncaring civil servant. And remember now that the civil service is the largest employer. So we want to see a little bit more digitization, a more transformative approach to governance, and one that builds. You see things, you work with what you get. If you can improve it, you improve it. If you can't improve it, then you replace it with something better. But we haven't seen that coming out of the manifestos. We haven't seen it in the presentations. What we're seeing at the end of the day is that responsiveness. And you made a point about service, the small, short memory. This is what we're doing. But the long-term attitude to ensure that there is retained transformation, we need to challenge that a little bit more.
So, Claude, I want to switch to the macro. Based on what you've heard from folks on the ground, which is more appealing? The gradual reduction in the income tax rate, or the increase in the income tax threshold from 1.8 million to 3.5 million?
Well, I must confess to say, one of the things I don't speak about is something I don't know anything about.
Okay.
So I don't have the tools to really assess and the numbers. You'd have to have the data and the tools. I'm talking the economic and financial tools. I'm a lawyer. I don't have that.
Same here.
Right. So I can assess an argument when made or a presentation, but I don't have the tools. So I leave that insofar. What I'm disappointed is the timing of these huge suggestions in terms of impact on fiscal policy. You can't have a situation where you publish a manifesto. You do admit the Labour Party did say in its manifesto that we'll keep it under review. But there is no specifics. And then within X time of publishing the manifesto, you now come 3 days before and you lay out this big grand proposal. Similarly in the People's National Party and so on. So I have a real difficulty with the timing of these huge proposals that impact on. Now, I'm not going to be prepared to say it must fail or it can't work, because I remember when the JLP had said 1.5 people had said it can't work. Well, they found a way to make it work. Now, because I'm a realist, every account has a debit and a credit, every account. So if you shift funds from here, then obviously somewhere else is going to fail. But what I notice is, notwithstanding having done it, the macroeconomic numbers are still in the right direction, which says to me that more can be done for the poor. More can be done for the poor. No, I'm not saying about this. I'm just saying more can be done for the poor, because if we achieve that with a massive pay down on debt, because there was a time I thought we were paying no debt too hard. You owe the banker some money, but the banker say you can give him $20 every month and you want to give him $100. Right? You're not paying on the principal and you just go and give him $100 every month. So I thought we were paying on the debt, but I'm not an economist. I'm just saying, but we have to can fix the road them and the broken pipe here, healthcare, education. So when we get, I'm not boasting at 62% debt to GDP. I'm not boasting on that number. I'm saying we must get the debt thing in alignment, but that seemed to have been very steep, where we have left little for the maintenance of our sector. So I don't have the tools to answer the question, but I'm happy when the base is lifted. I'm happy when the base is lifted. Poor people can get better for themselves.
So speaking about poor people, O'Neill, the Prime Minister announced on Sunday that the Jamaica Labour Party in its next term will gradually increase double the minimum wage. Now, talking about macro versus micro, you see where both business leaders and the ordinary man, teachers, nurses, other civil servants are complaining that they can't afford it. What's your take on that?
Well, I've seen the discussions. I know people are saying, all right, when both parties mentioned about whether the JLP is reducing of income tax or the People's National Party increasing the threshold, people are saying, okay, we welcome that, more people have disposable income. But when we look at like the minimum wage suggestion of improvement, people are questioning it.
Over 5 years.
Right, and it's over a 5-year period, and people are questioning that. And it's like on the one hand, we're saying, okay, those of us who are the professionals that go out every day, we should benefit from a threshold, while those are really at the bottom of the table. We should be careful of how we raise that. Not saying that they're not concerned about that, but I think, again, we have to look at balancing lives and giving people more disposable income so that they can have a sense of, purpose and authority to spend. Because I think that's what is lacking.
I think the ripple effect of that, though, if you look at it in basic terms, is if you're going to be paying your helper $32,000, then you're going to be asking, is the income of the person paying going to go up? If it's not going to go up, realistically speaking, if you have a gardener and a housekeeper, as I heard one person say, well, either the gardener have got to start the housekeeping work or the housekeeper have got to start the gardening, because your salary isn't going up. And one of the things that I believe, if you look at the misery index, when people talk about the cost of living, yes, you say things are really good, but every 5 days you go to the grocery, by the time you pick up a tin of milk, the price changes with the weekend. And because of inflation, because of whatever, as you properly said, I'm a lawyer, not an economist. I can only speak to what I experience when I go to the store. You're going to ask yourself, so nothing really go on for me. So I understand the need to ensure that you pay a livable wage. And I want to put this caveat to all listeners. It's a minimum wage. It means that this is the least, the smallest amount you're supposed to pay. If you can pay more, realistically speaking, you should.
It's a process. I believe in institutional governance. I don't believe in unilateralism. So there is a minimum wage advisory commission set up by the Minimum Wage Act.
That's right.
And there are 3 permanent members, and the minister who has responsibility can invite workers' representatives and employer representatives. I believe in things being done properly and in a structured way. So for the Prime Minister to unilaterally say, we're going to double it, guys, I'm not objecting to a constant review and upgrading based on the processes. But I reject unilateralism because it is not properly thought through. And it's not fair. No representation from workers, no representation from employers, the impact it will have, running off the numbers and so forth. It may be that doubling may not be realistic, but we may be able to still have some improvement over time.
Just to quickly touch on your point, Daniel, both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition have spoken, they've talked about organic growth in the economy to afford some of these things that they're putting out there. So for the PNP, it's the income tax threshold, and for the JLP, the increasing the minimum wage.
But the hypocrisy of it, though, and this is perhaps where, because we're doing the political analyzing, is you're going to offer 32 in 5 years in such a upstick and notice the increase that we've been having over that period of time. And then teachers and others saying, so look at what you did give me. 0 to 2, and then 1 next time. Oh, that work.
I wonder if we should move to a system where all the folks in the civil service are on a particular grade.
No, but that's what they were doing with the reclassification. They were doing that with the reclassification, and that's the challenge that we've encountered with the reclassification.
They significantly reduced it from some serious number to, I remember Nigel keeps speaking about it. It was out of this world, but they have reduced it to something more manageable. So I accept that we need to modernize and streamline. What I reject is a unilateral approach to decision making when there are other stakeholders that are critical to that decision itself, and made at a time when it just seemed like an election gimmick. So in other words, what you're doing, you're using a legitimate need and issue, and you are bastardizing it through political gain at election time. So because it's a legitimate issue. It is a legitimate issue, but you're using it and bastardizing it in terms of
about socialism. When I tell you, say it's not socialism, it's a quest for power. Because that's how it comes across. It doesn't come across as a genuine need or a socialist enough policy. What it looks as, if I'm responding to you, I've read the tea leaves and this is what the people want and I'm responding to it at the expense of other people who've been waiting in line saying, but you give them already. So how come you just quick and fast and give them that and I'm still waiting?
Not properly thought through. A response to the criticism that the lived lives were not matching the macroeconomic numbers for most people. It's a colonial economy we're running.
I'm speaking to the autocratic nature, as Clyde has said. He says, you know, there are mechanisms in place. There is a team, there's a system, there's a method of review. But you're doing it because you have that awesome power, and you can do it because you want to respond to your base. And this is all part of when we speak about how leader-centric it is and whether or not this is what people like. Because if it works, you can't say that it's not responsive to the people.
Right.
If it doesn't work, then people are going to see it as being an element to try to regain power. And in colloquial terms, they're going to say, oh, I'm desperate, the man desperate, so I'm offer something.
Let me just say
so just wanted to hear on you.
Well, I think the same principle, again, none of us weren't economists, but I think the same principle could be leveled towards the People's National Party, who, at least in my estimation and in what I've seen others saying, that they're saying about the income rights, the threshold, what just came about out of nowhere.
So I will say I'm looking forward to transitioning from the economy because I'm a lawyer, I'm not an economist either. So we are going to quickly now turn.
But the point that is being made is that it caused listeners and electors to become cynical of the process. Yeah. Because these two guys competing for office, and in the last minute they might throw some big economic bombs.
Okay. All right, so we're going to keep on this for just a minute longer. I want to look at crime. It's not being talked about that much. Yeah. Something that I've noted, Mark Golding criticizes the government for the increase in crime, the murder rate, but praises the police whenever there's a reduction. Of course, I guess that's politics, but what's your take on that?
Politics.
Well, you just said it's politics because on the one hand, I believe you have to give credit to, if you're giving credit to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, which is governed by the Ministry of National Security, you have to give credit to the government by large because the government has made some amount of investment in the resources that are given to the police, to conduct their duties. So, I think on the one hand, it's like, okay, and by the way, I think everybody is happy that we're seeing a reduction in crime. But for me, it's sort of hypocritical. Like I think Daniel said.
On whose part?
On the opposition. I think Daniel said it earlier. We can, and this is something that I have a problem with in politics. We can oppose, but we can give credit.
Absolutely.
We can give credit. Like I see what has been what's going on. I've seen the investment. I can give you credit. Right. Can more be done? Yes, and you point out what can be done, but to to sort of come off blatantly as though the government has no role in it, I don't appreciate that. And whichever party that does that, I don't appreciate that.
We stay we're not going to, we're so diatribe that we're not going to say, oh, that is a good idea, you know. Because what you hear is, your teeth my manifesto.
Yeah.
You hear? Rather than in a debate, Clyde, you extend the conversation.
Yeah,
so it's a good argument.
That's correct.
It's a good argument.
That's correct.
But I'm going to bring something to the table to make it better.
That's correct.
And I think as we transition, as people become more interested in the process, as you have more discussions within the civic space, you have to try to let people understand that there's nothing wrong with saying, you did a good job, you know, I can do it better though. I am better for it, yeah? I mean, and tell me, not just that I am better, but tell me how you're going to make it better.
No, this is not to justify, but it seems like a hangover from you know, slavery and so on, where we just don't want to look on the next black man and say, yo, my youth, are you in? No, so we have to find it in ourselves to be able to say to one another, great job. Great job, because you can't build a nation upon labor rights alone, nor can you build it upon PNP people alone. It's simple. It's a tug of war. Labor right PNP are tug against it, now go nowhere. The people them get stuck in the middle, now go nowhere. So I was severely disappointed when the position of the PNP in terms of its speaking points on the campaign is that no credit to the JLP government for the reduction, the significant reduction in crime. None at all.
Well, I suppose, and you don't stone the TV when I say what I'm about to say, or the phone, but at the end of the day, you're going to hear what the PNP did was to try to say, look, we put the things in place before.
From 2016.
And you was working on it, and you try, hold on, let me tell you what me hear. We did try the SOE and say it now work. So they have to try something else. But all this time, we helped you to make investments in the digital transformation of the force. Here's my point. Needle and thread. You can't sew without the thread or the needle, right?
Yes.
And that is where governments, in showing that they're growing and transforming, have to get to a point where they can recognize that for us to get where we are today, one party did something. What did they do?
Yes. That's correct.
And then build on that, which is what the Jamaica Labour Party really did. Because there was a lot, if you look back at what has been over the past, Mr. Bunting wasn't the only one who asked for divine intervention.
Every single
The
one.
Labour Rights also asked for divine intervention. Yes? Allow me to tell? So everybody had a challenge. At the end of the day, after many attempts, something seems to finally stuck.
Yes. But you see what we got out of the debates though is, it was under Bruce Golding that this was established, or Siaga brought, you know, this, so, and then the PNP rebutted to say, no, it's manly that.
Because we're individualized to the point where, remember, we started this conversation, we're so leader-centric that we no longer focus on what is good for Jamaicans, and I'm not making a pun on that.
All right.
We need to focus a little bit more on what's good for all of us.
Really engaging discussion. Thank you to my panelists. So we're going to throw it to Studio B now with Kwame, Thomas, and Dashan Hendricks. I believe some numbers are coming in, so throwing over to them now.
Welcome back to our viewers. A very robust discussion happening in Studio B. Good points raised all. But right now we're looking at the streets and we're seeing that of the 7,294 boxes, approximately 58 has been counted. And as we look right here now, as a matter of fact, I think it's best for me to ask Dashan to just give us a snapshot of what's happening here.
Well, as you can see, the results are really, really preliminary. Nothing counted yet, but the PNP is leading in 12 seats so far, the JLP in 3. Out of 58 boxes, 58 out of 7,294 boxes counted so far. Many of these constituencies, only about 1 or 2 boxes have been counted so far. And the results are coming. Westmoreland Eastern, it's close so far. The PNP leading by just 6 votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes alone in Westmoreland Eastern. In St. Thomas Eastern, the PNP is targeting this seat. Dr. Michelle Charles won that seat in 2020. The PNP is going after it right now. They are leading there by 35 votes. St. James Southern, another PNP seat that was flipped in 2020. The PNP is going after that, again, leading by 45 votes there. And St. Andrew West Rural. Now, this is a seat that normally votes JLP. The PNP leading by 104 in that seat, but remember, these are preliminary counts so far. They are not the results so far. The results will change over time as we go along today. But look here, Manchester Central, Rhoda Moy Crawford lost all her council seats. Belfield, Royal Flat, Mandeville, and Knockpatrick in the 2024 local government election. But look here, she's leading by 78 seats over the PNP's Mayor Donovan Mitchell in Manchester Central. So the results are coming in preliminary. We can just look at some more constituencies.
Any constituency that you had in mind?
Well, let's start with St. Andrew. Well, St. Andrew Eastern, Patricia Duncan Sutherland contesting with Favor Williams. PNP's after this, 2 divisions, Mona, Papine. The JLP racks up most of its votes here in Mona, the PNP in Papine. It's about who can get more votes in their division, which will take this seat home for either the PNP or the JLP. But Favor, put nothing past her. She's a warrior. She fights in this seat.
So what about anywhere else in St. Andrew? Could we, for example, look here? Is there anything that we have to say about this particular constituency?
Not yet. The JLP is expected to retain this seat. This is Carl Samuda's old seat in St. Andrew North Central. Still again, the JLP is expected to retain this seat as well. St. Andrew North Eastern with Delroy Chuck, but nothing in here yet. We're still awaiting results from that.
Well, I think, so aren't we in a position though to say that this should be relatively close, as in we have newcomer here, well, it's a newcomer, Stacey Knight. She's the daughter of
KD Knight.
So we're expecting to hear some things from her as well on the road.
Well, she believes she can win, but in all reality, we expect this to still be retaining JLP column.
All right.
Now, this is St. Andrew Northwestern. This is a seat that is contested by Dwayne Smith. It's the Finance Minister Nigel Clarke's old seat. Dwayne Smith, we are expecting him to retain this seat. No boxes as yet have been counted in it. No results in this seat as yet. St. Andrew Southeastern, the PNP's Julian Robinson contesting with Kevin Frith. It likes no results in this seat as yet, but we continue.
And the expectation is that Julian Robinson should retain this particular seat as well.
That's the expectation, but we have to wait to see all the ballots counted before we can make
just want to remind our viewers here that these are just the preliminary counts. There's nothing concrete just yet.
This seat, St. Andrew Southern, Portia Simpson Miller's old seat. She carried it for the PNP, winning it from in the 70s, coming until she resigned and gave it over to Angela Brown-Burke. Now, this is the PNP leader, Mark J. Golding, in St. Andrew Southern, and he's expected to maintain this seat, but no votes in this seat as yet. No ballots have been counted so far. 86 boxes, 0 boxes counted so far.
For this one, we see Paul Buchanan, and nothing has been counted yet of the 105 boxes.
But I must, we're having some issues getting some of the data, but there are some issues. The boxes may be counted, but results are not populated here as yet. So we are just checking back for the data over and over and over to bring it to you live as we go on.
So let us try for somewhere else, perhaps Manchester Central.
Let's go to Manchester Central, where Rhoda Moy Crawford is leading. Manchester Central right there, yeah. There it is, Rhoda Moy Crawford. The PNP went after this seat. They believe if they're going to win, they have to take Central Manchester again. Peter Bunting was in the seat, he's gone to Southern Manchester. Donovan Mitchell is contesting the seat. As I said again, the PNP won all 4 council divisions in Manchester last year. Rhoda is under pressure there, but she's leading right now, 349 to 271 votes. But remember, only 6 boxes counted so far out of 139, so we read nothing much into that result so far.
Anything else that we should be considering here, though, as we continue with the counting?
Well, if the PNP is going to take Manchester Central, they have to rack up most of their votes in the Belfield division. That division is a strong PNP seat in Central Manchester. Knockpatrick, Royal Flats, Mandeville. The mayor is a councillor for Mandeville. He has to bring that home if he's going to take Central Manchester over Rhoda Moy Crawford this evening.
But based on what you have said, though, it would appear as though all the odds are stacked against Rhoda Moy Crawford, based on the fact that she has lost all her council seats so far.
It would appear that way, but again, elections are won on the day. It is who is able to bring out their voters to vote. And so far, 6 boxes out of 139, nothing to write about. That's less than 5% of the boxes counted so far, but Rhoda Moy Crawford is leading so far, 56% of all the votes counted so far.
Wow. So not not a whole lot yet to expect. We continue to watch, we continue to keep you updated, and right now we're just going to throw back to our friends over in Studio A to continue on this robust discussion. Continue to stay with us. You're watching us on the Observer channel live.
All right, thank you, Kwame and Dashan. So, pretty early. It is very early.
When 10 o'clock comes now, we can have a sense.
Right.
But I'll tell you this.
Go ahead.
Party stalwarts already and organizers already have a sense of what has happened on the ground already. So never ever forget that. If you're running if you're running a...
So I want to get your take, Daniel, on what was just discussed.
I agree. A little bit too, not a little. We way early because we need to get an assessment of what is happening on the ground. There was moderate rainfall in some parts. That sometimes dampens the votes, you know. It dampens votes because people can't come out. So you've had Kingston, Montego Bay, Spanish Town, Mandeville, Ocho Rios, and Negril that had scattered showers. There is an expectation that you're going to have a voter turnout of over 50%. Rumor has it now that, and I say rumor because we can't confirm, it's 48% or thereabouts. So you're still going to be looking to see when the boxes come down, what is going to be happening? I hear mutterings about Belfield in favor of Rhoda. One of the things we need to look at is the constituencies in which members of parliament have done work. Yes, so we're going to have to factor that in because it's not fair to say that all member parliaments didn't do work.
Yes. All right, so it's only going to get hotter later tonight as the numbers continue to come in. So stay with us as the Jamaica Observer gives you live coverage of Election Day 2025.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Need a AC for cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL.
Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Need a AC to cool the temperature, get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to the Jamaica Decision 2025. I'm your host, Kwame Thomas, and I'm here with Dashan Hendricks. Right now, Dashan, we're hearing that you have some interesting information to share with us from the EOJ.
Well, our reporter, Karina Bennett, is at the EOJ right now, and she's feeding in information to us. She said that activity has picked up here at the election center, where the results dashboard is now up and on screen, tracking progress across all 63 constituencies. Remember, the figures are still preliminary, but it shows the PNP leading ahead, as we have showed earlier, and the numbers are changing. So far, she says the highest vote is coming from St. Elizabeth, Northwestern. And then you have votes also in Clarendon, Northwestern. And the understanding is that after a quiet start, journalists are gathering because the results are coming and they're reporting it. Well, let's take a look at some of the results that are coming in.
So right now we start with St. Elizabeth Northwestern. We see a total of 7 of the 87 boxes have been counted. What are your views on these?
The JLP is expected to retain the seat in St. Elizabeth. It's J.C. Hutchinson's old seat. The JLP now being represented by Andrew Morris, and the PNP is Patricia Scarlett-Forrester. So far, Morris is leading 7 out of 87 boxes. The JLP is expected to retain this seat, leading right now.
So it has been said that when you look at St. Elizabeth Northwestern and then St. Elizabeth Northeastern, they are close. They tend to follow each other.
A big shocker delivered in this constituency in 2020.
Yeah.
Delroy slowly took this constituency, a PNP stronghold, Never lost it before. The first time they lost it in 2020. Delroy Soley racking the votes there. Zulika Jess from the PNP contesting that seat right now. The PNP wants to take the seat back in their column. If they're going to win tonight, they have to take St. Elizabeth Northeastern.
Wow. And so we head over to St. Elizabeth Southwestern with Miranda Wellington and Floyd Green.
This is the bellwether seat. Every election in Jamaica since 1962, the government has won this seat. No election has been won by any government without them taking the seat. Miranda Wellington in St. Elizabeth Southwestern for the PNP, contesting against the incumbent Floyd Green. The JLP are pretty confident in St. Elizabeth Southwestern, but so too is the People's National Party, who wants to take this because they believe if they can take this seat, it will make a signal as to where the election is going this evening.
Wow. And so we look closely now at St. Elizabeth Southeastern with Norman Scott versus Franklin R. Witter.
It's Franklin Witter's seat. It's a JLP seat. Norman Scott leaving as the mayor of Spanish Town, going into St. Elizabeth to contest this seat. Let's see what happens in there between Norman Scott and Franklin Witter. No boxes counted so far of 109, so we still await results from there.
All right, so we move over to our next parish, Manchester Northwestern, with Michael Phillips up against Damien Sensi Young.
This was the only seat the People's National Party kept in Manchester in the 2020 election. The only one. They lost the other two, Central Manchester and Manchester Southern. But Michael Phillips contesting in here, only a single box counted so out of 104. So that's less than 1% of the boxes counted. But so far getting 76 votes to the JLP's 41 and the JPP getting a single vote in that constituency. But the PNP is expected to retain that seat.
And so now we move over to Manchester Northeastern with Clive Warren. Oh, wow.
Well, Valentin Went of the PNP has designs on this seat, Aldershaw's old seat, but the Prime Minister has flown in urgent marks to take over that seat for the Jamaica Labour Party. She has been gaining traction so far, but no boxes counted so far out of 111. We still await results there.
And so now we head down to Manchester Southern with Peter Bunting.
Well, the PNP wants this seat. It was a PNP seat before. The JLP flipped it in 2020. Peter Bunting is gone down there from Central Manchester, trying to put it back in the PNP column. 2 boxes counted so far. Peter Bunting leading so far over Ian Eves and Karen Scott of the JPP. 126 to 61, double the amount of votes that Ian Ives has gotten so far.
So what are your expectations as far as this is concerned?
Well, we wait and see. But if you are to go with history and knowing that in an election such as we had in 2020, a lot of these seats were flipped.
Yeah.
If the PNP is going to win tonight, they'll have to flip back those seats. And this is one of them. They believe they'll have to flip back to win the election today. Similar with Manchester Central. It was always a marginal seat, but tended to vote PNP. Rhoda Moy Crawford flipped it to the JLP. The PNP is trying to get that back in its column for this election. 6 boxes counted so far out of 139. The PNP is trailing Donovan Mitchell, the mayor of Mandeville, trailing Rhoda Crawford, who is the incumbent MP right now.
I want us to take a look up in the West to see what's happening there, to see what can... No boxes have been counted yet.
Yeah, but St. James East Central, St. James Northwestern, they're expected to go JLP. This is a very strong JLP seat in St. James, as well as Northwestern, which is represented by the JLP's Oris Chang. Now this seat, the PNP have targeted St. James Southern again. Traditional PNP seat, Derek Kelly left it in 2020. The PNP lost the seat to Oma Davis. Oma Davis contesting it again. Nikisha Burchell going to that seat. She's from St. James Southern. She's racking up the votes here so far, but again, only 4 boxes out of 110. We can't read too much into that right now.
And so we head over to St. James West Central.
This is the battleground seat in St. James. Marlene Malahou Fort versus Andre Hon. These two were at it in 2020. Marlene beat him by less than 2,000. Now he believes he can flip that seat right now. Marlene believes she'll be holding on to it, but results from this will determine where the election is going. Wherever the West goes,
the rest goes.
The rest goes.
All right, so we go a little closer here. We look at St. James Central.
This, very hard to call. No boxes counted so far, but Hero Clark versus Janice Allen. We still await results from there.
All right. So we now head over to Hanover Eastern, where we see, wow,
The JLP's Dave Brown returning. I mean, last year's local government election, the JLP swept Hanover 7-0. Traditionally, Hanover Western votes PNP, but Tamika Davis won it the last time. Dave Brown won it the last time as well. The PNP is trying to flip the eastern side, but they have more confidence in getting the eastern side, the western side of Hanover, where Tamika Davis is contesting the seat versus Mrs. Miller Bennett. The PNP wants to get back the seat. If they get back the seat, then the West will be changing. So far, the PNP leading 35-22 in vote. It says 0, but at least a box has been counted so far. Now, Westmoreland, the PNP, the JLP turned Westmoreland green in 2020. Westmoreland was always a reliable PNP country in terms of votes, but swept it all. Ian Hales going up against Garfield James in Westmoreland Western. No boxes counted so far. This is going to be a keenly contested seat tonight. We need to watch Westmoreland Western.
Westmoreland Central.
Now, Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz lost to George Wright in 2020. He's trying to regain the seat for the PNP. No boxes counted so far, but this is going to be keenly contested. Roger Clark's old seat, remember. Now, this seat was supposed to be the strongest seat for the PNP in Westmoreland, Westmoreland Eastern. It's PJ Patterson's old seat. Dayton Campbell, the General Secretary for the PNP, has gone into, has gone into Westmoreland Eastern to try to win back the seat for the PNP. Supposed to be the strongest PNP seat in Westmoreland. Wow. How this goes will determine how the election goes. But the PNP has its eyes set on Westmoreland, but so too does the JLP. They want to take Westmoreland Western. They don't want to lose Westmoreland. They want to at least retain a couple of seats in Westmoreland, if not all. But the PNP wants to get all as much as the JLP wants to.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Continue to stay with us for Jamaica Decides 2025 here at the Jamaica Observer. We will be right back after these brief messages.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank, we'll help you find a way.
Need a AC for cool the temperature? Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank, we'll help you find a way.
Need a AC for cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, welcome back to the Jamaica Observer's coverage of today's general election in Jamaica. Jamaica Decides, where it is the race for 10. The JLP winning 9 seats so far in the 81-year history of Jamaica's election. 9 elections so far in the 81-year history of Jamaican election since 1944, and the PNP winning 9 as well. Today, we'll have the tiebreaker. One of those parties will go to 10 victories since 1944, and Gave is here to help us. The map is filling out, Gave. What are we seeing?
Map is filling out nicely, Dashan. Currently, the PNP is leading in 12 seats and the JLP is leading in 8 seats. So we are getting the full data, so you're getting an understanding of the total votes for party on this side over here, and you're getting an understanding of exactly what is happening in each constituency. We can also give you divisional breakdowns. So if you want to look in a seat like Kingston Central,
there it is. The JLP is leading Kingston Central so far, but it's from the JLP's division. They're expected to rack up most of their votes in Raytown. The PNP has to do in Almond Town as well, but no box is counted.
No box is counted there. And what important, even though one box is counted so far, Dashan, it's these two numbers. If the PNP wants to flip Central Kingston back to the orange column, they're going to have to keep this close. This number has to be close. They cannot allow the JLP to run it up by 500 or 1,000 votes because they may not get as much votes out of Almond Town. Remember, there is an undertone there with the switch of candidates, and Lawrence Rowe is from Almond Town.
But equally, the PNP has to rack up as many votes as possible in Almond Town to counter what the JLP will get in Raytown if they're going to get Kingston Central back in their column tonight.
Interesting. If we want to go to another seat, or in fact, let us try and look at the local government results from 2024. So if you're looking at it here, of course, Raytown, the JLP won, that's their stronghold. They ran up the votes there. But if you look in Almond Town, the PNP ran up the numbers there. These numbers will have to be higher if the People's National Party intends to flip Central Kingston tonight.
But look at Almond Town, plus 900 votes for the PNP right there. In Ray Town, look at that, just fewer than 600 votes. So
I'm saying the margins will have to be that wide. The PNP is banking on this seat. They're believing that they can flip it. In fact, traditionally, it's a PNP seat.
If they can do this, what they did in the local government election last year, then they'll be taking Kingston Central, but they have to do something similar to what they did last year.
And that's going to be the argument through the entire night. It's the division by division count. They'll have to be flipping divisions. They'll have to be running it up in their strongholds and suppressing or running it up also in the JLP strongholds. They have to keep those margins very, very, very close.
I want to go back to the map a bit for us, the map that is filling up right now, because we want to just get a sense of what's happening in Jamaica right now. Look in the west, Westmoreland Central, the JLP is leading. Westmoreland Eastern, the PNP is leading. Southern St. James, the PNP is leading. St. James West Central, the JLP is leading there. Funny enough, Wickham McNeil left Westmoreland Western, went to Trelawney Northern, trying to flip back that seat, taking it from Tova Hamilton, but so far Tova is leading there. She's doing well so far.
But I just want us to go to the ultimate bellwether seat in Jamaica, the ultimate battleground, Central Manchester. Now, of course, it's going to be the battle for the hills. On nomination day, both candidates were saying, listen, it's going to come rolling down from the hills. So far it's orange, but let us get some more data to say exactly.
Today, before you move, there was a lot of rain.
Well,
in Manchester,
you have to plan for elections. As I said earlier, all of us would have known that the forecast is that rain would have been happening in some constituencies. And so, if I was a campaign manager, there would have been water boots, there would have been raincoats, there would have been umbrellas, because those voters need to get to the polling station and those votes need to get in those ballot boxes.
Where is it taking us right now?
I want us to actually look a little bit deeper in these numbers, because these two divisions, Knockpatrick and Royal and Belfield, are going to decide who is going to win Central Manchester.
But if that's the decision, remember Belfield, the PNP's strongest division.
Strongest division, and always or usually the division where the votes come in last. So the JLP usually or traditionally has an early lead when it comes on to vote counting. The PNP always say, look to the hills, the votes will come from there. It never quite worked that way in 2020, but I'm sure that they are banking that it will work that way tonight.
If it flips, then we'll see what happens.
If it flips here, then we will have to start looking at every other division. I think the interesting thing coming out of here, the councillor for Knockpatrick died. So in local government election last year was a new candidate. The JLP saying he got in there late. That is why the PNP was able to flip that division. The PNP saying no, it was not a fluke. You're going to see this is the ultimate test, and we're going to run up the votes in all four divisions, and we're going to be retaining Central Manchester.
But we'll see the JLP leading so far, 4 boxes counted, 271 votes to 158.
4 boxes, but again I'll say Knockpatrick, JLP stronghold, Belfield, PNP stronghold. It's how close you can keep these numbers.
Certainly the mayor has to keep the mayor has to win Mandeville. He's the councillor for Mandeville.
If the mayor does not win Mandeville, then there is absolutely no way the PNP is going to be winning Central Manchester. It has to deliver that
Where
division.
is it taking us right now?
So
All right, but so far we are populating the map, as you can see. It's a technology, so don't worry about it. But so far the PNP is leading in 12 seats, right?
12 seats,
and
the JLP is leading in 8.
In 8. So that's it so far from us right now at the board. 20 seats are counting so far, but the results, I must stress, are preliminary. Nothing has been decided as yet. It will be decided later on as more and more ballots are counted and more boxes come in.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girl's trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Need a AC cool the temperature, get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy any clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girl's trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. They're JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Welcome to Jamaica Decides, the Jamaica Observer's coverage of today's general election, live here on the internet and also on Edge 105. And we're getting results in Gave. Let's check Clarendon. What's happening in Clarendon?
Well, Clarendon has a seat that it's very interesting. Last time Richardson lost by less than 200 votes. If he wants to win this seat, he has to run it up in the Reaches division. He has to run it up in the Spaldings division.
So what's happening right now?
All right, let's take a look in there. Wow. Wow.
It's all orange.
If this remains tonight, Richard Azan is going to be winning by the anywhere margin of 1,000 to 2,000 votes, but
it's preliminary.
Let's look at the numbers. All All right, said it earlier, Reach is only one box, but if you look at Spalding and that gap there, if this remains tonight where he is winning more than 50% in Spalding, if the JLP wants to retain this seat, they have to keep the margins in Spalding very close.
But that gap is almost 600 right now.
That's 600, and it's just 14 boxes. It is one of the larger divisions in the constituency.
So as it has been...
Interestingly though as well, what we're seeing here, so there's one box out of Reaches, one out of Thompsontown. The JLP's stronghold, or a part of their stronghold, or the path to the map of winning this constituency for them is in Frankfield. The PNP is keeping it very close there.
They're leading.
Oh, wow, yeah.
They're leading by 24 right now.
So if they run this up some more, and if this holds, then Clarendon, Northwestern is going to the column.
But still only 6 boxes.
Only 6 boxes in that division. 2,430 votes so far. But this is stunning. He did put in the work. There was a lot of issues there with the former member of parliament. The persons in the community, in the constituency, were saying he was absent, he was not there. Warren Newby, a good politician. We've heard about his tactical skills. We've watched him over the years as he grew up in the Jamaica Labour Party, but he went in late. And when you go in late, you're going to be on defense. And people had a lot of bad sentiments coming from the outgoing member of parliament, Philip Henriquez, and Richard Azan has been there. There are projects that he started that are not finished. Were not finished under Henriquez's time as MP. And he's promising that he's going to finish the community center. He's going to finish the market. Those are things coming from the people. And interestingly about it, Richard Azan has lost his seat before, but he's never left when he's lost.
Yes. What will Warren Newby have to do to win the seat?
If I was in Warren Newby's war room right now, I'd be crunching the numbers. I'd be calling out in the field to find out where are the boxes, what were the numbers like. I'd be working that math, and I'd be saying, okay, we have votes coming in from Thompsontown, or we have votes coming in from Frankfield that will overturn what is happening in Spalding right now.
I don't want us to neglect Kevin Palmer. 1949 was the last time an independent candidate won. 2 independent candidates. 1944, the first election, 5 independent candidates won. How would Kevin Palmer do? A third party. Never has a third party won a seat in Jamaica before, not even in 44 or 49 when 5 1 and 2.
The last time I saw an independent candidate doing anything decent in this country was Paul Patmore when he ran for councillor down in the constituency that he's now running for MP, and he actually won, but again then, there was a certain party that was not a part of it, and so he was able to eke out those votes. It's going to be very difficult for Kevin to win this seat. He has not been a part of the conversation, and while he may have put in the work, currently the votes are not on his side.
Let's look at another seat right now. Still staying in Clarendon.
Staying in Clarendon. All right, we'll check and see if the numbers are coming in from anywhere else in Clarendon as we work through our map.
Well, while we work through the map in Clarendon right now, these are the older. This is the map that we're working with now. The other seat so far with votes in Clarendon is Clarendon Central, Mike Henry's old seat. The Prime Minister's own councillor has left that division and gone to Clarendon. What is happening here?
Dashan, I think when you, earlier on the show when you spoke about the seats that the JLP and the PNP start with, this seat was in the count for the JLP. If the JLP is losing this seat tonight, then they are losing this election.
So you say we can call this seat and move on?
Coming out of 2020, I think all political junkies are cautious in calling any seat at all, because we are wondering if there has been a shift in the political dynamics of this country where there is really and truly no longer any safe seat. This election will tell us that, but if the JLP is losing this seat, they are going to be losing the election. I don't see that happening tonight.
Speaking about safe seats, let's go back to the map. Or you want to go? One box. Denby. One box so far. The JLP leading.
One box. We have a long way to go. It's early. It's early. It's going to be a long night.
Let's go back to the full map. Now, while we await the full map coming up here for 2025, the JLP here, what do they need to do? What would the PNP need to do if they are to be competitive here?
I think the Jamaican politics has matured in such a way that if you want to win a seat that is a traditionally safe seat for any party, that candidate has to be from the community. That candidate has to be in the community for years, have relationships, and is able to work with the people in that community. There are going to be loyalists, but loyalists I've realized will only shift based on relationships that they have. Carla Watt, even though she's a councillor there, I'm not sure if she's been on the ground enough I'm not sure if she has the resources and the financial support to be able to mount a considerable, decent challenge in that constituency.
I want to take you to St. Thomas Eastern. Dr. Michelle Charles contesting that seat again. It was the old seat of Fenton Ferguson who lost and walked away from the seat, but he has been actively campaigning in the seat right now. What's happening?
Well, also, interestingly, Rosemary Shaw is there. She knows St. Thomas well. And also as well, Michelle Charles' father, Colonel Charles Sr. is actually there campaigning as well. I'm sure you would have seen the videos with him on social media. But so far tonight, it's looking rather red. I want us to delve a little bit deeper into those numbers. 5 boxes.
PNP leading in all divisions so far,
even
marginally.
Marginally, yes.
2 boxes, 1 box is not many.
But what if Michelle Charles is going to retain this seat and flip it, and interestingly as well, Morant Bay, where the PNP is going to be expected to get a lot of votes, nothing there from them yet. She will have to run up these numbers considerably and quickly. She needs to run it up in Bath, run it up in Dalby. This would be a concern if I was in her war room right now. This number right here would be concerning for me. With 2 boxes.
Well, just 2 boxes.
It's 2 boxes, but you kind of want to keep it closer to 2 votes.
It depends on where the boxes are coming from, which PD.
It depends on where they're coming from, but remember, this election is being won on the day. You want to ensure that if the PNP is expected to get 50 votes in a PD and you're expected to get 20, you want to ensure that your 20 votes is in that box. If it is returning and it's not 20, it's 15, it's 10, it's 5, concerns start setting in.
Okay, so you're saying concerns are setting in for Michelle Charles?
It's early days, early days, but this is not the kind of return that you would necessarily want to see, but it's very, 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 very early days.
Nerves. Let's take a look at another one. Let's go to St. Mary. But while we go to St. Mary, still no boxes in Morant Bay so far counted, and this is where the PNP is expecting to rack up most of their votes.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you looked at the local government elections, they were able to run up the votes. They were able to, I think they actually won Morant Bay. I'll double check that data. But most definitely, if the PNP is running it up there, they're winning the seat. If Michelle Charles is able to keep it close, then she has a chance of holding on to this seat.
What are the issues, if you know, putting you on the spot, that the people of St. Thomas Western or Eastern, in this case, would be looking at to choose another MP?
That's a rather interesting question coming from you, Dashan. The Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party has spent a lot of time speaking about what they have been able to do in St. Thomas. They're saying, listen, since we've been in office, you have nice, decent roads. Former Finance Minister Nigel Clark would have said carpet rollout. They have also been speaking about the urban centre that was developed. St. Thomas is getting its first KFC. They're saying that we have done the most for St. Thomas for outside of any other government in history. But are the people on the ground feeling that?
Are they listening?
Are they listening? And you said it earlier, sometimes the good at the macro level does not always translate to the good at the micro level. We haven't gotten the final numbers in terms of turnout as well. It will come down to who, if the numbers remain low as they were coming in throughout the day and is not at that 50% or over, then it really would have come down to who was able to mobilize their votes on the ground.
Let's look at, before we go, Southeast St. Anne. Lisa Anna's old seat, she lost by only 14 in 2020. She won, thanks. She won by only 14 in 2020. What's happening there now?
All right, let's take a look. It's very orange, but it's just one division that we're seeing. Beachertown expected to pulling a lot of votes for the PNP. The PNP is confident that they're retaining this seat. The candidate has been on the ground for quite some time. He's been putting in the work. I spoke to a couple of my friends down there earlier today. One in particular has never voted, but she said she voted today. And not only did she vote, she carried her niece to vote in her first general election as well, and they voted for the People's National Party.
So it's safe to say if the PNP is going to retain this seat, it will be more than 14 votes?
This seat has not, I think it will be far larger than I think it turned out to be 32 votes actually, because I remember a famous line from Lisa Hanna saying that if the other candidates won by 32 votes, and we'd all be skiing in our 32 teeth. But I expect it to go back into the levels of the thousands, 2,000s possibly for the PNP in Southeast St. Anne.
One of the PNP's surest seats in the country.
Surest seats traditionally, but when we saw it come close to last time, I think that stunned everybody. If you remember, the JLP put in a candidate very late because the original candidate had some issues. It was a COVID election. He was in quarantine, couldn't make it to nomination day. Nobody was expecting it to be that close, but it turned out to be very, very, very close.
Well, our listeners on Edge 105, you're not seeing this map, but we're trying to go through it with as much detail as possible so that you can hear what the viewers are seeing. And we're now bringing up the constituencies so far that have been counted, starting with Kingston Western, no boxes so far.
No boxes so far. Surprising, we'd expect that the boxes would come in there. Is it a lack of effort because we expect that seat to be safe? I don't think so. We'll give it some time. It's very, very, very early. If the polls are right, if the words coming out of both the PNP and the JLP are accurate, this election will be close. And so I'm expecting that we're going to have a very, very, very long night.
What about St. Andrew West Rural, Juliet Cuthbert?
All right.
Taking that seat. Well, running in that seat again. So far leading.
She's expected to retain this seat. 5 boxes counted.
8 if you count Stony Hill as well.
Oh, 8 boxes counted. Yeah. My apologies.
And she's leading in both so far. In both divisions in which the results have come in so far.
She's
behind. Oh, she's behind.
She's behind actually.
Yeah, she's behind.
She's behind, but early, very early. I am not expecting that Joan Gordon Webley is a seasoned political campaigner, seasoned political operative. If the PNP is winning this seat, then we're going to be having a repeat of 2011, which was the last time that they won this seat actually. We'll continue to watch it, we'll continue to look there. There are some interesting reports coming out from this seat also yesterday about, persons' data coming out and calls, getting calls and, trying to turn voters. I expect that kind of conversation to continue after this election. But we'll continue to watch as the numbers continue to roll in.
But Joan Gordon Webley, she's coming from East Rural where she was in the 1980s. She's tried to contest the seat again, not won it. Coming here, you're not expecting her to win?
I'm not going to call it. The numbers are early. These numbers are interesting. Very early, but we'll continue to watch. But I think the narrative on the ground is that everyone is expecting that the current MP will be returned.
Let's see if the map has updated to give them the latest information so far here on the Jamaica Observer, Jamaica Decides Election Day show, also on Edge 105. Today's election day in Jamaica right now, and the votes are being counted, and those votes being counted are coming in, and they're coming in very slow. Preliminary data so far has the PNP leading in most constituencies right now. The JLP is not leading. Well, the JLP is leading in fewer constituencies, 8, to the PNP is 12 right now. And we still have the St. Andrew West Rural, and we still have and we're going to throw to our folks in Studio A with David Brown. David?
Thank you, Dashan and Gave. So just to get some reactions here from our panelists, and also want to welcome Chris Anthony Salter to our panel. Chris Anthony, I want to start with you. Early numbers right now, so it's really difficult to make predictions. What are you seeing?
Well, all right, so if we go back to where our gentlemen on the other side are going through West Rural, St. Andrew, I do believe that there some significant work done there by the JLP. Definitely think Juliet Cuthbert Flynn will take it home based on what we hear on the ground and some exit polls that I've been reaching out to colleagues about. So definitely it's early days. I expect Joan Gordon Webley to put up a substantial fight. He's a veteran in the politics, knows how to roll with some of the punches, but definitely that's where I see that seat go.
And what do you make of the switch where Joan Gordon Webley moved from East Rural St. Andrew to West Rural St. Andrew?
So I believe she was one of the area leaders for the PNP, regional leaders. So her moving would still be in her realm of authority, but definitely being chairman for East Rural up to last year or earlier this year and then moving over to West Rural is quite precarious. But definitely it seems that she's a willing soldier for the PNP.
Clyde Williams, St. Thomas Eastern, Right now it's showing all orange for the People's National Party. If the PNP is going to win, I'm sure that's one of the seats that they'll target.
And the seven-star general
the seven
that, you know,
she
brother,
defeated him. She defeated him.
Brother, me not say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Jamaica Observer's live coverage of the General Election 2025. So we are talking about some of the seats that will be in play tonight. I want to take us to Westmoreland.
Orange County.
Orange County. I want to take us to Westmoreland because that was a very interesting case in 2020. And even subsequent to that, we saw where some of the PNP councillors switched, I think 3 of them switched to the Jamaica Labour Party. And now you also have the General Secretary of the People's National Party running in Eastern Westmoreland. So I want to start with Western Westmoreland. Dr. Garfield James, he's one of the former PNP councillors who's now the Jamaica Labour Party representative in that seat, running against PNP Vice President Ian Hales. Now, Moreland Wilson was a JLP candidate. He was the one who defeated Wickham McNeil in 2020. So I understand that there's been some anger among the fracas, you said? some disquiet within the constituency among Jamaica Labour Party supporters because Moreland Wilson, who defeated a giant, is no longer the candidate for the Jamaica Labour Party. Clyde Williams, what's your take on that?
Well, I must confess the PNP would be very sad if they don't take back this seat. I mean, it's since 1944. Since 1944, the only time they have lost any Westmoreland seat is in 2020. Mm-hmm. So I'd imagine that there is strong support there for the PNP. And let's not lose sight of the fact that nationally they had a fall off of 127,000 votes in 2020. That's going to have a severe impact on any political party in Jamaica and so on. So I imagine that they think they're going to win it. In 2011, when they won it in 2011, they had over 3,600 votes when they won it in 2011. In 2016, when they won it, it was over 1,400 votes. So they expect that will return. Whatever disquiet is happening anywhere, they expect that to fall back in their column. If they don't win it, then they're going to be having some difficulties in winning the general election if they don't sweep back the whole of Westmoreland.
All right.
I don't want to tell you that the candidate Ian Hales has some heritage in Western Westmoreland.
Yeah, man, and I don't come from.
Don't them come from, have a number of businesses in the grill, so the business community is particularly behind him, I am told. So I think the PNP would be very sad if they don't get West-West.
Yeah. And you know, interestingly, O'Neill, Central Westmoreland, this is a seat that's been held by some PNP heavyweights. You're talking about Carl Blythe and Roger Clark. That seat fell to the Jamaica Labour Party as well in 2020, represented by George Wright, and we all are aware of the controversy there. And he's running against Dwayne Vaz, who is a former member of Parliament for Central Westmoreland. How do you see this shaping up?
Well, we know that there was a cloud of whatever that fell over. Should I say a cloud of stool?
And he's over.
That fell over George Wright's head, you know, at the last time. But I believe, though, and I think this is a sense that came off the ground, that George did work in his constituency. So I believe that despite whatever, you know, came out in the media regarding him, he should put up a fight to retain that seat again for the Jamaica Labour Party.
And O'Neill, to your point, there are some out there who have said if the Jamaica Labour Party is to retain one of the 3 seats, it will likely be Central Westmoreland.
Yes.
And you know, he was out of the party for a few years, sitting on the opposition benches.
He was on the opposition benches. He was sitting in the parliament.
He was sitting in the parliament.
And on the opposition side.
Well, I don't know. I remember, Mark, there was a time they were walking to parliament and he was
to
going to walk with them.
Yes.
It had caused a little fracas. You know, so,
is that the word of the night?
Yeah, it looks so don't. Yeah. All right, so the Westmoreland constituency, I mean, I must tell you, I don't think the PNP has this as a seat that they could lose, really. In 2011, it was over 3,000 votes and win that seat by. In 2016, it was over 1,000 votes. George did win and with a little margin, but again, we come back to the fall off in their votes. if the poll is correct in terms of talking Donna Anderson, if it is correct in terms of the over 45s being mobilized and the over 54s being mobilized to the tune of 64 and 66% intention to vote, that augurs well for the People's National Party, because they traditionally have the older voters and the younger voters not as enthused as initially polled. So we'll have to see. But they need to win those 3 seats. They need to win them if they're going to flip.
Now, before jumping to Eastern Westmoreland, just want to acknowledge our listeners on Edge 105 FM as well. They're tuning in. Chris Anthony, Eastern Westmoreland.
Wow,
Danny Lawrence barely scraped through in 2020 in defeating the Member of Parliament there. The PNP General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell, is running there. I think earlier this week or was last week, we heard some fracas. So, you know, with Luther Buchanan, the former Member of Parliament, coming out against Dayton Campbell.
Political terms, a young Luther Buchanan.
And interestingly, former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, that was his seat, Eastern Westmoreland. He came out a couple of days ago and endorsed Dayton Campbell. Did he need that endorsement from the former Prime Minister?
So I want to tell you that the endorsement is indicative of the position that he is in. Now I think with the fracas, with Luther and his opinions on how the selection was done and made, my understanding is that he had interest in the seat as well. No, there are some merits to and cons against, you know, what we call parachuting someone into the seat. I think from a general secretary standpoint, you know, personally, I would want general secretaries to remain as the brain of the operations back at the HQ, coordinating and the like. But I get the sense that this general secretary, given the work that they would have done in the local government election, feels that he's well poised to win, so he can spend some time in a seat to win that seat, as he's not a sitting member of parliament. Now, based on the word on the ground, he does have a strong chance, but I think the Labour Party also feels like they have a chance there, given the discord that's happening between significant power brokers in that constituency for the People's National Party. But I do believe that that seat will or ought to come home to the PNP.
It's 11 votes.
Yeah. 11 votes.
11 votes.
So, sticking with you, Clyde, how do you characterize Danny Lawrence's performance?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't have the information as to, but I'd be, you know, surprised if he didn't try his best to put in representation of the people has been crucial. 11 votes.
11 votes.
It's 11. And you've never won that seat ever since 1944. So to have 11 votes, you have to work hard, because you know the other side have retention, strong retentions in the constituency. It's PJ old seat.
Yep. So 2020 was certainly an election of anomalies. O'Neill, I'm kind of sticking with Westmoreland still, but in a different way. Wickham McNeil, former Member of Parliament for Western Westmoreland, he's now representing the PNP in Trelawney Northern. What's your take on that?
Well, we know Wickham was probably still is one of those heavy names in the People's National Party. And clearly, what the PNP has done to some extent is really to go back for the heavyweights to put into some of the other seats to see if they can, you know, build, get some recognition from the work that they would have put in previous constituencies to take into these new ones. So it's interesting to see how the turnout will go in favor of McNeil. Not so sure what that might look like, but but let's see.
I mean, the Jamaica Labour Party General Secretary told us to look out for 2 names, Tova and Rhoda. And Tova Hamilton he would say that they asked him for some upsets, and he's eyeing North Trelawney, which is traditionally a PNP seat.
Right.
No, I do have some colleagues that live and work in that seat. One of the former chairmen for the constituency, Dr. Wright, many moons ago, his offsprings talk about that seat and talk about the work that Wickham McNeil has been doing. Also seems to indicate that he has some heritage in the seat as well, some family lineage that would have been from North Trelawney. So they are hopeful, both Labour and PNP are hopeful for that seat. And based on my feelings on the ground, I do think Wickham McNeil may make it by a whisker.
Folks tend to pull on their family lineage, because Southeast Central is
well, that's that sort of thing, said. A family carry politics,
Yes.
socialization in politics in the country. I mean, I'm looking at some numbers and I'm wondering if I'm wrong, but in 2016, the PNP had only won that seat by 400 odd votes. I'm going to check it to make sure. So I'm just saying that that would give anybody on the other side some sort of expectation that they can in fact win. If in 2016 only 449 that the PNP won, and which would have been a regular year in terms of election, and so not an anomaly like 2020. So let's see how it turns out. You know, they'll be weeping and moaning and gnashing of teeth.
And staying close to Trelawney, O'Neill Madden, I want to look at St. James Southern. You see political newcomer, the PNP candidate, Nikisha Burchell, and Homer Davis, who's a member of parliament, defeated the PNP candidate in 2020, former mayor of Montego Bay. What do you think Homer Davis's chances are of retaining the seat?
I believe it's positive for Davis. And I think the PNP did a good job in terms of putting women to represent the constituency against Davis. I know that Burchell has, put in some amount of work as well. I've seen her work on social media, but I believe that the JLP will retain that one. Maybe the margins will be close, but I think the JLP should retain that one.
What say you on that one, Chris Anthony?
Historically, a PNP seat. They went to a magisterial recount in 2016. That's right. And the barber shop that I go to in Montego Bay, majority of the barbers in that shop are from South St. James. And when they speak about the work that Homer Davis has done in areas like Cambridge, Catadupa, road work in Johns Hall and the like, they speak very confidently about the work that he has done. And I say to myself, growing up in St. James, I remember a time with Francis Toller and the like, that they would have been, the four from St. James would have brought it home for us when he defeated Horace Chang. To see now a whole 20 years later, 30 years later, for St. James to be fully green, right? I say to myself, it has been an immense work that the JLP General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has done in terms of political work and organization. And I tell you what the JLP does very well in St. James, enumeration. They put people on the voters list. That's true. They do that. So I do think Nikisha, based on the heritage, she's from this constituency, a daughter of the soil. So definitely she'll be able to drum up some of those 127 that weren't there. Sure. But I think Homer Davis does have a solid chance. I would caution to say, though, that there's no path to victory that I see for the People's National Party without South St. James.
Well, I have them as one of the seats that they really need to win. If they are to flip the 18, they have to win the seat. That's how I'm looking at it. I mean, they could surprise us in other areas. And similarly, the JLP figures would be figuring that if we can hold on to this seat. So it should be very interesting how the night pans out. By 10-11, we should know.
All right.
Yes. I remember Homer Davis would have been in charge of the Office of the Prime Minister West,
that
right?
was very strategic.
So very strategic for him in terms of having both the Deputy Prime Minister and the person in charge of West coming from St. James. So I do believe that he had a lot of resources to be able to effect a lot of good work in that constituency.
Certainly a large constituency geographically. Pretty difficult. I want to drop down to Southwest St. Elizabeth, the weather vane seat. Miranda Wellington representing the People's National Party and Floyd Green representing the Jamaica Labour Party, the Minister of Agriculture as well. How are things going to shape up in Southwest St. Elizabeth?
Boy, I hear Floyd is in trouble, what do you think?
Well, I mean, can I tell you this is a seat that Tufton had won at some stage as well.
And lost.
Yes, and lost.
So the JLP won it in 2016, it won it in 2011, not 2011, 2016 and 2020. The PNP won it in 2011, and I'm looking at my numbers and I'm wondering if it's right. And my numbers says the PNP got 9,453 votes to the JLP's 9,440, winning it by 13 votes in 2011. Now, if that's correct, then it take a brave man to vote against, to say Floyd can't retain the seat. If in 2011, when there was this against the JLP, the PNP won it by 13 votes, and I hope my numbers are right, that Floyd can't take the seat that they won in 2016 and again in 2020, that Tufton had previously won.
It'd be good to see what the results of tonight are, because when you look at the voter margin, I believe in 2016, it was about 10,000 that he got. The PNP would have gotten about 8,000 or so. Check it out for me. But I would say to myself, if it is that is the case, it would be indicative of the political work that he's been doing in the area. I went to school with a nurse that lives in the area, and you just call her, Seaton, how is it going? Doesn't come into the constituency a lot, is not there, comes down Floyd Green comes down for a couple of events, but is mainly focused on the agriculture ministry.
So I was just going to ask, O'Neill, do you think that could work to his advantage, given that he's a Minister of Agriculture, and it's a pretty rural constituency as well?
To some extent. And Floyd is one of those workers in the Jamaica Labour Party. There's no doubt about him and his work ethic when it comes onto the ministry. So I think it depends on how people in the constituency view that, because giving him another chance at the polls suggests that, okay, we believe in his confidence and his capability to do some more work as a member of parliament. But if he has been absent and just, turning up for a couple events, and we have to understand the nature of rural politics as well. I'm a rural person. And rural people want to see their, their member of parliament, whether for, funerals, whatever. They feel like representation comes through these kinds of, things. And so presence is important for rural people. You could have the capacity and, the policy and the goodwill, but if people are not seeing you, then they probably have a right not to vote for you.
It's hard being a minister and an MP at the one and the same time, especially if you're a rural MP who is a minister. It's very, very difficult. You got to have a good lieutenant on the ground. And when you go in the constituency, you have to learn to go and press flesh regularly. So if you go once or twice, you have to make sure you're tired when you go home. You're so tired. You have to do that because you have to connect with rural people. They want to talk with them MP. And what's them MP a minister? So let's see how it turns out.
All right, so staying in St. Elizabeth, I want us to talk about Southeast St. Elizabeth. Frank Witter is the incumbent, former member of parliament now, and he's going up against Norman Scott, who is the mayor of Spanish Town. He's been mayor of Spanish Town for probably, I don't know, maybe 10 years now.
From Wappy
for quite some time now. And I believe his division is in Eastern St. Catherine. What are his chances of defeating Frank Witter in Southeast St. Elizabeth?
Boy, his chances are low. When I think about Southwest St. Elizabeth, I think Franklin Witter, one has done a long stint in that seat, right? The JLP has also had that seat for some time. So I do believe this is one of those seats where representation for the PNP was chief among their decision making. I don't get the sense that a lot of investment in terms of time, effort was placed in that seat from the People's National Party. So I do believe Franklin Witter will return to the Garden House.
O'Neill?
I agree. And coming, I don't believe that Scott had such a good representation leaving to go down there either way. And it didn't work much in Spanish Town based on what people were saying. So I don't think he has great chances of taking that from the Jamaica Labour Party.
Sorry, I just want to go back to something quickly about Floyd. So Floyd had received 10,152 votes in 2016, and the then Danny Buck's son, Hugh Buck, received 8,095 votes. So again, I'm saying that moving from a small PNP victory in that time to winning it initially marginally and growing, he has done a tremendous amount of work in terms of between those two elections in terms of growing. And he's a popular minister, young and popular minister. So for a young popular minister, notwithstanding he hasn't been down there regularly, if he had a good lieutenant, then it's going to be fine. But if he never had a good lieutenant, then, it'd be a little problem. But I'm expecting him to do well.
All right, and so we are looking at the numbers here from St. Andrew West Rural. 81 out of 140 boxes counted so far. Gillette Cuthbert Flynn, 4,427 votes.
4,379 for Joan Gordon-Webley.
And Joan Gordon-Webley, 4,379 votes Very close. Very close.
81 of 140.
So about 60 boxes left to be counted. Right now, they are neck and neck. All right. So the numbers are coming in,
Yes.
and we'll analyze them as they come in as well. So
what happens? What happens if the Labour Party loses election in terms of Holness's? Because he's going for his legacy.
Right.
Only one other prime minister have won 3 straight. PNP did win 4, but it's only PJ 3 straight.
all right, panelists. So we're seeing here on the screen as well, West Portland, Darrell Vaz is the incumbent. 53 of 104 boxes counted so far. Darrell Vaz has 3,095 votes. Doreen Campbell Forbes, representing the People's National Party, 2,369 votes. So he's leading her by about 700 votes so far, but half the boxes still need to be counted. And here we are now in St. Mary's Southeastern, represented by Dr. Norman Dunn. I believe Norman Dunn has served 2 terms thus far as Member of Parliament in Southeast
having won
St. Mary, having won a by-election, that's right. Dr. Norman Dunn with 27 of 112 boxes counted so far.
Let them jump over the...
Right,
That's a battleground seat.
That is, the PNP, Harry Douglas.
Yes, that's a PNP. That's what Harry Douglas would... PP. That's what the people would refer to. Affectionate. It was affectionate when they said PP. Not in any derogatory
I think he
sense.
passed away just last year or something.
Yes.
So, all right. So the numbers are coming in for some of the seats. They look pretty close. More to analyze, more numbers to come in, more boxes to be counted. So stay with us. The Jamaica Observer's coverage of Election Day 2025.
Need a AC to cool the temperature? Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy any clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Need a AC to cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL.
Terms and conditions apply.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Was PNP did a lot of work along the Western Belt.
42 boxes, and again, if the PNP is going to win the general election, they must win the West. All right, another battleground seat, St. Catherine East Central. 80 of 98 boxes counted. The Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong with 5,498 votes to the PNP's Raymond Price, 4,198 votes. How's this one looking, Daniel?
I think you're going to have to wait. Terrelong is very strong in the community. He has his groundwork well done. Raymond Price will have a little bit of a challenge getting to him. Notice the change. It's all about establishment of the Member of Parliament, and I don't think there's a question to whether or not Orlando has established himself as a Member of Parliament. So he got an opportunity. He's held on to it. It might be close, but it might be very difficult to wrestle it from Orlando.
Right now, Orlando Terrelong is leading by about 1,300 votes, with 18 seats left to be, 18 boxes left to be counted.
So let's see where they're going to come from. And like I said, you watch them, but one of the things you look for is members of parliament who actually work and people are satisfied with them. You may have a challenge wrestling them away from the constituency.
All right, another battleground seat, St. Andrew Eastern. Oh, Favour Williams has retained St. Andrew Eastern for the Jamaica Labour Party. The Minister of Finance, Favour Williams, we can declare she has won St. Andrew Eastern. She has defeated Patricia Duncan Sutherland. Favour Williams with 6,824 votes to Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 6,386 votes. A very close one, Chris Anthony.
Yeah, a very close one. I mean, PNP won it in 2011 with Andre Hilton.
Yep.
I think the Porsche swing had brought them over the line.
Correct.
I think they've been doing a lot of political work in the area. I was in that seat for the local government election. Definitely would have seen the PNP would have won Venetia's seat, but it's not the only seat in the area. It's Papine Division and the Mona Division. They would have had 2 councillors at the time. Now they only have 1. So definitely some more work has been done on the Jamaica Labour Party side.
Eastern Portland is coming up.
Okay.
Here we go. All right. So with 51 of 140 boxes counted in Portland Eastern, Anne-Marie Vaz of the Jamaica Labour Party, 2,928 votes. To Isaac Buchanan of the People's National Party, 2,915 votes. Very close. 51 of 140 boxes counted so far in Portland Eastern.
You still have some ways to go.
That's right.
Let's watch it a little bit more to see how, because this is close. It's not far apart. Let's see what other boxes have to say.
Yes, and the incumbent came in on a by-election and definitely
Correct.
swing would have for Andrew Holness in 2020 would have won.
All right, and here's another battleground seat, Manchester Central. 108 of 139 boxes counted. The PNP, the mayor of Mandeville, Donovan Mitchell, 7,181 votes to Rhoda Crawford's 6,807 votes. The PNP is leading in Central Manchester so far with 108 of 139 boxes counted.
Going to be a tight one. Clearly, Rhoda is under pressure now. Not surprising, but it's going to be tight. Still have a couple boxes to go. Let's see if she will hold on or if the mayor will win.
This constituency will show you the difference in voting, the difference in age. Rhoda seems to command a lot of the youth.
All right,
Donovan Mitchell is relying on the...
And another one coming up, Northwest Clarendon, Warren Newby and Richard Azan, 100 boxes of 108 counted so far in Clarendon, Northwestern. Richard Azan, 6,393 votes, leading. Warren Newby, 5,941 votes. That's the PNP's Richard Azan, 6,393 votes to Warren Newby's 5,941 votes. Only 8 boxes remain outstanding.
Yeah, so Richard Azan definitely would have done significant work in the area. You know, I've been to Christian, I've been to Spalding during the election period. Definitely people have a lot of confidence in Richard Azan taking back the seat, and definitely the work would have shown so far. But let's see how the remaining 8 boxes, that's 400, just about 400 votes. 400 votes he's leading by, so definitely let's see what happens.
Look at the vote numbers though. 2020 election, you had 2,005 for Philip Henriquez and 1,460 for Richard Azan. Notice a great increase.
A great increase in the voter turnout.
Yeah.
So and interestingly, Richard Azan has stayed in that constituency even after suffering 2 defeats.
Correct.
He has stayed with the people of Northwest Clarendon. So right now, again, Richard Azan is leading in Clarendon Northwestern, 6,393 votes to Warren Newby's 5,941 votes. 8 boxes still to be counted. Just want to... All right, so now we're going to go to Studio B with Dashan and Kwame, so they'll delve a little deeper into the numbers.
I thank you very much, David. Dashan, we have seen a lot of to and fro as far as the counting goes. Right now, we are seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is holding the lead, it would appear. They have 34 as per our last count for the preliminary counts now, but we want to look specifically at the ones that have already been declared.
Well, we have 4 seats that have been declared so far, and we're seeing them there. St. Andrew Southeastern, the PNP's Julian Robinson winning that seat, returning to Parliament again in that seat right there. Go back.
Yeah. Well, admittedly, you have stated that this would have been returned to him. So now we're looking at another seat, St. Andrew Eastern. Fayeval, you had stated earlier we cannot count her out.
Cannot count her out. She's a warrior in that seat. But go back. 34 seats so far, the JLP is leading in. 28 to the PNP. Still preliminary, only 4 seats have been completely declared so far. The other 2 being St. Elizabeth Northwestern.
North and West.
Northwestern, where the JLP's Andrew Morris has won that seat over the PNP's Patricia Scarlett Forrester. And here again in Manchester Southern, as has been stated already, Peter Bunting returning to Parliament. But look at these, there are some close seats right here still going on. Kingston Central, boxes are still being counted, 93.8%, 94% of votes counted there. The JLP is leading in that seat by roughly about 200. So it depends on where those other votes are coming in from. Kingston East and Port Royal, we can safely count that for the PNP. We can count Kingston East and Port Royal for the PNP.
So what happens when we get onto this side though? We see Central, St. Catherine South Central. Right now, as you look here, the JLP is leading in this particular area.
Well, Andrew Wheatley is expected to retain that seat.
And you're expecting that he'll be retaining that particular seat. Now, when we look at St. Catherine, they just started looking at this. Few more votes left. 83 of 98 boxes have been counted so far.
So 15 boxes left.
15 boxes left.
It depends on where those votes are coming in. This is still very tight. Under 1,000 votes, but the JLP look like they are going to retain the seat for now.
For all intents and purposes. What about Clarendon though? I'm looking at Clarendon Northwestern right here. The This you can pretty much declare, because when we look, we have 4 boxes left to be counted, and look at the margin right now.
Well, the margin is still very low, roughly about 400 votes or thereabout before you can declare. So still keep an eye on that, but it looks like Richard Azan is going to take the seat again so far for the PNP.
All right, but as we scan through now,
Clarendon Northwestern. Oh, that's
this
what
is the
we're
one
coming
that we
from.
just looked at.
We're going through, look at this seat, Westmoreland Eastern. We just look at it within 112 boxes, still another 11 boxes to come in. The PNP are leading in that seat. And more than 1,700 votes.
So the expectation is that they'll be the ones to retain this box.
It seems that way. Not retain.
Well, to gain.
Regaining that seat. All right, Hanover Eastern, still very small amount, just about a quarter of the boxes counted so far, but the JLP's Dave Hume is there holding on, but the PNP is leading in that seat. Andrew Perkins is leading James.
Well, just about 75 boxes left to be counted in this constituency, so it's too close to call.
Just about a quarter of the boxes counted so far. St. Elizabeth Northeastern, very interesting. The JLP won the seat in 2020. The PNP is trying to take it back with Zulika Jess contesting against Delroy slowly, and so far Zulika Jess is leading, but not by much. Look, it's less than 200. Still have quite a number of boxes left. 25 plus 9, that's 34 boxes left.
34 boxes left to be counted.
And the voter turnout, pretty low, 30%.
So this might be looking a little different for us. Let us look now at Clarendon Northwestern. No, we looked at that one.
Well, St. Catherine Southern, about nearly 2/3, nearly 3/4 of all the votes counted. Fitz Jackson there leading with 58% of the votes so far.
With 40 boxes left.
With 30 boxes left.
40.
40 boxes left, yeah. This seat is still expected to be held by Fitz Jackson, but it's still very close.
All right, so right now we're looking here and we're seeing a number of things. So we are, the last box that we can look at before we throw over, let's check the Manchester Central to see what's happening over here. So, what can we say now? Still too close.
Still too close to call. You have another, what's that? 27 boxes to come in.
27 boxes left.
And the lead is just over 300. Wow. But this seat is a seat that the PNP, when they're winning, it's about a 500 margin. So it's within that margin.
So this one is going right down to the very wire.
Going down to the wire.
All right, so that's it from our end. We are about to throw over to David in Studio A so that we can continue the conversation. We just want to remind you that you're watching the Jamaica Observer's edition of Jamaica Decide 2025. Over to you, David.
Right, thank you, Kwame and Dashan. So there's probably some unease right now in some war rooms across the country, both on the part of the JLP and the People's National Party. So a few seats have been declared based on the numbers that we've seen thus far. Oh, and here we have some more numbers coming in. St. Thomas Eastern, 77 of 128 boxes counted. The People's National Party's candidate Yvonne Shaw is leading. She has 4,356 votes thus far to Dr. Michelle Charles's 3,912 votes. So 77 out of 128 boxes counted thus far in St. Thomas Eastern. Clarendon Southwestern, a seat. All right, so Lothian Cousins representing the People's National Party, 4,072 votes. To Robert Chin of the JLP, 2,272 votes. And he's the former Member of Parliament, Robert Chin, for Manchester Southern. So 53 of 100 boxes counted thus far for Clarendon Southwestern, a seat that typically goes to the People's National Party. All right, Hanover Western, won by Tamika Davis in 2020. 83 of 116 boxes counted so far. The PNP's candidate, 4,690 votes, that's Heather Miller Bennett, to Tamika Davis's 4,109 votes. So 83 of 116 boxes counted so far in Hanover Eastern. The PNP candidate, Heather Miller Bennett, is leading by about 500 votes right now. Oh, we have another seat to declare coming up shortly. St. Andrew South Eastern, represented by Julian Robinson. He's been the Member of Parliament for a few terms now. He has retained St. Andrew South Eastern for the People's National Party. He's the PNP's spokesperson on finance. So that's Julian Robinson, 5,418 votes. To the JLP's Kevin Frith's 3,137 votes. So Julian Robinson has retained his seat. All right, so another seat to declare, St. Elizabeth Northwestern. All boxes counted. Andrew Morris of the Jamaica Labour Party has retained that seat for the JLP, 5,555 votes. To the PNP's Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 3,831 votes.
I don't think we should be surprised by this number, given the assessments we provided before. He's a hard worker. It's a seat that is traditionally held by the Labour Party. It's hard to trump the numbers, but she didn't do too badly. 3,831 for a first start. It's
Right.
it's impressive actually. And what you'd encourage them to do is to stay in the constituency and work, because you can see in terms of Richard Azan, it's worked. Win, lose or draw, you show your commitment to the people by staying within the constituency.
Right. I want to quickly touch on St. Andrew Eastern. Oh, here's another North St. Elizabeth Northeastern. 91 of 125 boxes counted so far. Typical PNP seat. Zulika Jess leading with 5,860 votes to Delroy Slowly. He's the incumbent Member of Parliament. For the JLP, 5,617 votes. So that's 5,860 votes for the PNP in St. Elizabeth Northeastern. To the JLP is 5,617.
Yeah, definitely one of those seats that that the PNP is looking to bring home. So they would be happy with the progress so far.
Gotcha. And then a battleground seat, St. Andrew Eastern. All boxes counted. We are declaring this one for Favour Williams, Minister of Finance. She amassed 6,824 votes. To the PNP's Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 6,386 votes. A seat that we've been watching very closely. And I wonder what this means for Patricia Duncan Sutherland's political career.
She should stay. If you look at her numbers, look at where she's coming from when she ran against Pernell Charles Jr. in 2020. The margin was, I think they won by what, 969. She's not done too badly here. I think what she needs to do is decide where she wants to stay and make it a home, because that's what Flavor did. Flavor came in and made it hers.
Wow. What do you think Favour Williams did to maintain the seat?
You know, one of the things I heard one of your commentators say it earlier, she's a warrior. One of the things we can't erase from this campaign is the connections that people have with the politicians. Whether or not it's a leadership thing, but you have to go into the constituency and recognize how connected they are. So it might be that has worked in her favor on this.
All right, and then St. Andrew West Central, the seat held since 1997 by Prime Minister Andrew Holness. He is leading with 4,092 votes. To Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 3,577 votes. Paul Buchanan, former Member of Parliament for West Rural St. Andrew. So 70 of 105 boxes have been counted. That's 70 of 105 boxes counted in St. Andrew West Central, the seat currently held by Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness has 4,092 votes to Paul Buchanan's 3,577 votes.
I mean, we expect the Prime Minister to continue in that seat.
All right.
Like what you say, we expect him to continue.
Manchester Northeastern, a seat formerly held by former Finance Minister Audley Shaw. 54 of 111 boxes counted in Manchester Northeastern. Audrey Marks of the Jamaica Labour Party with 3,750 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, he has 2,676 votes thus far.
Previously held by Audley Shaw, he clearly has some groundwork in place for Marks, who came in parachuted
Kingston
into the
Central
community.
is coming in right now. Big one. All right, here we go. 75 of 80 boxes counted in Kingston Central. Donovan Williams of the JLP, 4,575 votes. To the PNP's Steve McGregor, 4,377 votes. Very close. 5 boxes to be counted in Kingston
I don't know if you're
Central.
going to get that much from the 5 boxes.
It's a battleground seat. I think the PNP war room is in a little bit of a tizzy right now because, I mean, I don't see a path to victory without Kingston Central for the People's National Party. They definitely need to come in with some other upsets for them to take Garden House.
Well, they call Donovan Williams the impact boss in Kingston Central. So let's see if the JLP will retain this one. All right, Clarendon Southwestern, again, Lothan Cousins declared. So for the People's National Party, Lothan Cousins will return to Parliament representing Clarendon Southwestern. He has so far 7,076 votes. To the JLP's Robert Chin, 4,795 votes. So Lothan Cousins of the PNP will be returning to Gordon House to represent Clarendon Southwestern.
I don't see that as no magic number, because Robert Chin came from South Manchester, and as far as they're concerned, he didn't perform. I'm sure the people in that constituency that he came to Clarendon South is going to ask
Clarendon Northern is coming up. All right, here we go. So 77 boxes of 100 counted thus far. Wavell Hines of the People's National Party is slightly in the lead with 4,125 votes to the incumbent Dwight Sibley's 4,017 votes. So 4,125 votes for Wavell Hines of the PNP thus far to the JLP's Dwight Sibley's 4,017 votes in Clarendon Northern.
Yeah, I mean, for this seat, we traditionally say that Clarendon Northern votes with Clarendon Northwest. And I mean, if Richardson is going to come home, we expect Wavell Hines to come home as well. It will be interesting to see what St. Anne Southwestern does because of the geography in that area.
And the Clarendon Northern has been represented by both JLP and PNP representatives. All right, over now again to Clarendon Northwestern. Only 3 boxes outstanding in Clarendon Northwestern. Richard Azan, 6,785 votes so far. To the JLP's Warren Newby, 6,301 votes. So Richard Azan is leading by almost 500 votes with 3 boxes left to be counted.
Seems they're taking this one.
Yeah, seems they're taking this one. Let's wait and see. But I mean, I don't see how he'll get 484 votes out of 3 boxes.
And the challenge again with this seat, there was a JLP member of parliament there who decided not to return, and folks were not so pleased with
that's
his
the point I'm making.
representation.
So they're looking at your performance.
Yes.
So it would have been difficult for Warren Newby to come in and, say, stay with the Jamaica Labour Party, especially given the representation.
And he's just
that they
coming
got
in.
before.
He doesn't have a track record there.
All right. So it's looking. Richard Azan again is leading in Clarendon Northwestern. He's a former member of parliament. He's been defeated, I believe, at least twice in this constituency, but he has remained with the people of Clarendon Northwestern and will potentially retake this seat for the People's National Party. Hanover Western, traditionally PNP seat, 96 of 116 boxes counted. Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP leading with 5,499 votes. To Tamika Davis, the incumbent JLP Member of Parliament, 4,728 votes.
Interesting. First time MP, incoming, new to the ropes, and the numbers are telling us that there may not have been complete satisfaction with the performance of Tamika Davis, and they're perhaps testing to see how far they can go. But let's see what the numbers are going to tell us at the end.
And we go declared, so we can declare St. Catherine East Central for the JLP's Alanda Terrelong, 6,235 votes thus far, to Raymond Price's of the PNP, 5,092 votes. So 4 boxes are still outstanding in St. Catherine East Central, but we are declaring that one for Alanda Terrelong of the Jamaica Labour Party. Another seat declared, St. Elizabeth Northwestern, declared for the Jamaica Labour Party, Andrew Morris, 5,555 votes. To the PNP's candidate, 3,831 votes. So it looks like East Central St. Catherine will remain with the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes. They're not surprised about that.
Okay. So what do you think is happening out west?
I haven't heard anybody tell me anything about these voter turnout numbers, because that's what we've been singing on all afternoon. And this is painting a completely different picture.
Right.
This is painting a picture of retention. Those who have to maintain their seats, those who've done some work, and those who haven't performed are the ones who are being sent home. So it may very well be that this is one of those elections that you're going to be looking at to see the performance of the members of parliament as opposed to just the rhetoric coming from the top of the stream.
Yeah, but I also see a return to some traditionalism, especially in the Western
return
side.
to normalcy.
Normal.
Some would say.
Some would say return to normalcy, but definitely as you see where it's trending on the Western belt in Westmoreland coming around to Western Hanover, you see PNP leading in those seats. So return to what maybe?
Resurgence.
Resurgence,
perhaps
maybe?
evidence or testament to their rebuilding efforts. I mean, if you look at the numbers now, you'd know for sure that they're not going to have as a weak turnout as they did on the last election.
Right.
This clearly demonstrates that kudos to the leader, Mark Golding, that there clearly has been some efforts to unite both branches, and it can only augur well for them.
I'm also interested in seeing the numbers coming in from the east. Eastern Portland and Eastern St. Thomas.
That will tell us a little bit more, but at the end of the day, I think what we need to break these numbers down is to be able to see whether or not the poll was correct.
Another major update coming in. Clarendon Northwestern has been declared for the People's National Party. Oh, not yet declared, but a major update. 3 boxes left to be counted. Richard Azan is leading with 6,785 votes to the JLP's Warren Newby 6,271 votes. Again, only 3 boxes left to be counted in Clarendon Northwestern. Richard Azan has quite a story.
Yes.
He does.
He's very present. I covered the local government elections for that division, and he was very much on the ground.
Darrell Vaz coming East Portland Western. All right, 74 for 104 boxes counted so far. Darrell Vaz of the JLP, 4,164 votes. To the PNP's Doreen Campbell Forbes, 3,350 votes. I wonder how his wife is doing over in Eastern Portland.
Seems to be trailing so far.
Here we go. All right, Portland
trailing.
Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes counted. Isaac Buchanan in the lead with 5,636 votes. To the JLP's Amory Vaz's 5,224 votes. So leading by about 400 votes there. It's looking a little tight. It's a lot of boxes to be counted.
There's much more boxes to be counted.
44 boxes to be counted.
So wait for the boxes to come down.
Yeah, because if the boxes are coming more from the eastern east, then definitely you put your money on ISAT. But if it's coming from more west, closer to Western Portland, then you put your money in the fellowship area. Definitely you put it on Port Antonio, on Anne-Marie Vaz.
I don't think you count her out just yet. Just wait until.
And it's been a traditional PNP. It was prior to 2019 when she won that by-election. It was a PNP seat.
But you go back to what we've been saying. What's her history? What's the community sentiment towards her? What's her level of performance? Because one of the things we can't detract from is whether or not they have performed to build up that kind of support system. At the same time, is it a message? Are people saying, I'm sticking with the Jamaica Labour Party, I'm sticking with my member of parliament, regardless of what has been said, and this is a demonstration that you're seeing tonight? Because surprisingly, at this time, it's 8:40, we're going through some boxes, you're not seeing that flip. You're not seeing that turn. And I think it's telling you that there might very well be a stay in how people are viewing their members of parliament. It's going to be interesting to see how the numbers play out in the other constituencies, but there's some, like Robert Chin, he's a placeholder.
Yes.
So they figured they could give up that seat, but let's look at the other seats where there have been some major challenges. And that, like I say, let's go back out to the west to see what's happening out there. Because what you want at the end of the day, and I think this is perhaps what some people are thinking, is if you don't get that big switch, will you get sufficient balance in the House where there can be an adequate representation and not so much of one party taking all with the other party being non-existent? Yeah.
But before we even go back to the West, I remember in 2020 the big story of the night, or one of the big stories, was Peter Bunting losing his seat. He is returning to Parliament.
Yes, but Peter Bunting, and I will say this without fear or favour, it was arrogance or ego on his part why he lost Central Manchester. And having lost Central Manchester by such a margin, this is a testament to the fact that he clearly knows how to stay in power. He had to work to get there. The disadvantage is that he went to a constituency where there was inadequate representation, so it was taking cheese from a baby.
So it's to his advantage. So he's been Member of Parliament for Clarendon South Eastern, he's been Member of Parliament for Manchester Central, and he will now be the Member of Parliament for Manchester Southern. interest. Any other seats of interest, O'Neill?
I was just looking up what was coming. It's kind of slipped. Well, this is Clarendon Southeastern. Well, Charles seems to be leading. Charles
Is Colonel Charles expected to retain that one for the Jamaica Labour Party?
Crawford and Amos.
I definitely think Colonel Charles is going to be retaining that seat for the Jamaica Labour Party. I mean, based on, and traditionally that seat has been a JLP seat, so definitely Colonel Charles we think is going to come home to Garden House.
Roddy Spencer held that one for years.
For years.
Colonel Charles won it in a by-election. And he is up against Sion Barneswell, the councillor for the Hayes division within the constituency.
Did you just flip on that screen? I'm curious to see. Tufton is there. That seat. That seat is
Carrington Morrison, Northeast St. Catherine. Is she expected to retain that one for the Jamaica Labour Party?
Yes, I've called that one as well in my own private booking.
And of course, Denise Daly, Eastern St. Catherine.
You could call that one as well.
Retain that one for the People's National Party. South Central St. Catherine, Andrew Wheatley. It's going back to Gordon House, likely going back to Gordon House to represent South Central St. Catherine. We've already talked about St. Elizabeth Northwestern, where that seat will remain in the columns of the Jamaica Labour Party. St. Elizabeth Northeastern, it seems as though the PNP is leading, a slight lead there. Southwest St. Elizabeth, Floyd Green is leading in that seat. Now, again, we can always speak to the history of Southwest St. Elizabeth, that weather vane seat. What is that telling us? He's leading right now.
Yeah, he's leading right now. That seat normally goes with the ruling party. So it would be indicative if that seat is called early. We may just pack up our things and head out. Because I would say if that seat goes with the Jamaica Labour Party, they will be returning to Jamaica House.
Well, we've had some surprises if you look at 2020. So anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
Keep watching.
All right, so we see here Clarendon Southwestern. Again, 4 boxes left to be counted. Lothan Cousins will likely be going back to Parliament representing the people of Clarendon Southwestern. He now has 7,000. Oh, there we go. All right, another one here. St. Catherine Southwestern. 106 of 147 boxes counted. Clifford Warmington, 7,539 votes. To Kurt Walls, 5,689 votes.
If there was ever someone who has them seat locked, this is one of them seats there.
And he's a very proud man too.
No matter how rude he is or how abrasive he is, his people clearly has the support of the people who he represents.
He's going to let you know that the people of Southwest
told him to say that.
Sent him to Gordon House.
I don't think they sent it.
All right, here we go again. So Floyd Green, St. Elizabeth Southwestern, the weather vane seat. Only 62 of 113 boxes counted thus far. A lead of about 600 for Floyd Green. He has 4,949 votes. To Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 4,349 votes.
You got some boxes to go.
Yeah,
Miranda isn't doing too badly.
A lot of boxes to go.
Let's watch it. And I think you are correct. It's one of those weather vane seats. So where it goes, it will tell us where the election is going to go. And you can just confirm that by looking on west.
Yeah, we're just about halfway there. In 2016, Floyd Green got 10,152 votes. The PNP candidate at the time would have gotten 8,095. So just about halfway there. I'm told Floyd Green would have been doing some enumeration, even though the feedback as well is that he's not necessarily always on the ground, mainly doing a lot of the work through the ministry, touching the farmers in the area. So let's see if he'll get the support from those farming belts and constituents in his area.
So I don't think we've really touched on the St. Mary seats. St. Mary Western, currently held by the chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party, Robert Montague. How is that one expected to go?
Well, if we look at the polling, Robert is in trouble.
He's in trouble.
But Bobby is in trouble. But let's see if he's done the work. He did get some support from the Jamaica Labour Party faithful coming into the constituency, doing a lot of work. He's the chairman of the party, so we do expect them to invest in him coming home.
All right, and then
I like what you said, they invest in him coming home, because that is going to be the picture.
And then Central St. Mary, of course, has been a PNP seat for quite some time, represented by Dr. Maurice Guy.
Yeah, I think Omar Newell is in the seat now.
And we see some live pictures here.
Are dancing.
So supporters of the People's National Party, they're at PNP headquarters, They're in a jubilant mood, and of course, they're supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party. A huge stage set up there at party headquarters on Belmont Road. Party headquarters. So they are a little more subdued than the supporters of the People's National Party. So it's kind of reminding me of local government elections last year.
So everybody just wait.
Of course,
you just wait.
Of course.
As you mentioned that though, in the last local government elections, one of the things you looked at was the response of the Jamaica Labour Party. They knew they had some work to do. Yeah. They knew they had to get in touch with the people, which is perhaps why they did the minimum wage response at the end of the day. They also understand that they had to be able to explain to the people the economics, how it works. And you did see the reticence of the Prime Minister at the time. The question for us tonight is whether or not they did the work that they would need to do to retain their seats, and if not, to retain power.
All right.
And I mean, what I'm seeing here on the screen is it's a reflection of what the campaign season have been like. It's been a carnival atmosphere for the PNP and the People's National Party supporters. It has been seemingly hard work, serious work for the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, and it seems that that's what's showing here tonight at the headquarters.
Well, either which way, the people's voice would have been heard, because the fact that the governing party would have had to work so hard to retain their seats is a message that we're not satisfied with what it is that you've done, and they have had to come to show the people that, look, give me another chance so we can make it better.
You mean you're not satisfied with the list of achievements?
I would remember, you can say I have achieved, as Mary outside the focus group said, you have 50 diplomas, but it's whether the people are feeling it, yes? And so the translation from top to bottom is what they'd have had to work on. So I think tonight, if it is that they retain, it means that the people have accepted that their promises are worth accepting. So remember the theme? Promises or performance over promises, and performance and delivery over promises.
All right, more results coming in. We've already declared St. Elizabeth Northwestern for the Jamaica Labour Party, Andrew Morris, a seat formerly held by J.C. Hutchinson, former deputy leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. All right, and St. Andrew North Central, Carl Samuda's old seat, Delana Seavright is leading with 5,002 votes to Christopher Henry's 2,833 votes. 10 boxes left to be counted in North Central St. Andrew. Delana Seavright seems poised to head to Parliament. Delroy Chuck has retained his St. Andrew Northeastern seat for the Jamaica Labour Party. Delroy Chuck, 5,294 votes to Stacey Knight, the daughter of K.D. Knight. She has amassed 3,707 votes. So all boxes counted in St. Andrew Northeastern. Delroy Chuck will be returning to Parliament as the representative for St. Andrew North.
You have to give Stacey Knight, before we go to this one, some credits. This is what his last election, and he actually had to campaign?
Yes.
That tells you something.
Yes.
All right. And of course, here St. Andrew Southwestern. As expected, Angela Brown-Burke has a significant lead with 7,956 votes to the JLP's Maureen Lawrence, 523 votes. This is a seat formerly held by Portia Simpson-Miller, former president of the People's National Party. Angela Brown-Burke will be returning to Gordon House.
And it's interesting that the seat is coming in so late. Normally, Portia Simpson-Miller's seat is one of the first seats that's called. I mean, in 2016, the former Prime Minister would have amassed 10,792 votes. So seemingly she's on that path. Let's see if she'll be able to bring it home, similar to how the Prime Minister used to perform.
Well, she's bringing it home.
Bring it home similar to how the party leader used to perform.
What you do see, and it's interesting, because no matter how Jamaicans talk, at the end of the day, you're orange or you're green.
Are you green?
Look, we saw the vote. A win is a win. But you see how they vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So while we wait on other results to come in, I want to quickly go back to Southeast St. Mary. Now, I know probably about a week ago, Darrell Vaz went there to campaign and said he wants to bring the neighboring constituencies with
tour.
Okay, you call it the anti-Badman
tour.
All right, so Southeast St. Mary, represented by Dr. Norman Dunn, going up against Christopher Brown of the People's National Party. What's expected there?
Boy, I hear a lot of people say done is done, but I'm not particularly certain of that. I mean, the polling both from Blue Dot and Don Anderson up to last year and coming over to this year would have said that St. Mary on a whole is in a trouble for the JLP.
Yeah.
I do see that they've done a lot of work in that seat, both Dunn and Bobby Montague's seat. So let's see what happens there. Christopher is a newcomer, not to politics, but newcomer to actually running for an MP seat. So definitely let's see what comes of his performance.
Okay. All right, seats declared. Let's see. All right, the road to Gordon House. So 5 seats have been declared so far for the Jamaica Labour Party and 5 declared for the People's National Party thus far. We have 53 seats remaining.
It's going to be a long night.
So for the PNP, Richard Azan.
Yes.
He's one. Lothan Cousin, Southwest Clarendon. Peter Bunting in Manchester Southern. Angela Brown Burke in St. Andrew Southwestern, and Julian Robinson for St. Andrew Southeastern. For the JLP, Andrew Morris for Northwest St. Elizabeth. Alanda Terrelong, St. Catherine East Central. Delano Seavright, St. Andrew North Central. And Delroy Chuck, St. Andrew Northeast. And of course, the battleground seat of St. Andrew Eastern, Favour Williams winning that one for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yeah, so definitely it seems like it's gonna be a long night. I think they've been using the electronic voter system in some of the constituencies, so we're getting a number of seats coming in. At 5-5, I definitely think both war rooms are still waiting and crunching numbers to say, hey, are you certain that we're coming home? So it's still a long ways to go based on 5-5. So let's see where it takes us throughout the rest of the evening.
I like what you said, based on the 5-5.
Yeah, based on the 5-5.
I think, one of the things they'll be looking at is to assess whether or not their message resonated, who it resonated with. So for me, I'd love to see a breakout of the voter turnout.
Yes.
When we see the numbers for the voter turnout, we see the breakout for the voter, we can see who came out. That's what will make this election. Because the Jamaica Labour Party, they do have a strong quarters when you talk about the youth.
Yes.
The PNP, but that's why I say let's see the breakout, because the PNP was relying on getting out the older votes. And that's what the polls told us. So when we get the voter turnout assessment, that's the numbers I want to see.
I do believe, though, that a good number of young people went out today. I mean, I teach young people every day. I have a number of them in my contacts and my friends. Mark, you're still limited, but I sense from them that they went out to vote today for whichever party they chose. So I believe there should be some significant statistics coming out of EOJ afterwards.
And I mean, on the voter intention, I mean, when you look at Don Anderson's last poll, JLP was strong between 24 and 44, but under 24 would have been indicating that they would vote for the PNP, and over 45 would have been indicating that over 55 would be indicating that they will vote for the PNP. So I don't think the youth vote, especially the persons who would have been 16, 18 when the JLP just came into power, they've only ever known a JLP government as in
which is going
life.
to be the risk for the next election.
Which is going to be the risk.
For the next election, not now. But technically speaking, that was one of the things that broke the back of the PNP. There were people who actually said, look, I've lived under a PNP government for 18 years, all of my entire life. I'm voting Labour. And the Labour Party has managed to keep them.
Yes, they have.
They have managed to keep them. So you look at those numbers. The challenges going forward is going to see whether or not, if the People's National Party does not get the number of seats that they want tonight, where do they go from here?
Definitely.
So, Chris Anthony, do you think that the constituencies are pretty much going to be lining back up with in the traditional columns?
I think they're going to be lined up in their traditional columns. Definitely, I think so. I think this election will come down to our traditional Weatherbean seats and what they think, because when you look at St. Elizabeth Southwestern, when you look at St. Andrew East Rural seat, definitely those seats definitely give us an indication as to where the country will go.
And O'Neill, you saw what happened in St. Andrew North Central, Delano Seavright. It was a bitter fight, an internal fight in the JLP for quite some time, but he has emerged victorious.
I think the JLP ultimately made the right decision to put Delano in the seat as opposed to Tom Tavares' son, Christian Tavares. So I think that was a good choice. People also know Delano, who is a worker, and personally I believe they made the right decision.
So Daniel, in North Central St. Andrew, do you think any JLP candidate would have won, or they would have needed the support of Carl Samuda?
I think they would have needed the support of Carl Samuda. I think they would have, without a doubt. You can't. One of the things we can't break away from is when you talk about politicians, particularly those who've been in a seat for ages, they have groundwork. They know the ground. And you don't win an election without knowing how sure your groundwork is. So yes, they would need Carl Samuda. And you someone asked a question earlier, but why is it that Delroy Chuck would not have resigned? I think it was Clyde, one of the previous guests. The question is, you want to hold the seat.
Yes.
And then you want to be able to control the handing over of the seat. So you want to keep your numbers up, because if he'd given up that seat today, that would have been one less for them and more work for them as well.
All right, and then St. Catherine East Central. I think the last time the PNP represented that seat was a former state minister, Arnaldo Brown. Arnaldo Brown.
Yes.
So, O'Neill, do you think Arnaldo Terrelong is cementing East Central St. Catherine?
It's clear. It's clear. It's
Yes.
clear.
A Portmore seat.
Yeah, right. And I think just his work speaks for itself. Is active, is with the people, is done things for them, and I believe, based on this trajectory going forward, he will maintain it for a good while if the party keeps.
Relatively young guy, so
Yeah.
he's probably going to be there for quite some time.
I believe in term limits, this conversation about relatively long and staying in there. It doesn't all go well for people who want to participate in the system, because you come in and you feel, it's personalized.
It's your seat.
It's after your seat, and then when you start have the mentality there, now you're gonna start telling me, say you have to go and sell the seat and exchange your seat for something. So I would hope that there will be some kind of succession plan that does not necessarily mean that he stays in the seat. But the change in leadership is also very important. Another conversation for another day, but it is true. He cemented his leadership, and this is how we vote.
And it's the system that we have right now.
It's the system that we have right now. And
limits,
it's how we vote.
No term limits just yet. And I think he stayed in the seat. He's
cemented
it. Yeah.
He's his own announcer when he goes to the seat.
Yeah.
And then I'm interested in the neighboring seat, Southeast St. Catherine. Dr. Alfred Dawes representing the PNP and Robert Miller representing the Jamaica Labour Party.
Big Rob. I guess there's a worker. Has done some enumeration. Speaking to some colleagues. Has done some work in the seat. So Alfred Dawes has definitely a challenge up his sleeve. But it has traditionally been a PNP seat. So the PNP, I believe, is counting on that seat to come home, especially given the amount of face time that Alfred Dawes has had for the People's National Party. They definitely think he's one that would come home.
All right, and just some quick news here. We're learning that the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 33 of the 63 seats, boxes are still yet to be counted, and the People's National Party is leading in 30 of 63 seats. Another seat to be declared, St. Catherine Southern, 146 of 150 boxes counted. Fitz Jackson, who has been the Member of Parliament, I believe, since 1994, he's going back to Gordon House. 8,653 votes for Fitz Jackson. Delroy Dobney of the Jamaica Labour Party, 5,500 votes. St. Catherine Central, Olivia Grange is going back to Parliament, representing Central St. Catherine. Only 6 boxes left to be counted. She has, Olivia Grange, 8,782 votes to Ramoni Lewis, 1,852 votes. Another declared seat is coming up. Chris Tufton will retain his St. Catherine West Central seat. Only 1 box left to be counted. Chris Tufton of the JLP, Minister of Health, 6,872 votes to Loxley Francis, 3,625 votes. Ken Ball's former seat. Another declared seat, St. Catherine South Central, Dr. Andrew Wheatley, former mayor of Spanish Town, 7,427 votes to the PNP's Kurt Matthews, 2,734 votes. Another seat coming up, St. Catherine Eastern, Joyce Daly, or Denise Daly, as most of us know. Representing the PNP, she's going back to Parliament, 6,589 votes to Dwight Peckus of the JLP, 4,387 votes. St. Catherine Eastern in the columns of the the column of the People's National Party. And I believe she's been Member of Parliament for a few terms now.
Yes. Listen,
so no
all
surprise
those
there.
names that you just called a while ago are what you would describe as institutions.
Yes.
Well,
in the absence of my favorite term these days, fixed term, they are institutions.
the people's votes matter. They're key. So,
But I wanted to draw your attention
Sure.
to Chris Tufton, though. If you notice, he lost an election, I think it was, is it one? Yes, by what, 13 votes? Comes to this area, sits in the area, makes it his own, and has demonstrated that he has political stability.
But that seat has traditionally been
Ken
a
Ball.
JLP.
Yes, but the point is his movements. You remember we were talking earlier
Stay
about
in the seat.
staying the seat.
Work the seat.
You stay in the seat, you work the seat, and what you notice as well, no matter what has been happening in terms of the national level, it doesn't affect them in their seats.
I mean, I'd stay in West Central St. Catherine too if I were Chris
You're
Tufton.
just
Where are you going? I mean, and because of that too, that level of comfort, he's been able to help others out.
There you go. So that's what you're talking about.
So comfortable, he's the chairman of the JLP campaign.
There you go. So what you do for our
No
listeners is to let them understand that that is why you can have a chairman like Christopher Tufton, because you have a very sure seat. He's worked the seat. Yes, he's lost an election. He's come back. He's cemented himself. He's so cemented that he can become chairman and go to other areas and speak on other areas as well. It's not just his versatility as a member of parliament, but as a minister, because he's been able to do ministerial things and still eat the seat.
More seats coming in. The road to Gordon House continues. Here we go. So for the Jamaica, it's another tie. So
Told you, it's going to be a long night.
The JLP is leading in 8 seats, and the People's National Party leading in 8 declared. I'm sorry.
Declared.
So 8 seats declared for the Jamaica Labour Party, and 8 seats declared for the People's National Party. Still, the JLP is leading in 33 seats, while the PNP is leading in 30 seats. So again, 8 declared on each side. It's going to be a long night.
Told you.
So, yeah. All right, so we're going to come back to the numbers. As I said before, we have a long night ahead of us. So stay with us, the Jamaica Observer, as we continue to cover Election Day 2025. We'll be right back.
Need a AC fi cool the temperature. Get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Need a AC for cool the temperature, get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy any clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Need a AC to cool the temperature, get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to Jamaica Decides, the Jamaica Observer's coverage of today's general election, also on Edge 105. And we're going straight to the JLP HQ with Arthur Hall, our reporter standing by. Arthur?
Has been into slowly. Yes. That's been guided up to this week. That's all evening. Now we're seeing it's more celebratory mood. Never believe that they ever pulled one off.
Well, we apologize for that audio issue coming from the JLP HQ with Arthur Hall. Was talking to one of the JLP supporters. Well, we go to the battleground seats to see exactly what is happening. So far, 16 seats declared, 8 apiece for the JLP and the PNP, and the JLP is leading in 34 seats. Remember, the count is still preliminary, the PNP in 29. And we have up here in St. James, Northwestern, Dr. Armstrong, the JLP's General Secretary, leading Alan Bernard by more than 2,800 votes. There, Dr. Armstrong is expected to take the, well, we can declare this. It's 93 boxes out of 99, so this can be called for the JLP's Horace Strang. And in St. Elizabeth Northeastern, this has been declared. The PNP has regained this seat. Now Zulika Jess is winning that seat for the PNP over the JLP's Delroy Slowly, who took that seat in 2020. Just 91 of 125 boxes counted so far, but this seat has been declared for the PNP. Well, live shots there of Kingston, Jamaica here from Jamaica Observer. Jamaica Decides on Edge 105 and Jamaica Observer's online. See, we're seeing St. Catherine Southeastern, the PNP's Alfred Dawes is leading the JLP's Robert Miller in that seat. 58 out of 135 boxes counted so far. The PNP wants to get this back in their column. The JLP's Robert Miller the JLP's Robert Miller has been trying to hold on to that seat, and we have sorted out those other issues. And we're going back to the JLP's headquarters with Arthur Hall, speaking to a supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party. Arthur?
It has been cautious optimism here at the JLP headquarters all evening. But now, as the seats are being called, we're getting more of a party mode. And the party started in full flight a short while ago. Faithful Williams came into the headquarters. Miss Williams has held on to the Eastern St. Andrew seat, one of those which the PNP knows it has to flip if it is to take the general election. With me is Naima Brissett, a JLP supporter from Southeast St. Andrew, whose candidate, Kevin Frith, has lost to the PNP's Juliet Robinson, but she's still partying. Naomi, party time?
Fully. We are out in our numbers and we believe in our party. We back our Prime Minister. Fully. It's 1 p.m. and don't forget.
It's not over yet. The JLP could still lose this one, and it's much close, even if they win.
Well, I do agree with you, but Andrew has done his work. There's a lot of things that he has done, improvements that we can see, tangible things. So now all we have to do is sit back and just reap the fruits of our labor.
Right now we're here. We see people rolling into the JLP headquarters as we speak. I think Ms. Brissett wants to go back to the party, so we are going back to the party. And we'll come back to you later when Prime Minister, JP leader Andrew Holness gets here. So from now, back to the studio.
Well, there you have it there from the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters, a party mood developing there on Belmont Road. And we go back to more results. The JLP, remember, is leading in 34 seats, the PNP in 29. 16 seats have been declared so far. And we go back to the battleground seats right now to look at what's happening. All right, we're going to go back to Studio A with David Brown. David?
All right, thank you, Dashan. So we see there folks are gathered at party headquarters for the JLP as well as for the People's National Party. So right now it's neck and neck. It's seeming like it's going to be a long night. Clyde Williams, what's your take on this?
Well, one pollster now is having a lot of drinks. Because one pollster had said 11 points and counting and so on. So I imagine that pollster is kind of looking again on his methodology.
You're only as good as your last poll.
That's correct.
What's that pollster's last poll?
He missed it by a mile.
Okay, then why expected?
And Don is the Don.
No, and this is the Don.
That's right. That's better.
Gentlemen.
So Daniel, where do you see?
I think where we should be. There is a lot of positive coming out of what we're watching, what we're hearing. I think for the Jamaica Labour Party, they have a lot to reflect on. It's not a blowout, it's not a landslide. There are real competitions in the different areas. And that is telling us that, as Clyde was saying earlier, they're coming back for a third term. It's not usually so, it's not easy. It's not easy getting a third term.
Once in history, it has happened.
Correct. And so if it happens this time, they will equal it. But at the same time, you're not going back with the majority that you would have had. And so either which way, I think the public would win. Because what it means on this occasion is that the People's National Party would have signaled that there is unity rising. They're coalescing. They found a leader that they can coalesce around. The Jamaica Labour Party has recognized that it's not going to be a walk in the park, and there's some things that they're going to have to tweak. But as we continue to see the numbers, what we're seeing is there are areas where members of parliament work. You're also seeing tribal areas where you know that's working.
Mm-hmm. Paul Ashley, what do you think is happening now in the war room of the Jamaica Labour Party and the war room for the PNP?
Well, the war room for the PNP, they're not in the war room, they're outside.
They're outside?
Yeah, outside. The JLP, they're in a little bit of pickle because expectations were that it would be. Well, if it's not a landslide,
a canter.
It would be easy going. People are in for the retirement mode now. You kind of wonder how come Mrs. Vaz seems to be trailing
her husband.
Our host. No, trailing Isaac Buchanan. Isaac. That is dread. That one is the nearest thing to a surprise I'm seeing.
But it's an old PNP seat.
No, it's an old PNP seat, but remember the work that was done before, you see?
Yes.
And what happened is that Daryl really concentrated on that constituency.
Yes. We have an update now, so we have another seat to declare. The road to Gordon House. All right, well, okay, so the People's National Party is now in the lead in terms of seats won. The People's National Party with 18 seats, and the Jamaica Labour Party, we have declared 16 seats for them thus far. For the PNP, Richard Azan, Wavell Hines, Lothian Cousins, Heather Miller Bennett, Philip Paulwell, Peter Bunting in Manchester Southern, George Hilton in St. Andrew Western, Angela Brown Burke, Mark Golding, Julian Robinson, Kenneth Russell in Southeast St. Anne, Fitz Jackson, Southern St. Catherine, Natalie Nita Garvey in North Central St. Catherine, Joyce Denise Daly, Eastern St. Catherine, Zulika Jess in Northeast St. Elizabeth, Ian Hales, Western Westmoreland, Dwayne Vaz, Central Westmoreland, Dayton Campbell, Eastern Westmoreland. For the JLP, Horace Chang, Northwest St. James, Andrew Morris in Northwest St. Elizabeth, Alanda Terrelong, St. Catherine East Central, Andrew Wheatley, St. Catherine South Central, Christopher Tufton, St. Catherine West Central, Carencia Morrison in Northeast St. Catherine, Olivia Grange in St. Catherine Central, Everald Warmington in St. Catherine Southwest, Matthew Samuda, St. Anne Northeastern, Delana Seabright in St. Andrew North Central, Delroy Chuck, St. Andrew Northeast, Favour Williams, St. Andrew Eastern, and Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, West Rural St. Andrew.
No surprises. No surprises.
None at all.
No surprise.
We just got another confirmation. Rhoda Moore Crawford, 8,756 votes. Donovan Mitchell, 8,749. So that's Rhoda Crawford. Is that the final count, producer?
That's going to the court.
Three boxes remaining, but that seat has been declared.
No.
Interesting.
That's a recount.
Still too close to call for the Jamaica Observer, but for now, with 3 boxes outstanding in Manchester Central, Rhoda Moore Crawford, 8,756 votes to Donovan Mitchell of the PNP, 8,749 votes.
No.
And they've also declared Kingston Central for the JLP's Donovan Williams. So Donovan Williams. So in Kingston Central, Donovan Williams, 4,603 votes to Steve McGregor of the PNP, 4,535 votes. Are there any boxes outstanding in Kingston Central?
77 of 80, 3 boxes
So
left.
3 boxes left to be counted in Kingston Central. All right. So we just talked about 2 battleground seats there. Manchester Central, the Jamaica Labour Party's Rhoda Moore Crawford, 8,756 votes. To the PNP's Donovan Mitchell, 8,749 votes. Still some boxes left to be counted. And for the JLP in Kingston Central, the incumbent Donovan Williams has amassed thus far 4,603 votes to the PNP's 4,535 votes. Here are the results now for Clarendon North Central. Robert Morgan declared for the Jamaica Labour Party. Robert Morgan will get a second term representing Clarendon North Central. So far, with 5 boxes outstanding, he has 5,449 votes to Dr. R.J. Dixon's 4,122 votes.
So that's 1,000 mash votes ahead.
Right.
Not unusual.
No surprises to date.
I think the one with
Kingston Central or
Manchester.
Manchester
Central. That will be a challenge.
All of these are going to be like magisterial.
Yeah, magisterial.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
No,
It's
there was no.
what is significant is that the statistical dead heat continues.
The theme is there.
Right through.
And that's what the poll had said.
Yes.
One
dawn.
One dawn.
That's what they done.
Sorry.
So what for you is happening, Daniel, in Kingston Central? Why is it so close?
Well,
before that, Westmoreland Central. Before that, George Wright has lost his seat to former Member of Parliament Dwayne Vaz in Westmoreland Central with one box left to be counted. Dwayne Vaz, 9,869 votes. George Wright, 8,326 votes.
A stool has no place in politics.
You mean the former independent? Because he was independent once. Don't look at me like that.
He was never independent. he was sitting by himself that nobody wanted to sit on the side, and he said he still have committed labor rights.
The votes are close.
Yes.
We are seeing a trend here. Wickham McNeil, Northern Trelawney. All right, so 127 of 146 boxes counted in Trelawney Northern. A slight lead for Kenneth Wickham McNeil, 7,043 votes. To the JLP's Tova Hamilton, 7,005 votes. So it's leading by
some
about...
boxes left. So
There's some boxes left. This will get closer.
Yes.
This will get closer.
Definitely still too close to call.
Yeah.
The PNP needs to win the seat if it's to win the election.
Put it this
And the
way.
Manchester seat.
Put it this way. It's hard for the electorate in a special constituency to take a loser and you carry him and parachute him there. Right? And he doesn't live in the constituency.
Well, but you look at Dayton Campbell from Northwest Centre and he's gone over to Eastern Westmoreland.
Yeah, but
he lost his seat.
Yeah.
He lost his seat too. I think the difference
But
is...
he has a different role in the
Let's talk about Kingston Central again. So 3 boxes left to be counted. Donovan Williams, the Jamaica Labour Party's Donovan Williams, 4,603 votes. To the PNP, Steve McGregor, 4,535 votes.
McGregor did very well. He's a newcomer to politics.
Yes.
3 boxes.
Retired policeman.
3 boxes.
He did very well.
You mean he is doing well?
He's doing very well.
Yes, because
he's doing very well.
Yes.
Very well. He's doing surprisingly well.
Listen.
Right.
What has Donovan Williams been doing?
Let me tell you
to
something.
achieve this?
You see, one of the things that we need, I keep saying it since we've been on air, you're looking at the personal relationships, you're looking at the performance. When these members of parliament, when they came in and they were all new, they had a choice. You could either perform, do the bare minimum, or sit it out like Robert Chin did.
Another update, St. Thomas Eastern, Dr. Michelle Charles has lost St. Thomas Eastern to the PNP's Yvonne Shaw. Yvonne Shaw, with only 2 boxes outstanding, 7,284 votes. To the JLP's Michelle Charles is 6,807 votes. Michelle Charles has lost St. Thomas
2 boxes
Eastern.
to go.
You remember what happened in the local government in that area.
It
sent a signal, a serious signal.
That's right.
But not only that, Shaw is a switcheroo. She is a seasoned politician on both sides of the fence.
I mean, this is the former mayor.
And you know that she works. You hear we talk about performance?
Yes.
You're looking at Dr. Michelle Charles, putting her against Yvonne Shaw, and the question is going to be, has Dr. Charles performed?
Yes. I mean,
another update here, the JLP is leading in 32 seats, the People's National Party leading in 31 seats.
That's right.
Is this 2007?
Right, right all over.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking about the voter turnout. If the voter turnout is similar to or close enough to the numbers in 2016, you're going to see something very close.
In 2016?
Yes, it was 32-21.
Yeah.
So there were some complaints in St. Thomas Eastern about Michelle Charles' performance. Was this a done deal?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a 7-star general.
It's a 7-star general seat.
I'm just saying, it was an anomaly.
It's an institution.
But not only that.
It's an institution.
No, but not only that. The 7-star general was a unique character, you know.
How so?
He came and visited you the week before elections. And he transacted and said, he is
we have a huge declaration coming in now from Portland Eastern. And with 1 box left to be counted in Portland Eastern, Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. To Anne-Marie Vaz's 8,072 votes. 1 box left to be counted in Portland Eastern.
In my view, this is a surprise of the night so far.
Really?
Yeah. Given the work that is done, given the amount of money that is spent given the weight of the very powerful minister. Right?
I thought Buchanan said he was going to break the vase.
I think
Nobody break the vase. Yeah. The vase was made of steel and whatever.
Well,
you think the
and
difference?
here we have another one. Our Portland West.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in Portland Western, Darrell Vaz, 6,022 votes. To the PNP's Doreen Campbell Forbes, 4,809 votes. It seems like Darrell Vaz will retain Portland Western for the Jamaica Labour Party, but it's looking pretty tough for his wife over in Portland Eastern.
I mean, I want us to remember that that is a seat that the PNP would have won more often than the JLP.
But Action and did well, and Action and had the publicity, and Action had the husband.
Another one declared. Anthony Hilton will be returning to Gordon House, representing St. Andrew Western, with 8,115 votes. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 4,443 votes.
This is a big win for Hilton.
Well, I mean, yes.
But is it a big surprise?
A big win.
Is it a big surprise?
No, not a surprise. No, big win.
It can't be a surprise.
I mean, that was a rhetorical question.
Oh, sorry. You mean because he came from St. Thomas and ventured?
Well, he's been in the seat for a while, and St. Andrew Western, typically goes with the People's National Party.
No, this is a big win.
And Corey Dunkley had tried his hand, I think, in another seat in Clarendon, Clarendon Northwest, and lost that to Warren Newby. Here we go, St. Andrew West Central.
No.
87
Oh, no. This is early days.
Yeah, this is still early days.
St. Andrew West Central, 87 of 105 boxes counted. This is the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan representing the People's National Party. So far, 4,867 votes. To Andrew Holness's 4,762 votes. Again, only 87 of 105 boxes have been counted so far.
So that's what?
No,
That's 13 and 5, that's 18 boxes to go?
This is serious. This is serious.
With 18 boxes to go?
This is serious business.
18 boxes to go.
I think so, yeah.
Because Buchanan came from up the bush and came down.
Yeah.
Right? This is serious.
In fact, insofar as PNP candidate, he probably is the strongest PNP candidate in a long time to run that seat.
Yeah.
And just for comparison, looking at Mark Golding's constituency of St. Andrew Southern.
No. Why is by comparison?
86, all boxes counted. Mark Golding, 9,371 votes. To the JLP's Carlton Allen's 1,183 votes. So smooth sailing for Mark Golding in St. Andrew Southern. A little bit of a challenge there.
That is what a leader does. That's what a leader of a party does.
Does Allen get back his money? Does Allen get back his deposit?
Oh.
Maybe Mark paid it for him.
What is it, because you get back your deposit?
What does this mean? What does this mean for the Jamaica Labour Party?
That what?
That Paul Buchanan is running so close.
No.
All right, so we have another one here, St. Mary's Central, 94 out of 105 boxes counted. Omar Newell of the People's National Party, 6,505 votes. To the JLP's Nathaniel Mirage, 4,879 votes. A seat that was held by Dr. Maurice Guy for probably 4 terms?
Yes.
All right. Christopher Brown, St. Mary's Southeastern, 100 of 112 boxes counted in St. Mary's Southeastern. And this
is a shocker.
Wow. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 5,696 votes. Dr. Norman Dunn, 5,632 votes.
This is a potential shocker.
Less than 100 votes.
I wouldn't see it as a shocker.
It's a swing seat.
No, yes. Remember that.
All right, and another one in St. Mary Western, held by Robert Montague, the chairman of the JLP. Robert Montague, 7,869 votes so far. To Omar Woodbine, 7,163. Another update coming up.
That's the chairman.
Nikisha Burchell and Homer Davis in declared for the People's National Party. It goes back. St. James Southern goes back to the People's National Party. Newcomer Nikisha Burchell has defeated the incumbent Member of Parliament, Homer Davis, in St. James Southern.
That's a good win. That's a good win.
I had expected that to happen because
about 200 vote difference.
That's a good win. That's a good win.
Very good win.
Very good win.
Look
very
at the
good
history.
Win. So and in St. James, Southern, that's a very good win.
Defeating the former mayor of Montego Bay.
That is a very good win.
So the People's National Party has retaken St. James Southern, a seat held by St. Elizabeth Southwestern coming up, the Weather Vane constituency. There we go. All right, 108 of 113 boxes counted so far. Floyd Green is declared for the incumbent Floyd Green as he moves into his third term representing the people of St. Elizabeth Southwestern.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it would have been difficult because it has had a history of being won by the JLP, and Floyd has put in some good work, and he's the Minister of Agriculture.
And not only that, he had some good government publicity.
Yes, well, of course, because he's a minister.
He's a minister, and that's what you want. You want your member of parliament to be minister, and most favorable to him is that he's Minister of Agriculture in a heavily agricultural area.
But you know what's interesting? They've long said St. Elizabeth Southwestern goes to the governing party. So goes Southwest St. Elizabeth. So goes the country. So we'll see.
Well, you know, Favour is in a seat that normally goes to the winner as well. Eastern St. Andrew.
Another one here. Not a lot of boxes counted. St. Elizabeth Southeastern. 26 out of 109 boxes. Norman Scott, the current mayor of Spanish Town, the PNP vice president, 1,719 votes.
Too early.
To Frank Witter's 1,711
and Mr. Witter is a man from the area. You see, too early to
Everald Warmington in St. Catherine Southwestern.
Y'all can declare this.
We can declare it for Everald Warmington. 10,551 votes so far to the PNP's 8,444 votes.
You would say given the one finger is now two fingers.
St. Catherine Northwestern. So this was represented by Hugh Buchanan in the last in 2020. Damien Crawford. Damien Crawford, 7,147 votes. To the JLP's Newton Amos, 4,797 votes. So 118 boxes counted thus far of 122. Damien Crawford will.
You see, he polls more in Portland and still lost the seat.
Yes,
in Portland, and has now polled less in Portland and won the seat.
Interestingly,
how strong?
Anne-Marie hasn't brought.
We are now confirming Matthew Samuda in Northeast St. Anne, 9,093 votes. To the JLP's Dr. Ryan Simpson, 6,487 votes. Northeast St. Anne remains with the Jamaica Labour Party. In Southeast St. Anne, we're declaring this one for the PNP's Kenneth Russell in Southeast St. Anne, the seat formerly held by Lisa Hanna, 7,464 votes for Kenneth Russell. Aidan Peart, 4,652 votes for the Jamaica Labour Party.
He has consolidated the PNP's base down there because
he has brought them back.
That's correct.
Yeah, he has brought them back.
Because that's the kind of margin PNP used to win in that constituency.
Which speaks to the fact that they are rebuilding and have rebuilt, and so you will see this resonating across in the numbers.
Whatever the outcome, we don't know yet, but Mark Golding has pulled a team together that at this point in the night we still can't say who is winning the general election.
Kingston Central, all boxes have been counted in Kingston Central. Let's see who the winner is in Justice? Steve McGregor, 4,739 votes. So Steve McGregor in Kingston Central, 4,739 votes. To Donovan Williams of the JLP, 4,727 votes.
McGregor was doing very well. McGregor was doing very well.
All boxes counted.
McGregor was doing very well.
This is going to a recount.
That is definitely going to be.
McGregor has done very well.
But it's a PNP seat.
It don't matter.
Agreed. He has done well.
Yeah.
But you'd expect in ordinary election when there's no swing, that the PNP would win it.
And you did ask what it is that Donovan had done, and you'd have consolidated ground. And the fact that it is still, as you said, a PNP seat, and Steve McGregor had to work so hard to get it tells you something. it tells you that he had some kind of connection. But I think even if you declare it, you still have it as a question because it's definitely going to be recounted.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You were saying something, Dr. Ashley?
The margin is very small, so I'd expect just tonight them huddling already and deciding.
You asked what is happening in the
And we are looking at live pictures from JLP headquarters. They seem to be in a celebratory mood.
They have to be. They have to be.
Perhaps they're just
They have to be. They have to be.
Gotten.
They have to be.
The vote is incredibly close, especially with Kingston Central. So,
and you notice that the crowd is there, right? The crowd is there because they expect to win.
Yes.
They expect to win.
I don't think this election is going to be determined until like sometime next week.
We'll see.
Yes, when the final comes and so on. And even then, because it's so
look at
very
PNP
close.
headquarters.
They're not getting the result. They're not getting the result yet.
You have to watch it, you know.
Wow.
They're not getting the results yet.
Yeah.
Pretty close in Kingston Central.
Yes.
I want to quickly ask a question about St. Catherine Northwestern. Was Newt Amos a strong candidate?
He was a policeman.
PNP seat.
It is a PNP seat.
Yes. He was a policeman.
Steve McGregor's a policeman.
Yeah, but
this isn't Amos's first loss.
It's not his first
loss. So it means that when you consistently lose, you have to reassess your style and your engagement, because he's been there. It's not that he's left.
I think this is Amos' last
run at it.
And he has
Manchester Northwestern, 98 of 104 boxes counted. Mikhail Phillips, 6,606 votes. To Damian Young of the JLP, 5,461 votes. So 6 boxes left to be counted in Manchester Northwestern. The seat held by Mikhail Phillips of the People's National Party. Now,
You see that area called Malgoli?
Yes.
Coming down from there, that's Mikhail's town.
And here we go, St. Andrew East Rural, 123 of 137 boxes counted. Juliet Holness, 8,426 votes. To the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 7,587 votes. 14. So 14 boxes left to be counted in East Rural.
Not bad.
St. Andrew.
For first time around.
Here we go, St. Ann Northwestern. Declared for the Jamaica Labour Party's Crystal Lee, 7,428 votes so far. To Gabriella Morris, 7,077 votes.
How much boxes you have,
And
Lee?
Crystal Lee had defeated Dr. Dayton Campbell in 2020.
8 boxes.
8 boxes.
That's a good run by Morris.
For her first time.
For her first run. And there are 8 boxes left.
And correct.
Yes,
correct.
it's a good run.
Correct.
We don't know what's going to happen eventually, but she's doing a good run.
But what we're seeing is that Jamaicans are split.
Absolutely. But again, for the last several months, if you're following the polls, it's been like that, a statistical dead heat, a marginal lead by PNP, a statistical dead heat. So I expected this. Actually, when the Labour Party was saying, we have other information that suggests that there's going to be a high turnout and that we will win on the canter, I was just sitting on my house and wondering which mars them on.
Because we know the Prime Minister dismissed the polls and said that the JLP has conducted its own polls in 22 constituencies.
Well, let me tell you, if you can't come out and say what your poll results are showing, then you must keep it quiet. You cannot say, well, we have poll results.
All right, another one here. St. Catherine Southeastern declared for the People's National Party, Dr. Alfred Dawes has defeated the incumbent Robert Big Rob Miller. Alfred Dawes, 7,405 votes thus far. To the JLP, 6,930.
I don't think you should declare that.
It's 500 votes, you know.
That's 500.
Look at the boxes.
Yes, it's 500 votes.
500.
And so there are 6 boxes left to be counted.
Yes. It's very close. I come
one
from there.
box remains.
One box?
Alfred Dawes.
Oh, sorry.
Alfred Dawes, 7696 7149. So with one box outstanding in St. Catherine Southeastern, Alfred Dawes, 7,696 votes. To Robert Miller's 7,149 votes.
Yes.
The PNP seats, some of them, they are going back home.
Yes.
And they're going home.
Alfred Dawes worked hard.
I was just going to say that. They're not just going home. They're going home to persons who worked within the area for the seat.
Yeah. And he tapped into social media.
He worked hard
among the young people.
He's using, remember my comments at the top of the hour?
Yeah.
He's using the social media mechanisms. He's getting out there and reaching the voters on their own level, and he's being responsive to their needs.
He worked very hard. In fact, I was saying to some of my friends that give me a skill as a medical doctor. I would have said to the party leader, I'm coming from the Senate as Minister of Health if you win. But to deal with a constituency, trust me, it is not easy. You're dealing with sick people and you're dealing with mentally dread people as constituents. It's not easy. Right? And he doesn't live there.
Who does Alfred Dawes doesn't live there?
I don't think Alfred does.
No, he doesn't live there.
He doesn't live there.
He has a practice in
there,
Portmore.
but he doesn't live there. And that is dread.
What do you think about his use of social media over the last few months?
I think it's important, and that is where you need to go. You need to diversify how it is you reach your population, and I think we started at the top of this conversation about the Prime Minister, his level of involvement on social media, and it is going to be one of the digital mechanisms that you're going to have to use to communicate within real time, because that's what people want. I think one of the things you're looking at, you say he doesn't live there, but he's responsive.
Yes.
He's not taking it for granted that it is a PNP institution or a PNP area, but he's earning it. And I think if you look at how he has done it, for the very next election, you may have to worry a little bit more because he's going to consolidate that seat.
Well, he has certainly had a meteoric rise.
Yeah. Okay. Big Rob has not been a bad MP either.
Exactly.
No,
exactly.
Big Rob has not, Robert Miller has not been
a bad MP.
And given how close the numbers are, that's
so he clearly had to do some work.
I remember Dawes, I think Dawes had fire in his office and everything like that.
Yes. There was internal conflict in the PNP.
It was very internally.
It was a serious
we have another alert coming to us. Here we go. The road to Gordon House. The JLP leading in 23 seats. The People's National Party declared. 23 seats have been declared for the Jamaica Labour Party. 28 declared for the People's National Party. 12 seats remaining.
I wish they'd put up the 12 seats remaining.
I wish they would tell us which 12 so we could have the bad idea.
Let's show lots.
I go back again to the war room.
You can.
I was thinking
yes, okay.
You know, we started first. One of my first commentary was that the loser would leave, would say bye-bye. It seems to me, from looking at the results, that Marky G has done extraordinarily well as a person who is really not a politician.
He's a neophyte.
He has done extremely well.
Yes.
It seems to me that Marky G has all the support to remain in Jamaican politics.
And we see here on the screens supporters of the People's National Party.
They got the
information.
They got the information.
They are celebrating at party headquarters there, PNP headquarters.
They might be listening to us, you know.
Perhaps. They should be.
Did I just see Beverly Duncan a while ago? I'm wondering if I saw somebody looking like Beverly Duncan.
But let me say that Marky G has now, I think, if it's this close, Marky G and the PNP will exert tremendous influence in the parliament.
Yes.
And in fact, the PNP in its war room must be saying, if we lose this closely, we are going to ensure that this government doesn't last the full term.
What's the biggest mistake, Daniel, that you think the JLP has made in going after Mark Golding?
I think the first one is his nationality. I think that has resonated with persons not only locally but in the diaspora. You can't ask the diaspora for contributions and
here we
turn
have
around
a shot of Jamaica
their
House.
nationality. So I think that's one of the mistakes that they've made. I think the second mistake they've made is making it appear as if by virtue of voting for the People's National Party, you're not choosing Jamaica. Yeah. You're not being patriotic. You're not being nationalistic. I think looking back at the drawing board, you want to make sure that you don't alienate your population before you have a relationship with them. You need to treat them a little, because you're talking to the diaspora as well. And so your communication, your strategy has to be one that is inclusive at the onset.
Candidly, I didn't think about it before that Choose Jamaica theme was a slap at jab at Mark.
It was.
And for them to be trumpeting as a speaking point, they're not surrendering Jamaica to the PNP.
That is the most scary utterance I've heard.
Not surrendering.
That said, the Jamaica Labour Party will never surrender Jamaica to the PNP.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's a two-party system we operate.
That's right.
You must lose sometime.
Yes.
And guess what? I think another mistake they made is saying, look here, we need more time to do this thing.
Yes.
If you say you need more time to do it and you'll never surrender, when you do your third term, you're going to use the same argument.
Yes.
We need more time to do what we want to do, and we're not going to surrender to the PNP.
It's hard.
Going back to the immigration issue, how did the leadership debates, you think, affect the turnout today?
I would
or the
say
support that the People's National
it's
Party
hard to gauge those things. It's very hard.
Stand by. We are confirming Kingston Central.
For
decision alert. Kingston Central goes to the People's National Party. Steve McGregor, 4,739 votes. To the JLP's Donovan Williams, 4,727 votes.
What's that, 12? Is that 12?
12 vote difference.
Yeah, that's
straight magisterial.
Recount. There's no argument about
yes,
that.
I love those recounts.
Yes, you know what? This is not following an example.
No.
Lloyd Barnett of the UCC.
Lloyd Barnett.
Garth Barnett of the UIC. Of the UIC had 23 votes.
What is the UIC?
A third party.
No, a third party. What is it?
So
we have not defined what is a political party.
Agreed. But
because this is not a political party.
No,
I think the significance is that he's pulled the votes from somebody.
Yes,
he's pulled the votes from Donovan.
He got 23 votes, and the difference between the PNP and the JLP here is 13.
Right, so it's not just pulling the votes from Donovan, he also pulled votes from McGregor.
That's correct.
He probably had a large family.
It's a spoiler.
He has a large family.
It's a spoiler.
Because, hear me, in the small game,
yes,
really, people don't waste their votes like that.
It's a spoiler.
I don't know if it's a really spoiler. I don't know. But no, hear me. McGregor did very well.
Yes.
Very good, very good. Very good. McGregor did well. I am really concerned now about the poll for the Prime Minister.
Can we get some numbers?
Can we get some numbers? What's the latest?
It's
on
the
the
very first time that he's had a very serious candidate run off against him. Very first time.
And Paul Buchanan has been pretty confident that he's
every candidate is pretty confident.
Yes.
Every candidate, you must be. It's part of the.
But I'm saying, like, compared to the candidate who had been there for years before.
But remember that Paul lost and was beaten by somebody who is not even the
West Rural St. Andrew.
And then not real, but no big thing in Jamaican politics.
Yes.
Might be in athletics, but and then come down.
Whop it back.
Yeah, the master.
So hopefully we can get some updated numbers.
We'd like to update on the Prime Minister.
West Central St. Andrew.
Because that is what the Labour Party is looking on. No?
You're talking about seats though, and the Prime Minister's seat. I think Central, not self-serving, but I want to understand what's happening in Central because that's one of those seats in terms of
Central
looking at
Kingston.
the number. Central Manchester.
Central Manchester.
Because the PNP would have counted that in their blocks.
Yeah, Mitchell was supposed to win that.
Yes. So if it is that Rhoda actually has won that seat, which I'm hearing, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
And again, the last numbers that we got for Manchester Central, the JLP so far 8,756 votes. So the PNP is 8,749.
Some people don't have any nails right now, you know. Yes. They're biting off every strike in one of them. Some people don't have any. Yeah.
All right. So
as the pollster, the one Don Anderson.
You mean just talk it time to us say it, no man say just like the man say it is a statistical dead heat.
We're still waiting on an update on the numbers.
Same thing. It's the same thing. Calm down.
West Central, the seat held by Andrew Holness. He's been the Member of Parliament for this seat since 1997. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 votes so far to Andrew Holness's 4,762
Which is what I'm
this
looking at.
This is now the thing everybody's watching on. They don't care about the rest.
18 boxes left to be counted.
Yeah, a whole
in
that.
Andrew.
No, that's a whole lot of boxes.
It's a lot of boxes.
That's a lot of boxes.
Am I right? This is 13 and 5.
But the
18
numbers,
boxes, yeah.
though, if I can trouble you
Yeah,
a
go
little
ahead.
bit more, when you look at the numbers coming in from the different divisions, they're pretty low.
Very low.
They're very low. And they're suggesting to me that the anticipated major turnout that was being expected did not happen. And that is something to look at in terms of determining where they went and why they didn't come out, because it was expected that you're going to have this overflow, and you didn't. So I'm curious to know what that is, because that's going to determine the statistical. Is it plus or minus 3?
Yes, plus or minus
Plus
3.
or minus 3.
Uh-huh.
So the plus or minus 3 will come when we look at what the overall voter turnout is, because looking at the numbers from the different areas, they are pretty low. They're not as high as they seem to have expected them to be.
All right, and we have another alert here. The Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party leading in 29 seats. So 34 seats so far for the JLP. They're leading, not declared, the JLP leading in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29 seats.
Okay.
So it's going back to... We can now say Manchester is split down the middle. So Peter Bunting, with all boxes counted in Manchester Southern, 8,573 votes for Peter Bunting. Ian Hives of the JLP, 7,903 votes. Rhoda Crawford, with one box left to be counted. Rhoda Crawford, 9,035 votes in Manchester Central to Donovan Mitchell's 8,861 votes. One box left to be counted in Manchester Central.
Like I told you, when you talk about the boxes coming down from Belfield, Crawford spent a lot of time working up in Belfield. I'm curious to know what the numbers
And
look
here,
like coming
still
from
in
Belfield.
Manchester Northeastern, Audrey Marks, 7,652 votes. Audrey Marks of the JLP to Valentin Wint. He's been in the seat for quite some time, representing the PNP, 6,029 votes.
And the JLP paid special attention to Audrey Marks in that seat. And in fact, the information I have is that they built it back from what Waterboy.
And here we go now, still in Manchester, Manchester Northwestern. 98 of 104 boxes counted. Mikhail Phillips, 6,606 votes to Damian Young's 5,461 votes. What's interesting about Northwest Manchester, I've been hearing people say they haven't seen Mikhail Phillips work so hard because, you know, he was in trouble.
That's what I was about to tell you when we talked about the areas, but we were splitting so fast that he's had to work to keep his seat. Giving them more time, it would have been interesting to see where his votes came from.
Absolutely. I'm looking back at the Prime Minister's numbers from 2016.
Go for it.
In 2016, he had 8,563 votes to the PNP 6,499. The PNP's candidate at the time was Patrick Roberts.
Yes.
So for him to have 4,000 odd votes with such a few bucks left, it's like, will he get to his 2016 number? Or will the PNP eclipse him in the seat?
That is prejudice.
Is there some disillusionment?
But imagine for a moment, in
not
Westminster, adopted Westminster system that the leader of the JLP loses, but the JLP wins the election.
That is a...
That would then be...
Give you a headache, Paul.
Not a headache.
That is more than a headache.
Paul is not a headache, it's uncharted territory, uncharted ground.
That's a hell of a headache.
Trelawney Southern. All right. Still early, Trelawney Southern.
that.
26 of 96 boxes counted. Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, the incumbent of the JLP, 1,787 votes. Paul Patmore of the People's National Party, 1,486 votes.
This is young days. This is 26 of...
But it has to beat Auntie... Mama.
So, Trelawney Northern.
Wow.
Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 7,408 votes.
Wow.
To the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,198 votes. Still have some boxes left to go.
No, I don't. This one.
Only a brave man would say anything about that. Only a brave man.
Trelawney Northern, 141 boxes of 146. 7,894 for Tova. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes.
All right, so in Northern Trelawney, 141 of 146 boxes counted. Tova Hamilton, 7,894. Wickham McNeil, 7,746. It's now confirmed that Tova Hamilton will be returning to Gordon House.
You see what I said to you earlier about them getting a chance, cementing themselves into the constituency and doing the work so that it makes it difficult for someone like Wickham McNeil, who is he's been around for a long time, but you bring him into the area now, he has to reset and build a foundation to challenge one that she's been working. This is another example of a member of parliament who works and is on social media.
Ground,
So everything you do, they see it. So they can see that you are performing as a member of parliament.
And despite being a backbencher too.
And it's the end of the road for McNeil.
Tova and Crawford have been they have impressed me in terms of the second election. 2020 was an anomaly, so they say, yeah. But this one, this close, and they're coming out and they have done well.
And they're not the only ones. When you look at the 2020 elections and you say they came up on the coattails of the Prime Minister, if you look at the election and you will see that they've cemented themselves into the communities and have really held their own.
Yes. You know, one of the strategies in election is that you keep some of the key people out of their own constituencies. I'm wondering if Andrew overextended himself across the country and neglect his own seat, because that is something you have to watch in politics, where you extend yourself across the entire country, but your own seat.
But you see,
which is interesting because
Andrew worked himself to a phrase in the local government.
Yes, I remember.
1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
But he was doing it the same way now. But he was doing the same thing now.
He repeated it this time around.
He repeated it.
But it mean that the clock should
I think here's what. Let's wait to see the numbers, and then we can dissect it to see what is it that would have played a part in his numbers being as tentative as they are. Here's why I say this. He has carried the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
He has carried the Jamaica Labour Party. He has had to defend his record. He's had to defend himself. And in doing so, the shine may have worn off. Yes. And in doing that, I think that it is something the Jamaica Labour Party has to look at, because it can't be that you have someone who is has so many clothes and you know there's nobody standing up to him. But does it mean that the Jamaica Labour Party stands and falls on the leader?
But he's a leader, he's a messenger, he's everything for the Jamaica Labour Party. When you look at the PNP, for example, you have Damon Crawford, and Dayton Campbell, and Mark Golding. They spread it out.
Corruption perception
is on individual, on him,
Yes,
not so much the party, but the individual.
The point was made earlier that in the Westminster type government, one under the suspicion would step aside.
I said that.
You said
I
that.
said that.
She said that.
Yes.
Very early.
I said that.
Hypothetically, if he had stepped down and another person ran for the third term for the JLP.
Yeah.
Well, Jamaican party leaders really
we don't step aside. We have to be kicked aside.
Well, you see, let's see the numbers. Let's be sure. Let's see the numbers, because that may play a part. But it also sends a message, though, to the parties to say that this is what can happen to you if it is. And you hear the rub now. If it is true that you have 10 of them who are being investigated for illicit enrichment, what would it mean for them? If it is that this is what is happening to the Prime Minister because of what is over his head. So I think let's look at the numbers before we make a determination. But it is fair to say, I think, in looking at the numbers right across the board, that this may have been, this issue was something that resonated with voters and may have made them hesitant. If they didn't come out, I would want to see what the exit polls say, to say why it is they voted the way they did and the extent to which this would have played a role in, you perhaps give somebody a chance, but you're still not so sure. But we can't take away from the fact that the People's National Party is on the rise.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Well, it's still on the rise with one PNP.
With one PNP.
So again, I come back to Andrew's numbers in 2016. This is 2016, right? Not 2020. 8,563 to 6,499. That's a huge difference.
8,563, 6,499. Yep, 2016.
The question is, how much of an impact is the corruption perception having on his electability? Because if he loses and the JLP wins, that is going to be uncharted waters in the country.
And I don't think anybody anticipated
I
that.
cannot think. When I cannot even imagine
No.
Holness loses.
Yes.
Well, I cannot imagine that.
You know, Daniel, you've been pointing to performance, and the Prime Minister has always said he's grateful to his constituents for being understanding, because, you know, as party leader and Prime Minister, he's always on the road. And so, I don't know, maybe perhaps they
performance
felt neglected.
plus the perception. So let's break it down. What's the extent of that? I'm curious to know, because whilst you work, if there is that question around, you know, so we have a way of, rather than covering everybody with it, you make an exception. Say, no, man, in my work, the only person we know about is the Prime Minister. I think we need to understand a little bit more when we see these numbers, if it is that his shine has rubbed off. Because remember, you know, when Andrew Holness came in, Brogard came in, he was new. He presented an image of newness,
But lost 2 months
modernity.
later in 2011.
Yes, but he came back. No. We're not talking about that. Let's focus on when he came back, even in 2020, when he came back. He came back as a renewed leader. You asked the question earlier about Obama's. That was when he was trying. When he came back in, he understood how it meant to be connected. The clocks, the music, the being present, how you dress, making sure that I'm smooth, making sure that I'm likable. And he worked that image, and that image has sustained him. And that is why I'm saying it is interesting to see, as you have said, whether or not this cloud has affected his electability. So you still look nice, you know, but somebody have a question or two about you.
Because he's maintained that cool dude look, you know, the 1 p.m. and all that stuff.
Good, Andrew. I mean, there are three things that, you know, you have the third term fatigue.
People are weary.
Yes, so that's working against him. And then, of course, you have the fact that he's Prime Minister and has very little time for his constituency, which for me is an argument for 2 votes, one for MP, one for the Prime Minister.
Agreed.
And now you have the corruption. So you have 3 things that are working against him just now. We'll have to see if he comes out, because, you know, we'll see, we'll know shortly. But it will be very interesting to see how people will respond if, in fact, he doesn't come out.
I don't know. Y'all gone very far. Y'all gone very far. Here's where I think people, at least for this particular moment, the people are the question, the fact that there's doubt. You see, you're going to remember this election, you know.
Yes.
Not so much because of what has happened in the debates, but for the fact that it has a nail-biting finish where, oh my gosh, the Prime Minister had to work for his seat. That when the numbers and the dust clear, the numbers come in and we recognize now that he's gone back to Parliament, assuming that his numbers held him, there is still going to be that.
Of course.
Has he received a mandate?
Yes.
But
yes.
You know, I'm jogging my memory.
Yes.
And I can't remember if any Prime Minister of Jamaica has been this close to winning his seat.
Michael,
or her seat.
Michael. Remember that there was a rumor that they swap Michael and Shearer. You remember
there was a rumor, but this is not rumor, this is fact. I don't know about the rumor, but no Prime Minister.
Yes.
Right? And Andrew has worked.
Yes.
Right? Andrew was the man, as you said, the party came to power on his coattails.
Yes.
And no, not even the black Clark shoes bottom drop off. Not even the Clark shoes can help the man.
You recall the unfavorability rating that he received from the Donalds poll. It kept climbing and kept climbing and kept climbing. So again, we're going to have to look to see if he gets close to this 8,000 something, or whether there's been a fall off from his own support in his constituency. We'll find out in another couple of minutes.
You know, history is being made. You know. Jamaicans, they say Jamaicans vote presidential.
Yes.
Jamaica votes for the party demanded to be Prime Minister.
That's right.
If this is how Jamaica votes, it has voted to be Prime Minister.
ISAT.
1 box to go.
He's won the seat. Well, I can't say he's won the seat yet. It's still very close. You know, still very close.
It's what?
8,290 for ISAT.
All right. Again, so in Portland Eastern, 139 of 140 boxes counted thus far. 1 box outstanding. Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. To Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes. Isaac Buchanan is leading for the People's National Party with 1 box outstanding. Portland Western, only 2 boxes left to be counted. I think we can declare this one for Darrell Vaz, Western Portland. He will return to Parliament representing that constituency. Darrell Vaz, 6,022 votes so far. To Doreen Campbell Forbes, 4,809 votes. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson is leading right now, representing the JLP, 7,471 votes to Hubert Williams's 6,479 votes. Still some boxes left to be counted there. All right, St. Thomas Eastern. Looks Yvonne Shaw, 7,284 votes. 2 boxes left to be counted. Michelle Charles, 6,807 votes. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw leading in St. Thomas Eastern by almost 500 votes. Christopher Brown with 3 boxes left to be counted in St. Mary Southeastern. Christopher Brown is slightly leading the incumbent Norman Dunn. Christopher Brown, 6,313 votes to Norman Dunn's 6,293 votes.
3 boxes to go?
With 3 boxes left to go.
This
is going to be a nail biter.
Been this kind of
Yes.
Even when
St. Mary Southeastern
used to win. Close. Yes.
And Christopher Brown, I believe, is a newcomer.
Yeah, man, he's a newcomer.
Political neophyte.
But he's been in politics for a long time.
Is that what? Pharmacist?
Yes.
And
but
well
remember...
well supported.
Yes.
You see?
But
Christopher Brown is a patriot. He's been in politics for a long time. In the PNP Patriots. He's been in politics for a long time, but this is the first time he's actually running. So he has political experience, not a neophyte in that sense.
But Dunn has significant backing.
Yes.
But this would have demonstrated what has been on the ground. You can't ignore the comments about St. Mary's Southeastern, where persons were dissatisfied with the performance of Norman Dunn. You've heard the stories.
Yes.
So this perhaps it comes right back to my theme. That the performance is important, albeit leaders are important. Performance also plays an integral role in whether you keep your seat or you don't.
This is a tight one.
What's the number you have? What's the last number you have?
I'm wondering if Holness manages to scrape through, if he is considering saying, look here, time comes.
You mean like 2.5, 3 years and then transition?
There must be some time.
All right, another one here, St. James East Central. 100 with
institution.
4 boxes left to be counted. Edmund Bartlett will return to Parliament representing St. James East Central. So far, 7,000.
That's the leader of the JLP.
He turned 75 this year.
Yes, no, I'm just saying. If
Maurice Chang, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, he has retained his seat in Northwest St. James.
Like I said.
I wonder how Horton is doing in St. James.
West Central St. James.
Let's see if we can get some information from Horton. What's the last number you have on Anne-Marie? No, Anne-Marie in 2020 got 8,360. What's the number you last have her? Or you don't? So if she doesn't come up to this, she's going to be in trouble.
But you know, one of the things we also need to look at, as you said, she's in trouble. If you look at the electoral divisions,
yes,
Ferry Hill, Prospect, Port Antonio, when we look at the number coming out of those areas, that will tell us exactly where she would have lost.
Yes.
And it would be important because when she just came in 2016 by the by-election?
The by-election, yes.
We're gonna put up St. James West Central, and the producers will give me the updated numbers. So St. James West Central, 90 of 106 boxes in St. James West Central. All right, so in West Central St. James, the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party candidate, Member of Parliament, Marley Malahoo Fort, is leading with 5,118 votes to the PNP's Andre Horton's 4,667 votes. So 16 boxes left to be counted in West Central St. James. The JLP is leading in West Central St. James.
A journey to go. I'm sure Mala, who has been, you know, I don't know, I'd probably say a controversial minister in terms of how she has approached. I remember the Prime Minister had to shift her out of being the Minister of Justice to
Attorney General.
An Attorney General. Attorney General, and gave her a ministry that was usually a department in the Attorney General's office.
And then gave her a big building.
Yes, 100 odd staff.
At Stanton.
It's crazy.
A hell of
It's
a building.
crazy.
So, if you ever see it, is the most modern.
I've seen it.
I want to know who owns the building.
I was wondering about the air conditioning bill because it's pure glass I see when I drive past.
And nothing going down there.
The very ironic thing is right beside, it's very near to the JLP headquarters, the PNP headquarters. You know.
So.
What's the numbers that
all
we're
right.
having?
So, ladies and gentlemen, the numbers are coming in, and the theme is it's close. Stay with us. Jamaica Observer's coverage of Election Night 2025, Election Day 2025 continues. We'll be right back.
He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Need a ACV cool the temperature, get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Need a AC to cool the temperature, get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
Need a AC to cool the temperature, get chilled and start out your summer.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving to make sure that next year he can live by his own rules. And this is Janelle. She's saving to make sure that the girls' trip to Greece makes it out of the group chat. They all have one thing in common. Their JN Bank savings. Saving little by little is what makes life affordable. Stop wishing you could. With your JN Bank savings, you absolutely can. JN Bank will help you find a way.
ATL, Panasonic's exclusive distributor in Jamaica, now brings you the all-new R32 air conditioners. Powered by eco-friendly R32 gas, which uses 30% less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999.
Start out your summer with ATL!
Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy in a clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Welcome back to Jamaica Decides, the Jamaica Observer's coverage of today's general election here on the Jamaica Observer online and on Edge 105. And you would have noticed this is a new host right now taking you through the show, right? And David had to get a break, right? But we're going straight to the PNP's headquarters with Linford Simpson to get the latest out there. Linford?
So the temperature has come down significantly at PNP HQ as supporters who have gathered and who had expected that Mark Golden would have led them to a win they are now seemingly acknowledging that, Golden perhaps wasn't able to get them over the top. With a few seats still left to be called, however, one of them being that of the Prime Minister's, West Central St. James, they are still hopeful that they'll be able to pull it out. But they seem resigned to the fact that the PNP would have lost an unprecedented third straight election. Now, what has happened throughout the night is that as each seat was declared for the PNP, they were jubilant, and in particular, the cheers got louder as Buchanan edged ahead of the Prime Minister. But with the PNP leading in 29 and the JLP leading in 34 seats, the mood at PNP HQ, whilst they await the party leadership to arrive, has gotten more somber, and they are seemingly accepting that 2025, an election in which they targeted particular seats in areas like Central Manchester, East Rural, West Rural St. Andrew, Eastern St. Andrew, those seats just did not come home for them. And again, when Southwest St. Elizabeth, the St. Elizabeth seat was declared for Floyd Green, and Western St. Mary's seat was declared for Bobby Montague, with those seats always going with the winner, the PNP supporters again were accepting their fate that 2025 was not to be. But what's happening now is that we're awaiting the arrival of Golden and the party leadership. The supporters are particularly happy with some of the seats that they would have won. They were jubilant when particular seats were called. And, as I'm speaking and looking at the big board at the back of the platform, the Prime Minister has edged ahead. Obviously, votes would have come in from the Olympic Gardens division, maybe the Seabright Gardens division, and they are now accepting their fate. We'll join you later when we're able to grab one of those in leadership to tell us what went wrong. Linford,
Well, now we are looking at the latest declaration of seats. The JLPs have won 31 seats, the PNP 29, and 3 seats are left to be declared. And those 3 seats, my panel, Clyde, are the seats in St. James West Central, St. Andrew West Central, and Trelawney Southern. 3 seats that are expected to go JLP. But the Prime Minister's seat, St. Andrew West Central, Clyde, what do you make of that?
Well, let me tell you something.
Now?
I'm not even going to say anything at this point in time because my fingers are barely standing up now. I'm biting them off, biting all the nails off. It's going to be, but again, we come back for the last several months. It's been a statistical dead heat on the one non-poll. Mm-hmm. Statistical dead heat. I just have to wait to see how it goes.
But you're coming in, Daniel.
Look at the numbers. I've said it at the top. If you look at the turnout that you've had today, you can almost call it for the Jamaica Labour Party.
A low turnout.
Because it was a low turnout. It mimics 2016. And to my mind, the fact that it mimics 2016 means to me that you're going to have a close parliament. Mm-hmm. Whether it is 29, 31, 30, 32, and I've said it.
All right. Just to come to you, Paul, your namesake, Buchanan, challenging Prime Minister, not a neophyte in politics. What is happening down there?
Good question. Look here. The Prime Minister must be biting off his nails because it has to do with his centrality to the party.
Yes.
It has been said, I've said it too, Jamaicans vote presidential, they vote for party leader. Andrew Holness carried the party on his clerks going right throughout. Andrew Holness worked hard. He campaigned for hours. He spoke ad nauseum. Didn't listen to what the minister said on the campaign. He just spoke what he had to speak. Hours and hours and hours. He worked very hard. And to now be seated and watching this from Paul Buchanan.
But do you expect him to really lose, or it's just the where the boxes are coming from? He's strong.
No, man, this is no leader in the history of Jamaica have a nail-biting finish. This is a prime minister having a nail-biting finish.
The one done.
The one. Hear me? No, not the one. The one PM.
Oh, Brogard.
The Brogard.
Right.
Yeah. That is very dread. It seems to me that it will be embarrassing if there's a recount, and it will be it will be the end of a political career if Buchanan really won.
But let's watch what's happening there. But let's look what's happening in St. Mary Southeastern. Christopher Brown, 6,313 votes to Norman Dunn, 6,293. Norman Dunn trying to retain the seat. Christopher Brown, the first time in it, leading him right now. 109 boxes counted so far, 3 left.
Hear me. It looks as if this is a serious upset. This is one of the surprise outcomes of this contest. This is only beaten by the Prime Minister with Buchanan.
Wow.
I mean, I'd expected the PNP to do well in the seat.
Yes,
if it's a new
in Southeastern.
But
that's Pip-Pip seat.
Eh?
Pip-Pip.
That's correct. That's Pip-Pip. Affectionately called Pip-Pip, name eluding me now, and so on.
That's why he wasn't called by him.
So I expected the PNP to actually win the seat.
You did?
Yes, I did expect the PNP to win the seat, largely because of Pippin.
Okay.
This is a surprise.
All right. And now we have St. Mary Central. A PNP seat, Omar Newell retaining for the PNP.
Correct. Yes. Not a surprise.
A patriot youth, that's one of the younger generation of the PNP youth, them.
All right, and that's 7 boxes are left in that seat. Omar Newell leading by 1,600 and odd. We can, even with 7 boxes left to be called, we can safely say the PNP retains St. Mary Central.
Oh, Terry Long has established himself over in East Central St. Catherine.
I did say so.
That's carving it out as a JLP seat.
And it's the same thing.
Yes.
Same thing for.
Yeah, he won in 16 and 20.
He won in 2016.
Oh yes,
he has done
16, 20, no.
Yeah.
3 on a trot.
Look for that replay.
3 on a trot.
We can, and welcome back to Jamaica Observer, Jamaica Decides, and we can declare this election being won by the Jamaica Labour Party. Will form the next government. Andrew Holness is the Prime Minister-elect of Jamaica. We are still awaiting the outcome on his seat. The Jamaica Labour Party is projected to win this election, and we can safely say now that the Jamaica Labour Party will get an unprecedented third term. The second time in Jamaica's history, a party has won back-to-back elections 2 times.
Yes.
They win it first, back-to-back, 2 more times, 3 terms. What do you make of this? What would the Jamaica Labour Party look like going into a new term?
Well,
it seems to me that there has to be a number of retirements in the third term.
Tell me where those are come from.
Look here. Age is not a friend of politics. Anybody touching 73, 74, 75, or 80, and I'm not being gender specific here, and anybody given the OJ,
you're talking those age range, you're talking about Oliver Green, you're talking about Delroy Chuck.
They're not old, like myself, but never. There has to be a generational change. I thought the Prime Minister would have done that after the local government. He seems to have waited too long. You need to introduce new blood. This is a new type of electorate. We can't use the past.
But in all fairness, he did. He brought in Dana Morris Dixon.
No, good move.
He brought in
He brought in the people who were good, but the old labor rights.
He brought in Audrey Marks.
Yeah, no, she just came in. That's a different ball game. But the point is, you remember when there was the gang of what, 5 or 10? 5. And some of the older fellows lined up, and Eddie Seaga said they were only too old, right? Then if they were too old then, what are they doing now? How old are they now? They're walking dead. They're up in politics.
Well, before I come to you, Daniel, Clyde, tell me, a narrower margin for the JLP going into governance. How do you govern with that narrow margin?
Well, it's a simple majority to pass all legislation, simple majority. What it does mean is that you can't come to Parliament except with your total. You have to make sure you galvanize and mobilize your 32 or whatever it is on every single Parliament you sit in.
Not only that, you cut down foreign travel.
That's right.
You cut down foreign
People have to stay
travel.
home.
You stay
I think
home.
that evenly though, you now have what some people regard as a more balanced parliament, because it means that the authoritarian or dictatorial tendencies, the ability to put things through parliament without consultation is reduced, because you now have to do more consultations, and you also have to watch your numbers. I think though, the major message for the Jamaica Labour Party is that it was not a cant, it wasn't a walk in the park. And because it wasn't a walk in the park, what you're going to be doing now, you're going to be more watched than ever before. What we're seeing with the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's seat, it does appear to me that there's some questions as it relates to accountability, and people are asking that question, because your Prime Minister's seat should never really be so close.
But what about, we're reminded here of 2016 when we had another close election, and it was really difficult for the JLP to govern. So when they got the landslide in 2020, it felt like a weight was lifted off the shoulder and they had more wiggle room to work.
Well, they had experience, so they can go back to 2016 and see what worked and what didn't work. But what you will find is that there's going to be less authoritarianism within the system now. There's going to be more of an approach that says that you have to work with the other side. And I think, gentlemen and listeners, one of the best things that come out of this election, I mean, I understand that the People's National Party may feel that they could have lost at their own expense. The JLP snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, but you cannot deny that Mark Golding has taken them very far tonight. Coming from the numbers that they had when they started, where they are today, they're more in a position to negotiate. And it speaks to what I would like to hedge a bit, and that bit is this perhaps is going to strengthen the People's National Party, and there are going to be a little bit more questions coming out of the Jamaica Labour Party now. Because if your leader cannot consolidate his seat, if at the end of the night we're saying, what's happening to the leader's seat? There means that there is going to be a greater expectation from the Prime Minister himself within his seat now, and that is going to affect the fortunes of the party.
Well, some of the latest numbers have shown him pulling ahead. Some of the latest numbers in terms of his seat, and I think some of those numbers indicate that he will win eventually and win not handsomely but safely. And so I think the whole close parliament, I think, will lead us to have some sort of constitutional convergence on change. I think the Labour Party, the last parliament, they were just running roughshod over everybody to say, this is the stages, we'll take it in, and we're not consulting on the stages, and when we set the stages, you must just come and meet with us, and then you must sign the report at the end. I think now everybody will have to sit down and recognize that we have to have convergence and compromise for the Constitution.
I disagree with Tide on that, you know. It seems to me the Labour Party, from ever since, has to be a one done in how it operates. It is critical to its existence. It is one done. And the party expects a one done to lead, and it's so it goes. And it will continue. This won't be any change in the style, and they will look at it and say, look here, we barely win the third term. You think if you can ever even dream of the fourth term?
No, but
get what you can now, because the end is near.
If you look at the elections, 1997 versus 2002, the PNP won by a landslide. 2002, the JLP was expected to win. They lost it closely, and then things, by 2007, they were winning election. But the opposition party, Clyde, it's not just the JLP, the opposition in Parliament with stronger numbers, how do they hold the JLP to keep the fire at their feet to ensure that...
Well, the first thing is to see the slate of senators. That's the first thing I want to see what he'll put out. If he puts out a strong slate of senators, we know that their JLP is going to be in for a rough ride. Then the other thing I want to see is their shadow spokesperson council. Who are the person? Because I must tell you, they seem to lack a little depth in terms of the personnel available to them to choose a shadow council.
They even had a shadow of a shadow.
No, because I
the
hardly,
junior, the junior, yes, he had a shadow for shadow.
yes.
And he justified that in saying he was bringing in new blood to the party by giving the junior day. We never heard one utterance, from, not even a cough from the junior senators.
To be fair though, if you look at the numbers, look at the slate, Gabrielle Morrison, she came in as a senator. She had a good run tonight.
That's right.
What you want to do is look at the screen, look at the people that they put up, and work with them so that they can consolidate within those areas. You don't want them switching now from this constituency to that constituency. I think they need to sit, they need to build a base, they need to work out, they have time to work out what works for them, and the party has room for governance.
You know what is it? It's critical. One thing they should insist on is what Michael Manley tried and even PGA tried. You must live in your constituency.
Yeah.
You have dividends to get if you are in touch with your people.
It's very hard doing it.
I know it's hard, you know, especially when you're a minister.
Yes.
Or especially when you have this experience.
Could that have explained why ISAT was able to win? Because he's literally moved himself down there.
Well, Anne-Marie Vaz has moved herself down there.
No, I'm just saying, in the fact that she lives there, we're talking about living in the constituency, the fact that he's been able to strengthen that base, and it all goes well.
Yes.
When you live there, there's a greater sense of connection with them.
But it's hard work.
It's hard work.
Coming out at morning, people out of your gate. Driving in at evening, people out of your gate. It's not easy. It's not easy. And if your family life is significant to you, it can possibly pose a big problem in your family life.
But Clyde, you raised an issue earlier where you said that you will be looking to see the slate of senators Mark Golding will put in the Senate. I'm getting a cut right here. Mark Golding has arrived at the PNP HQ to address his party supporters, having lost today's election, but done so very closely with the JLP. And we're seeing some live shots right there. Mark Golding coming in, and the mood at the PNP HQ is very somber. Not a party atmosphere, Daniel.
No, not a party atmosphere.
I wouldn't be giving a concession speech tonight. I can tell you this.
No, because we have magisterial.
But how many?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Not considering
it doesn't matter.
I am
33, 29, 35, 20. It doesn't matter. No concession speech tonight. We're going to sleep and we're going to get up in the morning, look at all the numbers and determine how we're going to proceed from there.
But what if you hold the country at ransom? I mean,
no ransom. It's overnight. No ransom. Overnight. There's no ransom. It's overnight.
Well, we have a democracy, and if it
yes, but I don't have to concede tonight.
But it's not up to you to concede if you lost.
I disagree with Clyde on this. I think, look here.
No, I mean, you've lost.
You just concede. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if you concede or not.
I concede is like a handshake. I shake your hand, I don't mean
I understand that.
I concede.
Do you recall 2016 and the concession being made on the night? I don't recall.
No, I think the Prime Minister said there were 3,000 votes. And she wasn't conceding.
Yes, people they fucking vexed with Portia.
But we moved on.
Yes, I understand, but it wasn't on the night that the concession was given.
But whether or not she gave a concession, nobody cared, really.
If I can just chip in here in terms of the concession, I think at the end of the day, you concede.
All right, we are going to the PNP headquarters a little bit to get what's happening. Angela Brown-Burke, I can see, is on the stage addressing PNP supporters, and now the PNP General Secretary, Dayton Campbell, who has won the seat in East and Westmoreland.
Find his voice, though.
Let us hear what he's saying.
Comrade Chair, Comrade Leader, and I'm proud to call Comrade Leader. Very proud of the work that you have done, Comrade Mark Golding, to unite our party, to energize our party, and to allow us to be very competitive in an election. To the other officers on the platform, campaign spokespersons, newly elected member of parliament, now, comrades, we did not get the result that we wanted today, but we are a democratic party that believes in the process. And we believe in putting forward our ideas to the people and campaigning vigorously and for them to make a decision. And we accept the decision that the public makes at any time. Not only when it is in our favor, we accept the decision that the public makes. I want to commend each and everyone on this platform and in this audience who believed in what we had to say and believed in the mission and vision of the PNP-led. We started from way behind. We started with 14 constituencies. I believe at the end of the night we are at 29, which represents more than 100% increase in the number of constituencies represented by the People's National Party. It is true that there is no second place in politics and that we're still in a position, but we will commence the work beginning tomorrow to ensure that the PNP will be the next government in the future. Thank you very much. Stay for the road. God bless you.
Comrades, it is time to ask the party leader to come to the stage. I want you to get one of the deal. Thank you.
The media is begging a minute. Should I give them a minute? All right, we're going to give them a minute. We'll give them a minute. Ricky, let's go, Ricky.
Well, we are seeing here scenes of the Jamaica Labour Party, a celebration there in which they have recognized that their party has won the election and will form the government at least for the next for the next 5 years if the government doesn't call the election quite earlier. The scenes there being jubilant, the Jamaica Labour Party supporters in a party atmosphere. And in that split screen, even though the People's National Party has lost, they're still having some amount of party, but not as active as the Jamaica Labour Party's party right now. And they're the PNP president, Mark Golding, waiting, just giving media personnel some time to get their things together before he makes his concession speech. We're still awaiting Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Well, we don't know if he has won his seat as yet.
Yes, he's won it comfortably.
He has won it comfortably. Okay, so Andrew Michael Holness being the next Prime Minister, continuous Prime Minister for a third term, the second person in Jamaica's history to be Prime Minister, winning the elections 3 times. The other person doing that is P.J. Patterson. And now Andrew Michael Holness is on the chart to be a longer serving Prime Minister than P.J. Patterson. P.J. Patterson served for 13 years. Andrew Holness can now serve for at least 14 years if he takes the election to the next 5 years, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't put it past him to do it.
No, I mean, why not?
But it's part of his legacy,
It's history.
Yes, remember, he's also intent on building his legacy. Yeah. And so if it is that he is in a position to do so, I don't see why he wouldn't.
Yeah, even if he should lose the other one, he will still be the longest serving.
Correct. He has made history. He has consolidated his legacy.
Yes, he has.
All right.
I wonder what the turnout is nationally. I wonder what that looks like.
We haven't seen those figures yet, but we're going to the PNP HQ where PNP President Mark Golding is about to address the crowd.
Comrade Chairman, Comrade General Secretary, Comrade Officers,
Make
all the
some
comrades
noise, Labour right!
all the comrades in the audience, all the people of Jamaica who are listening, watching. First of all, I think it's my duty as a believer in democracy to acknowledge and concede the result and to congratulate our opponents, the Jamaica Labour Party, for their victory tonight. Jamaica's democracy is important and it must cherish it. Sometimes it brings bitter disappointments. Sometimes those disappointments are laced with a tin of sensitivity. Not all is fair and just, but it is very, very important that we put democracy ahead of all of those feelings. And I accept the results of these elections. And although obviously I'm very disappointed in the outcome, I think it is only correct to expressly acknowledge the success that our opponents have managed to gain today. I want to thank a lot of people. And first of all, I have to thank the comrades and supporters of South St. Andrew for standing with me, coming out today in their numbers, and for giving us a decisive victory in the constituency, which I have the honor to serve. I also want to thank our campaign team, led by our campaign director, our general secretary, Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Also, a newly minted member of parliament, congratulations to him on his victory in East and Westmoreland, and all the other members of the campaign team worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done. What's that? And that is a night and day kind of job. Starts very early in the morning and goes on to late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight. And we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first, and they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And, we must all give ourselves a round of applause. In our homes, if you're listening, here at PNP headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us hundreds of thousands of votes and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours. And it should not be that way. We should do better, and we have to do better. I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward to the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform. a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us, it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to me. You know, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well. It's a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force in Jamaica. And as the General Secretary said, work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is love. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
All right, so we are back. We are watching Mark Golding conceding defeat tonight to the Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party. So the JLP will be returning to office. It's an unprecedented win, a historic win for the Jamaica Labour Party, with Andrew Holness as Prime Minister for the third term. Only the People's National Party has been able to achieve that, with former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson at the helm of the People's National Party. So Mark Golding has conceded defeat. 29 seats called so far for the People's National Party.
JLP. No, 29 for the people. Sorry.
29 seats for the People's National Party, 32 declared so far for the Jamaica Labour Party. And we're seeing on our screen here, JLP leader and Prime Minister Andrew Holness is at JLP headquarters.
Where's Mrs. Holness?
We'll see. So,
no, Mrs. Holness.
Oh. So we see they're in a celebratory. All right, let's watch what's happening at Belmont Road with JLP leader Andrew Holness. All right, so again, here the Jamaica Labour Party is celebrating its third consecutive term in office, a historic moment for the JLP. Mark Golding has conceded defeat. So I want to ask, what contributed to Mark Golding's loss today, to the People's National Party's loss today? Was there a particular moment or event that occurred over the last 5 years that could be credited for this loss?
I wouldn't say a particular moment or event. It's perhaps a confluence, because Mark has done a fantastic job in pulling the party together. Look at where they're coming from, the number of members they've had in the parliament. They now have 29. So clearly there's been a lot of work that he has done into making them a viable opposition. I do think that if I had to choose a moment, I would say it took a long time for people to see him as Prime Minister, Prime Minister material. And that is why I think the debate should never be underestimated, because that debate gave him some buoyance. It could be that had they seen him like that before, he would have been able to command.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. We're going to go now to JLP headquarters, where JLP Deputy Leader Desmond McKenzie is at the microphone, and the leadership of the JLP is on the platform.
Shout, shout, shout. Labor rights. All I can say, labor rights, is God is with us. God bless Jamaica. And who God bless? Labor rights. We are grateful for the support over this campaign. We are grateful, labor rights, for the support over the years, and in particular, the last 9 years. Labor rights, what a bell big. But I want to say, congratulations for the hard work. This victory is not only for supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party. This victory is for all Jamaicans. And that is why, labor rights, we went into this campaign with a motto that states simply, we are putting Jamaica above party. We are working for the interests of Jamaica and Jamaicans. And I say thank you to all who participated in the process. Whether you voted for the Jamaica Labour Party or not, you chose Jamaica. Shower labor rights.
Thank you, Andrew Wheatley. You know labor rights? When I hear people talk, them talk because them have a mouth to talk. I want to bring returning for the third term as Member of Parliament for East Rural St. Andrew, JLP Holness.
Showers of blessings, labor rights. In 2016, when we became government, I knew that there was something special about this Jamaica Labour Party-led government. Once we worked and worked creatively, it would have stamped in the hearts of Jamaicans that we are the choice for Jamaica. We, the Jamaica Labour Party. Labour rights, people of Jamaica, I ask only one thing. Continue to work with us as we serve you. Bro God, Dr. Andrew, Michael, Holness.
Shout, 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 shout.
You are our family. We are your family. Showers of blessings every time, labor rights. Continue to choose Jamaica. We will continue to serve you and do more.
Juliet win. Thank you. From she nominate. The man who silenced the critics in St. Catherine. Let's welcome Orlando Terrell.
Showers of blessings, Jamaica. Showers of blessings, Jamaica. I want to thank my East Central family for staying strong with Terry Long. I want to thank my team of councillors, Joy Brown, Damara Lawson, our contingency manager, Marlon Gordon, all our team Terry Long, all our community members. They knew what was at stake. They chose not to gamble with Jamaica's future. Prime Minister, my only regret tonight is that my East Central family could not be here to celebrate with us because of security concerns across the constituency. And while we were celebrating along the Newlands Main Road, having left Gregory Park and West Cumberland, we were asked to leave the road because of security concerns. And I am happy that you all chose Jamaica so that my people in East Central St. Catherine will not have to live under the fear of security concerns. So we will continue to build a better Jamaica. A better Jamaica for you and you and you. And you at home. We will continue to choose Jamaica strong with Terry Long.
Thank you. Hold on, because we're preparing ourselves for the third term address from the greatest prime minister and leader in the Western Hemisphere. Labour rights. I'm going to invite from Central St. Catherine, Babsy, Olivia, Green.
Babsy Green shall run the place, ring the bell. Forget the vote, she not prank. The opposition, them a lie and them a ram. But from a gal, oh God, tell them Babsy no big more things for some blank. Tell me like we can sing something wrong.
Third loading, light up your phone. I just want to say to all of you, I thank you for demonstrating that you have faith in our leader, the most honorable Andrew Holness. I want to thank you for showing that you have faith in the members of parliament of the Jamaica Labour Party and those who have committed themselves to serve you. I want to especially thank my people in Central St. Catherine, in Spanish Town. And I want to thank those who don't belong to the Labour Party, who voted for the Jamaica Labour Party. I want to say to all of you in Jamaica that the Jamaican people know what they want and they know what is good for Jamaica. And that is why we have been given the third term. And your lives will be better because we are going to be doing that much more for you. I want you to just pray that God give the leader the strength, the wisdom, and the stamina to continue to serve Jamaica and fight for Jamaica. Love you more than cook food. Love you all. God bless you all. And God bless Jamaica, land we love.
Choose Jamaica. Choose Jamaica.
Thank you. Coming down. The 7-star General of Area Council 1, Delroy Chuck.
The man a general. If you get a youth, man a godfather, man a general. Them for know, man a general. God of peace, angel of death. If you get a youth, don't fret. From you up life, you up.
Labor rights. This is the happiest night in my political career. My 7th term. And I want to thank the Prime Minister. And we are now loading up for the fourth term. The vision of the Prime Minister must be achieved in this third term. Wiping out poverty, reducing murder, reducing crime, making sure unemployment is down. And I say, labor rights, I will work with my Prime Minister to make this prosperity for all of us. Show our labor rights.
Thank you. Labor rights. She created history by becoming the first female Minister of Finance and the first person to serve 3 terms in Eastern St. Andrew. Fairman William.
Labor rights, this is a happy night. I want to thank all of you, all across Jamaica, for returning the Jamaica Labour Party to government for a third term. And I want to thank St. Andrew Eastern for being in the winning column for the Jamaica Labour Party for a third term. I appreciate all the effort, and I want to say to all of you gathered here tonight, and to all Jamaicans across the length and breadth of Jamaica, we know that you carry in your hearts your hopes and dreams, and we commit to you that we will wake up every day to help you to realize those hopes and dreams. We want to continue building a better Jamaica every day. You have seen us for the last 2 terms working for you, and we're going to continue doing that for this new term that we're about to begin. Thank you again. Remain faithful, even as we remain faithful to you. Thank you all. Thank you. Shower Labor Rights. We do so much already, now we do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Fairman. Let's welcome now, just to greet you tonight, Chairman of the National Campaign Committee of the Jamaica Labour Party, Dr. Chris Tufton.
I love my life. I love my life. I love my life. I love my life. No, no, we don't know where to go. Bring all the future, the hours away. So me, I live my life today.
I don't have much to say. Only one simple thing. I am very happy tonight. Are you happy tonight? Show our labor rights. Third term, not just loading, it has loaded. We are into the third term. I just want to say, firstly, thanks to our leader, the most honorable Prime Minister, party leader, Dr. Andrew Holness, for giving me the opportunity to assist in this third term. I want to say thanks to the campaign team because they who are here have done an amazing job in following the mandate of the leader to ensure that the strategy was implemented so we could beat the PNP and put back Andrew Holness in Jamaica House. And I want to say thanks to the Almighty up above because He knows what is good for Jamaica. He knows that it is about the Jamaican people, and the Jamaica Labour Party is the best party to lead the Jamaican people forward into the future. Show our labor rights, third term, happy, glad. God bless you.
Thank you. One man was critical to the organization of the Jamaica Labour Party. He now has the distinction of being the most successful General Secretary in the history of this great Jamaica Labour Party. Let's welcome Dr. Horace Chang.
Ever militant, so it and humble like column. Tell them no confusion.
Labor rights. I'm going to ask to bear with me for 2 minutes. We're celebrating tonight. I feel good. You feel good? We're celebrating a third term. But I want to think for 2 minutes. It is a victory for the Labour Party. A historic moment for Jamaica and the Jamaica Labour Party as we celebrate this. But I want to think a little bit. This leader has given us the 3 victories. I had the privilege of serving with him in all 3 elections. But what I want to think about is that the People's National, the PNP, attacked our leader mercilessly. And to celebrate and commend the strength and character of Andrew Holness, his wife and his children, as they stood the test. Led with courage, commitment, and strategically. Working beside him was a privilege, but working with the Labour Party, of course, is a greater privilege as he led us to this victory. I want to commend all the workers that despite of the challenges, despite of the attack, the insinuations, and all kind of attack on the leader, Labour Party, you went out there, you did the work, you walk in the sun, and you ensure third term loading, and today we are here, third term for Andrew Michael Holness. But this victory is more significant. You chose Jamaica. You chose Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness chose Jamaica because we're at a critical point. And for the first time, the Labour Party will get the opportunity to continue building this country and moving us from poverty to prosperity. We had great leaders in Bustamante, Hugh Shearer, Edward Siaga, but they attacked them, damaged them, and pushed them over when the country was growing. This leader stood the test. You, the workers, stood the test and made sure on this occasion they could not push down this leader, and we're going to build this country and grow from poverty to prosperity. You chose Jamaica. You chose Andrew Holness. You chose the Jamaica Labour Party. Labour rights. Celebrate. It's a historic moment. It's a great moment for the Labour Party and the people of Jamaica. God bless you all. We go forward again.
Labour rights, settle down now, because the moment has come. We have a leader that we are proud of. every man and every woman here tonight and right across Jamaica gonna love and respect Andrew Holness? Has Andrew Holness ever being disrespectful to any of you? So hear me now, Labour Rights. The Member of Parliament for West Central, St. Andrew. The first time in the history of our great Jamaica Labour Party that we have a leader that has taken us to 3 consecutive elections. I ask Jamaica, wherever you are now, answer the question. What time is it? What time is it? Prime Minister, 1 term. Prime Minister, 2 terms. Prime Minister, 3 terms. Andrew, Holness.
I made sure to walk with this bell. This bell is not an easy bell to ring. I wouldn't be surprised if Bustamante rang this bell. But I carry the symbol of the party today because it is such a historic moment that this is a victory for our founder, Bustamante, for Sir Donald Stankster, for Hugh Shearer, for Edward Philip George Siaga, for Bruce Bowling. And I want to invite Mrs. Carla Siaga to just come and acknowledge the moment and take a bow to the crowd. Because all of this Mr. Siaga still has, well, he must be happy. So, Desmond, just, you are only allowed to hold the bell temporarily. Do not ring it. I have a few things to say early on. Firstly, let me thank the thousands of Jamaicans who prayed for me personally and who prayed for the government and the country. I want to thank my wife and one of my sons is here, Adam. Come on, guy. Of course, the superwoman. And my mother. I want to thank them personally. I mean, you know, a political campaign, sometimes, you know, when they see the personalities, they forget that they are human beings with feelings and emotions, and they can be objectified. It's very difficult, but I want to thank my family here and abroad and all over who have withstood a tremendous onslaught, but they never gave up on me or on the people of Jamaica. I want to thank the political team. I think we have the best political team in the Caribbean. But allow me to, I do this at a risk, but I'm sure everyone will agree that my Deputy Prime Minister, Horace Chang, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, deserves special commendation. You know, there's a special bond that has to be between the leader and the General Secretary of a political party. And Horace and I have been working for the greater part of 30 years together. We have been very good friends and very good professional associates. We have a mind share, and we are both very much committed to Jamaica, like everyone in the team. I want to thank you, the supporters. You would know how much you mean to me. For all of you who squeeze up on the bus to come to the meeting, who go on the long motorcades with us, for all of you who take on the PNP them when you hear them with the lies. But for all of you who have stood up and chosen Jamaica, I say thanks to you, the supporters of the party. You make us stronger, and we stand here on your shoulders. I thank you, God bless you, and I love you. Today, Jamaica won. Jamaica won this election. Yes. The majority of voters decided to choose Jamaica. Make no mistake about it. This was not victory by default. Make no mistake about it. This was not an easy victory. Make no mistake about it. This was a fight. But we did not descend my political organization. We did not descend to the gutter to fight. We did not seek to trick the people to win. We did not seek to tear down anyone to lift up ourselves. We did not seek to tear down Jamaica in order to be able to administer the affairs of Jamaicans. We ran a clean, disciplined, focused, well-organized campaign. And we proved that we can run a decent campaign and win. And that is how Jamaica has won.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
That is how Jamaica wins. Our democracy by this election is proven to be intact. There are those who are trying to seed a view that the mere fact of a third term is a threat to democracy. There are those who are trying to carry the idea that regardless of how well a government performs and merits to be re-elected, it shouldn't happen because somehow that is a threat to democracy. Well, today has dispelled that because we went through the toughest battle in any democratic society in the region to stand here and say, we will be the government for the third term.
They just can't stop me now.
And I want that point to be understood. We contested the election with the highest level of decency and morality. The people came out. We do have our concerns about the turnout, but the people who voted, the majority spoke and chose Jamaica. So I am satisfied that our democracy is strong. But I wish to assure all Jamaicans who participated in the elections or who did not participate in the election that my government will continue to be respectful of, uphold and advance democratic institutions and protect the democracy of this country. There are some things that should be said. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Jamaica is at a special place today. It is an opportunity. For me, it was also a personal challenge. And I would just like to say, when you face challenges and you look for the opportunities, rise to the occasion. Look at yourself. They know you're strong. No one can stop you.
Rise to the occasion, look at yourself and say you're strong. No one can stop you. Oh, yeah. Rise to the occasion, go ahead, you know you're strong. No one can stop you.
And after all the attacks, the lies, the rumors, the innuendos, I am still solid as a rock. They just can't stop me now.
Keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. But I'm so solid as a rock. They just can't stop me now.
Now, in the third term, as in the first and the second, we must guard against arrogance. We must develop an even keener ears to listen to the people. We must be focused on addressing the needs of the people. And while it is clear that the majority have spoken and chosen the Jamaica Labour Party, geographically, And traditionally, there are still those who may not share that view. And for varying reasons. One reason is they say, yes, we see prosperity in some areas, but they want prosperity to come now to their community, to their driveway, and to their doorway. This government, in our third term, must be laser focused on ensuring that there is prosperity for all Jamaicans. And just to be clear, prosperity doesn't mean riches. For some people, prosperity means peace. They want to live in peace. For some people, prosperity may mean their children getting to university. For some people, prosperity is a car. For others, it is a house. But for most people, it is the road fixed in their community and water in their pipes. And so, we must be focused on delivering these basic public services, which means prosperity for so many. But Jamaica is more than that. Jamaica is a potential to be realized. And for decades, we have underperformed. The story of Jamaica is that we have done so much as a country, but we could have done so much more. For the first time, an electorate has said, we will reward a performing government to continue to deliver the promise of Jamaica. The promise of cutting murders and crime and bringing Jamaica finally to peace, the peace which we had 60 years ago. We can have peace in our country. The promise of Jamaica being a growing and robust economy, which we had 60 years ago, we will continue to fulfill the promise of the growth of the Jamaican economy. We will continue to fulfill the promise of a knowledgeable, educated, and informed society, where every child can have access to the best quality education. We will continue to fulfill that promise. We will continue to fulfill the promise where every Jamaican can have meaningful employment and earn a meaningful income so that you can fulfill your own personal dreams and aspirations. We will continue to fulfill that promise. And we will continue to build a society that is just. A society that is fair for everyone. We will continue the work that we have started in our second term. Now, as I close my presentation to you, our political organization, like any other organization, must renew itself. The third term is also an opportunity for renewal, to attract new people, to expose new talent, to refresh ideas, and to place to the Jamaican people a continued, credible, political organization that can always ably lead the government of the country. So we will not be laying back comfortable in victory. No. We will be rebuilding, refreshing, renewing, and preparing to be a credible alternative to the opposition for the 4th term of a Jamaica Labour Party government.
Yes, I love the blessing. I love the blessing. Father God blessing.
So Labour rights, Jamaicans, your democracy is strong. You have made the right decision to continue with a government that performs, because it sends a signal to governments to come that the way to win is by performing, by doing, by achieving victory by merit. Third, in our 2nd term, we created a momentum. We are on the right path, heading in the right direction with the right trajectory. That should not be broken, and the Jamaican people share that view. And therefore, we will continue to use the momentum to accelerate the development of our country and to ensure that you can get the benefits and the aspirations that you have all wished for. And fourth, we commit to being a responsible, caring, and fair government. That is my commitment and the commitment of my team to you. We will be the political party to move Jamaica from poverty to prosperity. I continue to be your 1 PM.
Yes, I love the blessing. I love the blessing. Father God blessing. 12 more blessing. I love the
All right, so we just heard Prime Minister Andrew Holness giving his victory speech. Just to let you all know what the seat count stands at now: 34 seats declared for the Jamaica Labour Party and 29 seats for the People's National Party. The JLP will remain in government, a 3rd consecutive term, a first for Jamaica Labour Party government. Of course, we mentioned before, former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson was the first to achieve that at the helm of the People's National Party. So a 3rd term for Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party. Mark Golding already gave his concession speech at PNP headquarters, and we just heard from Prime Minister Andrew Holness, who said the 3rd term for the JLP will be a term of renewal, and he already spoke to a 4th term. Let's see what happens 5 years from now when the parties go back to the polls. So just want to get some reaction from our panelists here. Just a quick review, Paul Ashley, of what transpired throughout today.
Well, Mark Golding did yeoman's work in rebuilding the perceived unity of the PNP. I am a little bit concerned because, being not a politician, he has done more than enough, more than expected, and he might find that it's time to go back to his real calling, and therefore the PNP will be in a quandary how to renew itself, because this same team cannot go for another 5 years.
And Daniel Archer, just picking up on that, the People's National Party picked up 15 seats tonight. That's nothing to scoff at.
No.
What are the lessons learned for the Jamaica Labour Party after it lost?
I think the Prime Minister mentioned it. He said it's not a defeat. It's not by default. It's not easy, and it was a fight. And he needs to pay keen attention to people and focus and address their needs. It means that your manner of operating will have to change. It is going to change by force because you now have a parliament to reckon with. You're going to have to recalibrate. He speaks about renewal. So clearly there is going to be some renewal. We can look forward to seeing some of the persons who've won the sure seats over a period of time, renewing those seats as they seek to rebuild to make sure that they're competitive for the fourth term.
Clyde Williams, Dr. Dayton Campbell, the General Secretary of the People's National Party, said there's no second place in politics. What happens tomorrow in terms of the organizational structure of the People's National Party?
So I get a little salt, a little Dettol, and that's what the thing said. Enough blows man get because you come so close, but still you're so far away. They'll overcome it. Mark did a fairly good job. We'll see how it pans out in the next couple of years in terms of the leadership of the party. So, well run, Mark, and Andrew has shown who is the one Prime Minister.
All right. Third term for the Jamaica Labour Party. So right now, we are going to throw to Studio B to Kwame Thomas and Gavay Watt to give us their final comments on today's happenings.
Thanks very much, David. There you have it. Jamaica has in fact decided. So, Gavay, I want to find out what was your reaction? What, if you can say it, what was the biggest shocker of tonight's election?
Well, first of all, for every political junkie, tonight was absolutely amazing. It went right down to the wire.
Action on.
Almost definitely. A surprise there. Historically though, Eastern Portland has been a PNP seat.
Yes.
But I think Anne-Marie Vaz has sold herself to be a hard worker. And I think generally across Jamaica, she's loved, she's liked, and she's admired. Will she stay? Will she continue to put in the work? Her other half has declared that this is his last term serving.
So it might be for both of them then?
I will not assume that for her. What I will say though is that she has earned the respect and love of the Jamaican people. She's seen as a hard worker. And personally, I'm hoping that she stays in the constituency and continue to do some work towards bettering that constituency and helping persons there who would have supported her. She didn't lose by a massive amount of votes. So there is some respect and some love there for her. But kudos as well to Isaac Buchanan. He came in very late.
Very strong.
He was doubted. He was mocked. He took a lot of hits, but he kept quiet and he did the work.
Yeah. So now, can we expect any magisterial recounts as far as the ballots have been concerned? No.
I think Central Kingston tonight is the closest one that we're seeing based on the numbers. So I expect that there will be a magisterial recount there.
As well as Rhoda Moyes.
There may be some recounting in Central Manchester as well. But I expect that at the end of it, things should possibly remain the same. Interestingly though, we have a more orange map this time around than we had the last time.
Yeah, definitely.
The two tips of the map are orange. I think a surprise for me was the PNP being able to flip that seat in Hanover. I expected Westmoreland to come back to being orange, but that flip of the seat there, I think where the surprise is for the PNP tonight, that they would have been hoping to pick up 3 seats to get them there that they didn't achieve.
What would have been those 3?
They would have been banking on Trelawney Northern. It's Green Toba, his returning to Parliament. Of course, they would have been banking on Central Manchester. And Rhoda Moy Crawford was able to hold on there. And there was much talk about Western St. Mary. But as I've said over the course of this campaign, Bobby Montague is a seasoned campaigner. If he hits over 8,000 heading towards 9,000 votes, it's going to be difficult for any PNP candidate to beat him there.
And then you have also stated when we began that this particular seat right here, this is the seat to watch, because wherever the leaders go, this seat goes where the leaders go.
Well, that seat has always voted with the winner in the election. Floyd Green, has been an excellent MP based on what the persons on the ground have said. There are some persons there who favor him. There are some persons who do not. But clearly tonight it was enough. He won by over 1,000 votes. And so it's green and the country is green.
So last question before we flip over now, because remember that we are looking at history being created on a number of fronts. Right now the JLP can say that they have won 10 of the 19 elections that have been run right throughout the country since the start of adult suffrage. But now, what are some of the things that we can expect or should expect from the People's National Party as opposition now? Because right now we have a closer margin, so it therefore means that there should be stronger representation. What does that mean for democracy?
I think it bodes well for democracy. I think the People's National Party really and truly doesn't have much to be ashamed of tonight. They had a massive hill to climb and they chipped away at it.
Yeah.
But I knew up to this morning I was saying it's going to be very difficult for them to get there. If you look at the popular vote, the numbers that we're seeing here preliminary, it's not massive. It's under 10,000 votes. Yeah. And you know, as one of our panelists said earlier, maybe if Jamaicans were able to see the leader of the PNP earlier as being prime ministerial, as being able and capable of leading the nation, then they probably would have swayed some votes his way. But elections are won or lost on the day. And so today the JLP was better able to get out their voters. There were different conditions across the country. There was rain in some constituencies. And so really and truly it came down to who was able to get their voters out. And also with the challenges that were reported throughout the entire day, who was willing to stand in the line for the hours and cast their votes.
Wow, so there you have it. Thank you very much, Gavi. And now we turn over to David to give you the summary of what we have been doing all night long. Over to you, David.
Thank you, Kwame. Thank you, Gavi. So, the Jamaican electorate has chosen to keep the Jamaica Labour Party in office for a third consecutive term. So, again, to summarize, the JLP pulled out 34 of 63 seats today, stemming from the 2025 elections, and the People's National Party amassed 29 seats, an increase of 15 seats over its tally in 2020. So, as we wrap up tonight, I want to say a special thank you to all my panelists, Paul Ashley, Daniel Archer, Clyde Williams, O'Neill Madden, and Chris Anthony Salter. Also to my colleagues, Kwame, Thomas, and Gavay Watt, who crunched the numbers for us at the decision board. And I also want to say a special thanks to the entire production team of the Jamaica Observer and Edge 105 FM. And finally, a special thank you to our viewers and listeners for joining us in this unprecedented live audiovisual coverage, the Jamaica Observer's first audiovisual coverage of a general election. I'm your host, David Brown. Good evening.